live. We're livers. Let's see. Something like that. Let me just tweet out something.
大妹子，残局遇到我们俩，你可是遭老罪了啊！这位大姐，别看现在的情况，上个赛季那可是铂金。
他也一定是这次又要来了啊！哎，3、2、1，你到底在干什么呀？
我在看无畏契约每日商店刷新呢。
那你上找我就好了呀。看每日商店。
Good morning, everybody. Why is the Sage Euro ad so weird? I think it's quite good. I think it's cute. Always cool to have stuff like that. Especially how good the cosplays actually are. But morning, Nomrod. Morning, Woo. Alright, big day for China. I'll definitely like hop off in a second. I was going to get a shower, but I might get one in between the games. I'll just get one after the stream because it's warm. Ordered a new mouse. Oh, cool. Which one? I feel like my hands are quite greasy and stuff. There's this top 5 from yesterday. Also testing how loud I am in comparison to game, because I just think the stream for Douyu is naturally louder than like YouTube. So test. I'll put this on 90% or 85. Up this to 90. That should be a good amount. Then if I up it slightly, test. Hello. Yeah, that should be an okay amount. Just so I can hear myself in my ear, and then if I turn it down slightly, I can still hear myself. Going to play with my old Lanzu Atlantis Mini. Oh, nice. Hey, Avalanche. There we go. We got that up there. Big ass day for Shanghai qualifiers. Whilst I was sort of waiting for this. Oh yeah, Bukashu just playing backside to the rescue. I like the Shion's just chilling in the bag, just sort of helping. Another Bukashu class play. I mean, this is the one where he just makes it look super easy. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'll kind of beat one at a time, but I don't think that's fairly valid, I guess. Because he got healed up by the sky, didn't he? Here, yeah, and then just... They can't really peek out altogether because you have got to play a shot too, so they just kind of get stuck. Also, I found there's a demo version of this song. It's like all acoustic. And it's incredible. I think it's like, I like this version. It's not that I don't like the more like poppy version, but I really like the demo version. I'll have to find it, one sec, because we're going to get fucking copyright struck anyway, so Let me just grab it on Spotify and just listen to it there. Make sure it's not too loud. Here we go.
It's Madge. Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I landed.
I like this vibe so much more than the actual one. I'm gonna let this play actually whilst I get a drink and stuff sorted, so enjoy this.
If you give me a piece of your heart, you'll keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you'll keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me. And if you give me a piece of your heart, you'll keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. It's Madge.
That's Pendulum doing very big juxtaposition of music. Oh. The demo's so stripped back. It's really nice, yeah. Like, I think it just is a much cooler vibe, I guess. The best Switch, though, yeah. Good morning, Lexi. Trying to think of how to do it. Because if I run 90 seconds of ads now... Wait. Is there a way for me to do... I'm like learning as we go. I just run ads through here. This gets me to do 2 minutes and 30. Oh, this is the... It's like just a quick action thing I can do of just running ads, but like not that many. Run 3 minutes, and then that gives me... So it's... I'm trying to work out again. 3 minutes of ads is an hour, no pre-roll. So 90 seconds is half an hour. 2 minutes is 40 minutes. So if I run 2 minutes now... If I run 3 minutes now, it's an hour. And then I run 1 minute just before we start. And then that's up to an hour again. So yeah, I guess I'll do that. So let me just run that. And then I can run 60 seconds, I guess. Time to run 45 minutes of ads. I wish I could just like spam an hour of ads right at the start and then not have to worry about it for the rest of the stream, but I get why Twitch has done it this way. I wish it was like that it's not just capped at like 60 minutes of pre-roll being off. If you could run 5 minutes of ads to get 90 minutes, that'd be really nice.
大家好，我是解说周腾马。在比赛开始之前呢，还是有些消息要同步给各位啊。欢迎大家通过赛事官网 VCT.QQ.com 无畏契约启动器，掌上无畏契约。
Like it's a bit of an egregious system that they have, but But you know it's bad when you have like tournament organizers having to bowl around it too.
带上无畏缺 CN 联赛第一赛段话题，并发布博文，和网友们一起来讨论精彩的赛。
I'm just gonna do that mute it because I keep putting it as low and then not really doing much with it. But yeah, I was looking at the vetoes and stuff to see what it might be, and I just want a second opinion really. So FPX versus Trace is the first series again. Whoever wins this goes to Shanghai. It's the same top 4 that we've had during kickoff with FPX, Trace, EDG, and DRG. They're all playing different ones. Last time it was FPX versus DRG, and then it was EDG versus Trace. But there is a elimination game. There is a double bracket, so, and it's 3 teams too. But you're sort of expecting that FPX and EDG would be the first 2 teams to lock their positions in, not only because they were there at Madrid, they're the 2 top teams in the region, but also they have both improved a tremendous amount, I think. FPX, they've swapped around roles. Autumn's been really good on the flex position. Lysor as like main controller is back to some of the best Valorant he's ever played. Certainly a lot better than what he showed at Madrid, where people were hoping that he'd get cut. And then Life, just as the main duelist, has been exceptional. EDG, they've swapped roles around as well, with having Smoggy on the main controller too, which is a very inspired move. I really like that. And it feels that the rest of the team is slowly but surely building around it a little bit more. For Trace, they've been lacking a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but a good win over All Gamers yesterday sort of showed that they're like back into that kind of level. And then DRG is a bit of a hard one. They played really well yesterday. Maybe it's just DRG during tournaments like this that are sort of elimination brackets and the like. Maybe it's just those tournaments that this team does really well in. Like group stages when you have a lot of time to prepare against Vukashu and Luke and all of the setups that DRG have. It gives you plenty of time to actually work around it. But so you can anti-strat them. But in a group stage, there's not really that much time and there's a couple of change-ups that might happen. So I don't think the EDG would struggle too much in this series, but I guess we'll see. Your music taste is currently all over the place. Brain been stuck in Eurovision hyperfixation jail for the past few days. I feel like Trace will give FPX a hard time today. They might even win. Yeah, I mean, they've definitely been... it's been close series in the past. So these two have actually played fairly recently during kickoff. It's 13-11 here, 13-11 here, 13-10 here. So yeah, like it's a close series, very similar map pools. It's just more of a case of like FPX since then have looked a lot better, and Trace have looked sort of around the same position, I guess. But yeah, I'm trying to think. The other interesting thing about this series is that these two haven't played each other during Evolution at all, despite DRG being in quite a lot of these like Evolution tournaments, like in all 3 acts. And they've just are they not in this one? Or did they went to the play-in stage? No, they didn't even do that. Where is DRG? I guess they weren't in Act 1. There's Act 2 onwards. So they were top 4, we know that much. Group stages. Am I blind too? Didn't it make this? Oh, they went to the play-in stage. Yeah, I remember. Because this is when I properly started watching. Lost to Tai Lu. And then they actually had a pretty good run this stage. They got knocked out by FPX, and then they beat Tech, lost to Rare Atom, and got knocked out by FPX, so not a bad run for the 3rd and final stage. But yeah, against DDG, they've never actually played them since, like, when was this tournament? May, so this was a qualifier to go into champs. Must have been. Billy had qualified, so that's weird. Which was the old league, so this wasn't related at all to champs and stuff. I'm trying to work out the times of it. Because this was around the time that Tokyo was on, right? Was Tokyo late this time? Well, no, it was like June, wasn't it? So this was pre-Tokyo. Oh, but yeah, let me move this up a tad. This is a little bit bright for me, so let me close this blind. Ugh, I'll keep the one open behind me. Ooh, it's even worse. And then what's my lighting situation like? Not great because of the thing behind me. A bit better. I feel like I'm just sat in the dark. Went for a 5k walk. Honestly, the best way to start a day. I didn't I had a couple of things to like rush home for, but I went out, had some breakfast, came back, and got some food for Beth and stuff for later. Alright, so yeah. That's generally how these series come in. So Trace FPX, we have seen them play recently. Bans are nice and easy. Trace have been banning out Icebox all season. FPX have started permabanning Split since kickoff, when they lost to EDG. The picks, however, there is a kind of like... The main picks for both these teams are maps that they're either not performing well on. For example, we're seeing Trace pick a lot of Sunset, but they're 3 and 4. If you look at Sunset over here, it's 3 and 1 for FPX. So do you pick it into a team that's winning but not shown too much? Here I have that they would, because I think the other options like Lotus is really good for FPX. They're on a really good run of form with their like triple controller shit that they're working with. Split, you're not going to get a chance because it's going to get banned out. And Bind, well, you're second banning it an awful lot, so you're not too keen on it. You haven't picked it this stage. It isn't a great map for FPX, but again, they haven't really played that much of it anyway. Hey, Geekess. Should we expect Chloe from FPX? I don't know. I know that they sort of said in interviews that they were trolling a little bit with the Billy series because they'd already made it. But I don't agree with it. Like, I don't think that the series meant nothing because it's positions in play-ins. Also, it's all champs points. And if we see FPX like potentially beat EDG in the grand final here, I think they surpassed them on like champs points. So it's super important for FPX to win every series that they can, especially seeing as they beat EDG. So I don't agree. I don't think they're stupid enough to assume that series like the Billy one mean nothing. But they might be like going, well, Billy actually looked really tragic on this map before, so we're just going to exploit that against them, right? So I guess we'll see. We're not going to see Icebox today, though, because Trace will ban it out. So Trace picking Sunset. I mean, it looked a lot better yesterday up against All Gamers, and FPX haven't really played it a huge amount, I don't think. FPX picking Ascent. Again, it's not something that they're like picking up at the moment. They usually leave it for like a third map, for example. But considering how Trace have looked a little bit off on Ascent in places, it could potentially be a good option. Because otherwise you're picking Lotus, which again, Trace like. So there's a lot of like, if Trace picked this map, it's also a map that FPX like. So is it really that much of an advantage? That's kind of like the problem with this veto. Just to give you some extra context, FGC had 2 splits in 2023. Top 2 went to Tokyo. Act 2 was World Champions qualify spot. Everybody else played open format tournament. Yeah, I mean, it seemed cool. Like a good like system to actually pull in. I just wish that I watched it a little bit more. Like, I wish it was more accessible to watch last year. Because it would have given me at least something to do. I probably would have started doing this earlier, I think, too. Especially with, like, Evo on the horizon. Followed the results, but only watched the champs calls. I mean, it wasn't streamed on, like, Twitch and YouTube, right? It was just on the China websites. Like, it's easier, like, oh, yeah, we got Doyu and stuff like that. But to be fair, they've only just been put on VLR recently. So, yeah, I think this veto is about right. It's a case of, like, FPX should be a higher seed because they topped the group. They've picked Team B once or twice, and then once here. But I don't know the format of how they've choose Team A and Team B in groups. Maybe you know, Saint. I think it is just flipping a coin. But now it should be that the higher seed should get choice of Team A, Team B. So it's like, FPX might choose Team B just to see what Trace are doing. And then you got Breeze. The game came out in China just before Qual, so there was an official VCT event. Oh yeah, that's true. So it was even harder to watch. And then Trace banning out Lotus, because even though you've been picking it, because I think you'd prefer to play, you're happy to play Bind against FPX and Breeze over it. I don't think you'll leave Lotus as a third map, but I could be wrong. Because it's been picked a lot, mostly from last stage. And they're mostly winning on it. But I don't know, 4 and 2. The weird one. I think this, yeah, I meant more in groups. Did you know how they chose Team A, Team B in groups? Because if it was anything like the other regions, I'm pretty sure all of the regions were the same, but I could be wrong, but all of them were flipping a coin. In EMEA, it was flipping a coin. In Pacific, it was flipping a coin, so I'd assume it's flipping a coin everywhere. So there's no way to get the groups right for Team A, Team B, so there's no point looking into it too deeply. For the second series, EDG versus DRG, I mean, both these teams are not really that fans of Lotus. Also, this isn't actually done, so I haven't actually done the veto for this one. EDG get Troyce. I think they would choose Team A, and they wouldn't ban Lotus, even though that's what they're kind of doing at the moment an awful lot. What would you ban instead? Icebox? So you'd float the Lotus and maybe DRG ban out the Lotus then, or maybe they ban out Breeze instead. EDG, what would you pick? What have you been picking? Icebox and Breeze? I don't think you ban Icebox then. They're a team that is very looking at their opponent and trying to exploit maps though. So like the veto for this one should be really interesting. I think EDG picked Bind. Yeah, let's... yeah, I mean, yeah, with DRG. They looked better on the map yesterday, the DRG, but it's still... Do you take them to Ascent? No. Do you take them to Sunset? I don't think so. I think we have to... Like, I think that's what they would do, though. EDG would, like... Because both teams ban out Lotus. And EDG get to choose sides, so what I would do if I'm EDG is I go, I'm going to go first. I'm going to ban a map that isn't Lotus. Because then DRG are like, well, we kind of need to ban Lotus then. Because I don't think you could, like, if you don't ban Lotus, maybe EDG, like, oh, we've been playing Lotus this whole time. We actually have a really good comp. We're just going to fuck you on it. I don't think that DRG would call EDG's bluff. So, it's more like, I don't necessarily think that this is what would happen, but this is, I guess, what I would do if I'm in EDG's position. And then, right, what you're looking at for maps and stuff like that. What's not been going well for DRG? Sunset, they're 50-50 on. Breeze have been losing a lot. Maybe take them to Breeze because they can be very 50-50 against Tyloo. I think that's probably a good shout for EDG. Have they been picking Breeze though? I don't actually have them in terms of picking it because I didn't copy the thing over. Picked it once. Yeah, I think that's probably most likely. DRG. Icebox or Ascent. Depends on what doesn't get picked. Maybe you pick Split against them too? EDG? You could pick Bind. You could, like, it's really like dealer's choice for EDG. So I guess it's more better to focus on what DRG would want to pick and then what EDG would ban out. So it seems like Ascent, Icebox, Breeze. Icebox, they're 3 and 2. Ascent, they're 2 and 1. Bind, they're 3 and 1, which is kind of crazy. I guess the DRG would want to play Icebox more because they beat FPX on it. And Ascent, they looked really good against Nova yesterday, but I don't think that... I don't know. What would you pick if you're DRG? I think you'd... Either one of those two maps is what EDG ban out. So it's like, not only figured like, it's going to be those two maps. What would they prefer to pick? And then what would EDG ban out yet? Map poll's not done yet. They do it on the walkout, which is literally about to start. So we don't need to worry about that for another hour and a bit. Once they do the walkouts, I'll run, like, I think it's a minute of ads. DRG probably goes to Split. I mean, Split hasn't been going that, like, they've looked really lost on Split. The EDG just haven't really played it that much. We saw some Sage finally Geekest, but it wasn't on Icebox. It was on Split from Nova. China's nice production, man. I mean, this is where the start of Shanghai is going to be. They beat Tech very convincingly on Split. Yeah, but Tech don't look like they look even worse on Split. I'm trying to think. I'd have to double check what maps they've been losing on. Because I can have a look now. Yeah, they lost to Tech the first time and then beat Tech afterwards 13-7. Like, better comp. Was that really the only time that they've played it? Was I looking? I might have been looking at the wrong map. Yeah, they're 1-1. So the only team that they've played is Tech. So it's a little bit untested. What map was I looking at? Oh, I was looking at the picks and bans. I thought it was 1 and 2. It's that they've picked Split once and then banned it twice. The problem when you have so many numbers and so much data, I just like glance at numbers and make the wrong connections. Is the sheet public? No. It's my own little pet project. I do think China would do it at Shanghai better than Madrid. It'd be harder to do worse than Madrid. But yeah, I think that the teams... Like, the two big teams look a lot better, and then we actually have, like, a team like Trace that could surprise. I think the worst case scenario for Shanghai would be sending these two, and then somebody like Billy, you know? Like, somebody that we've seen that hasn't made too many changes, that don't look that convincing. At least this tournament now, we're seeing a fresh new team that has never attended an international event. Which is going to be either Trace, or it's going to be DRG, at least. Yeah, the first part of this tournament is here, and then the last one is in the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai. I don't know if Trace can get a map here. This has been historically a very close series, consistently. So, I don't know.
随着双方教练的击拳，第一支代表 CN 赛区出征上海大师赛的战队也将在
Hello, Ika.
遗憾埋葬在过去，机遇重现在现在。
Life muting out here.
蛟龙出约还是
Yeah, try to keep chatting English for the most part, just because it's hard to moderate in a different language. You just got Google Translate and stuff.
对于他们来说，
So,
选手的遗憾似乎在某一个瞬间和他们的队伍形成了
Life averaging 300 ACS this series, heard it here first. I mean, it is going to be Life versus Fung as well, like who's been the top duelist.
峰峰能否也能证明进入最强雷兹的讨论？这是他渴望，但他需要率队打入上海大师赛，再去证明了。
没错，而对于 Life 来说，从 EDG 到 ASE2年世界赛表现平平，饱受质疑。
Never watched the China games, are they good? They're entertaining. For the most part, I think the quality, mechanically, it's the best region. I genuinely don't think that Pacific, EMEA, or Americas compare at all when it comes to like mechanical aim. But it's not that the brain is lacking, that's a little bit mean, but it's more like so much that China need to learn about the game, they can't be taught it. You can't just have somebody like Kaplan or Mini or any like Western coach to come over and be stop doing this, start doing that, stop doing this. Like a lot of it feels like they need to work it out for themselves. Alright, so the bans we expected, Trace picking Bind. Again, it's risky, it's not been a great map for them. FPX picking Lotus instead, so they're not afraid to just go to a map that they prefer to play, feeling that they got the read on what Trace are trying to do. Trace will ban Ascent. I don't know what it was that I had up, actually. Is this going to work? So bans are right. I thought Tracer picked Sunset, they didn't. But it's going to be the third map though, at least. FPX banning Breeze. So fairly wrong. But like I said, I think the bans were the most obvious bit. The picks could go anywhere. It's just who feels that they have a good read on the opponent.
精彩且精准的博弈了。是的，而且对于 T 而言，今天的3张图的一个走。
Like FPX having Sunset and Lotus is good. Like it relies so much on Trace getting this first map right. It's my sort of look in.
最强势的地图，你像员工重镇啊，包括是日落之城当中，其实
I didn't run the ads that I wanted to.
回归在一个双先锋的体系当中的。
So can I run 30 seconds of ads?
一个区别就是一边是一个盖可嘛，一边是一个。
Yeah, I can. Let me just do that.
一边有更多的这种打小回合技能树的阶段，那么另外一边的话就是强行的近点强度会更高，所以你会发现双方的阵容不管是。
Sometimes this lasts a little bit long, so I'll run 30 seconds now, and then we got agent select. I know as soon as that button comes through and ads start playing, agent select is going to pop up, literally. Alright. Yeah, sorry about running ads this late. I'm trying to get the science of it right. You know, like Finesse does. Comps exactly the same as before, I'm pretty sure. Gecko K on the side of FPX, Trace running Gecko Sky. Don't think that's any different for either team, but I'll just double check for you. Autumn as well. Already attended one international event as the first OC player. Can he do the double? One plus Phoenix. So FPX, they ran Gecko KO against DDG in 113-11. Trace ran Sky Gecko and they beat Billy 13-7. It really is a case of like FPX beat EDG on this map and Trace lost to EDG on this map. So Trace picking it is, it's a Hail Mary, but I honestly think that's kind of all they have at the moment. Geekers, thank you very much for the gifted. Sorry, I didn't have chat open to see it. Thank you, thank you.
我觉得你讲到这个阶段的时候，其实我们要再往上回溯一点的话，对于 TT 的这个 TE 的一个锋锋选手啊，包括是 YOU 以及
Yeah, it is similar to Pacific 2 years ago. I think by like stage 2 and the end of this year, it'll be like Pacific last year. I just think that this region is going to very, very quickly just ramp up in how good they are. Because like the practice, like I've seen prac channels for teams in China, it is tier 2 Korea, tier 2 Japan, tier 2 APAC. Tier 1 in Pacific, and if you're a tier 2 team in China, you got tier 1 in China to play up against. You got like legit some of the best regions and some of the best players to just practice against, that you can practice with consistently and not worry about. Yeah, this is it. One of these teams will be leaving this series going to Shanghai. I don't have my epic pen up. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Fuck. I'm also recording these for Sliggy, so they're going to go up in these VOD channels. So, welcome to the first Shanghai qualifying day. Left it a little bit late in the day, but that's fine. FPX versus Trace. Whoever is going to win this series is the first team to qualify for Shanghai. Both these teams faced each other at kickoff. FPX came out on top then. And Kai's already found the opening. I think Berlin getting one there when he's fully flashed is kind of crazy. I also need to up the quality as well. It looks like it's like less than 30 frames per second, but that's just because I haven't upped it to lossless. Nothing following the Gecko flash, and also really nice position here to avoid it completely. Nice smoke here, like when you're comfortable trying to take elbow control, smoking this off is nice. You also have a poison cloud there too. You're playing around both of them by the looks. Trace are just not showing anything. Really nice pistol in the end. Right, let me just up the quality a little bit. There we go. That's a lot better. Was Sliggy watching EMEA? I'd have to imagine, yeah. But him watching EMEA in Americas is crazy. Hey Zilv, good work yesterday. Do you think FPX have the biggest hit in terms of Viper nerfs since most of the comps have Viper? Not really, because it is Autumn who was the duelist moving over to Viper recently. Like Autumn can play kind of anything, and overall I'd say that FPX benefit the most because they're not afraid to do some really kooky stuff. Like they ran triple controller with a Clove against Billy last week. Wasn't great, but like they are genuinely thinking of like out there ideas. FPX is like Paper X, their players are so versatile, yeah, and they come up with creative ideas. It's like if you took the EMEA FPX team with like Angel and stuff on it, and Paper X and they had a baby, it would be this FPX team. Like very versatile players, but you have like the constant comp switching and big ideas, but maybe overcooking it like Angel typically would. Nice and easy plant. Lao King is pushing a little bit aggressively. I need to stop calling him Lao King, it's Luo. You get a punt, only a couple of players die. You don't get a gun upgrade though for Fung. Well, no, actually. So doing it like that, like the FPX buy from way back when, you can either pick up a weapon off one of your dead teammates, so you have another gun to pick it to your bonus, or you could just buy up a rifle. Most of the teams run Viper base comps. Yeah, I'd say so, but also it genuinely feels like a lot of teams were prepared for this. I don't know if pros had a heads up ahead of time on the Viper nerfs. I know that they had a heads up that this patch was going to be a big one. But I do feel that we saw teams proactively moving away from playing Viper before the nerfs were even announced. They just knew. And also Riot said, like, some of the changes to Viper came out early with how long the smoke duration stayed up. And they said that that's staying in and more Viper nerfs are coming, so I guess teams were like, alright, we're just going to move off Viper anyway. So Wingman's come out. Kai's pretty low health. Being able to plant here is tough. Good trade actually from YOU. Risky fight for life to be taking, and actually FPX have been sort of backed into a corner a little bit here. Lysol I'm really excited to see. Lysol was tragic at Madrid. People were asking for him to get dropped, and I think even the org was considering it because they were practicing with their sub Zishuan, and then Lysol's just been incredible this whole stage. Like Navi on Breeze, yeah. The nicest compliment I could give to FPX, and like the meanest backhanded compliment I can give to Navi, is FPX and Navi with self-awareness. I mean, FPX did well to turn that around because they stopped the plan going down. At that point, it just feels like Trace are just going to stall out massively. But still, there was a nice couple of kills that they got. Lysol doesn't get those two, because it was a 3 versus 5 at this point, and then it was suddenly a 3 versus 3. So Lysol getting those two. Bit of a rough flash from the sky, just didn't quite connect. Yeah, like they put Lysol more in his like main role, which is controller, because they had him on Viper and Killjoy and stuff beforehand, and he just didn't look that comfortable with it. I like the aggression though. Nade close. YU's just owning life this game so far. I think the head-to-head is like 2-0 towards YOU. I would kind of be down for Trace to win this series though. I predicted FPX, but because I feel much like I think FPX would just sweep DRG if they went to the losers bracket together. I'd imagine if DRG beat EDG and Trace beat FPX, like either one of FPX or EDG go to Shanghai, that'd be crazy. But that would also be very China.
具体的人员信息，3个人必须得抱在一起打，被摆了，打出一个1换1。
Again, they're just getting stalled out on like actually planting, and then they just get stuck in lamps. They're not rotating away. It's like they're getting so deep, they can't do the plant, and then they just kind of get restricted in space.
奥特姆的最后夹击这一分啊，因为他们在主动的防守上的前顶吃到了撕开。
EDG ain't losing to DRG. I don't think so either, but
正常的控图只能让剩下的3个人抱起团来去打进攻，而这一切其实都在方 plus 的。
I won't say that EDG have been looking as convincing recently. Well, I say that. Like, the only reason why you'd say it is because they lost to FPX in groups. Literally every other series minus the JDG one, they were kind of stomping.
而且当时倒的很关键是个盖克，接下来就是刚才导致的是一个近点没闪配合了。
那现在
But this is the biggest event. Like, being able to go to an international event that's in your country, the first of its kind for China, because they only properly got the game like last year. Officially, at least. Oh, shit. I was gonna say, if Live managed to get out of there, he'd be a magician. But that's just a bit of an overstep. He was on an outlaw. Like, FPX are also one of the only few teams that I see actually pick up the outlaw when they're expecting to go into like half armor. And I guess you can play a bit more aggressive with the outlaw in rounds like this because it's not like a big pickup from Trace, and it's not a big money investment like the operator is. You buy the outlaw and then just buy a rifle next round. But they actually use it as an anti-eco weapon when they can, which is really good. I don't see many teams actively doing it. This event's going to be incredible. It's, yeah. China definitely not skimping out on anything. Luo King also waiting for the flank too. Fooling once kind of vibes. I can't believe that this 50 is the thing that's actually turning it up, but Lysoi is in a 1v2. Only one player has a rifle, but Luo King actually rotating all the way around to play long. Still thinks he's hookah, but a good rotation. Yeah, Luo King is just like the... Oh, that, though. Fung gets taken out. He's still convinced that he's going to be here. So this adjustment is genius from Luo King. I would have thought at some point, maybe, that they're expecting Luo King to maybe be around long. Elisa was just not convinced. Waiting for the day that they give us Chinese voice lines in Valorant outside of Ice on Stage. Wait, so you can't have, like, language localization for Chinese in other regions? Because I was considering doing that. This is a tech pause. So I feel like we at least get a bit of a minute. Does anybody know if the tournament client is the same in China as the rest of the globe? Does Ryan speak Chinese? No. There's no joke there, no. Split 2 will be on like whatever latest patch it is at that point. Shanghai, I'm pretty sure will be on... It'll be on 8.08. Or maybe even 8.09. Because like 8.09 would come out... When did we get the patch? Last week? So it would come out next Tuesday, which is the 14th. But I can imagine that 8.09 like has nothing in it, just like bug fixes, general bits and pieces. Yeah, like usually when we get a big patch with a lot of balance changes, the one afterwards is just like maybe some bug fixes on like guns or utility. The last 2 games of Pacific playoffs are on the Viper nerf patch, apparently. That's not true. That was T1's coach saying that initially and then realizing that it was an error. It was like a mistranslation. So all of the playoff games in all of the regions are on the old patch. He's not spreading misinformation, he was just misinformed. You make it sound like it was intentional. 8.11 has big duelist changes coming up, which could be very fun. Yeah, I agree. I think the thing that's confusing for me, I've said it a couple of times, but now we have a break. 8.11 is literally the last patch before 9.0. And 9.0, we know that we're getting a new map, because that map is going to be announced at Shanghai Grand Finals. Because it's the start of a new episode, I imagine we'd get a new map pool too. So I think this is Riot's attempt to, like, if there's like duelist changes, big changes there, I think this is Riot's attempt to go, for the pros at least, you got a couple of weeks to try out these changes before we change up the maps. But I also think they would announce, like, okay, we have a new map, but they'll also announce here, like, what the new map pool is. Like, we're getting rid of Breeze and Icebox, and we're bringing back Haven and new map, whatever it's called.
而且因为现在大家在员工重镇这张地图里面，除非你队伍当中有非常强的少尉，像 Vocatio 啊这种，对吧？一般其实大家都已经开始不带少尉。
This is the worst map pool ever.
所以在进攻侧来说，对于 T1，
I agree, but I also feel if you think it can't get worse, it probably can.
就是 Vocatio 一个就是 RB 了，整个的表现。
对。
It's a hard map pool, I think, too. It's very default heavy, very big maps. I feel like it's a lot of maps that ask a lot out of you. Alright, why use in? Is this an eco round? Sort of. Like, buy next, essentially. The showstopper from life. You're in a 4 versus 4. Feng Feng's down. You got an orbital strike. You got a Thrash now. 2 away from a Viper's pit. Orbital strike's just buying a bit more time. Even like just breaking it here for life. That's brave for Luo King on 29 HP to be reloading out in the open, but I guess he's just there for like information. He's like, I'm 30 HP, just I'm gonna die. I'm gonna see when they peek and who it is. Kai, how has he got 2 there? He eventually gets taken out. But hey, Bane, why you peek off of him really nicely? I almost felt like a human shell after that many hours of streaming, yeah. Streaming is hard, man. I think streaming's harder than doing like broadcast work. Why are teams running Fade instead of Sky? Oh, why? I think because Sky is still amazing on this map. Like, just the utility just fits it like a glove. Are you still working with Sliggy? In the sense that I'm uploading these VODs to his channel, yeah.
刚才这一回合，因为刚才在打之前，其实方 plus 基本上大家大招都只差1到2个技能点了，所以接下来的话是一个可能3大4大的一个情况。但是不得不说，是小开刚才这波击杀之后，他可能上。
We need a duelist that TPs onto players he kills.
也有点快啊。
因为刚刚其实有注意到 T1的整体的终极技能。
How would that even work? Trying to think of any like broken examples. Like you just play with a Phoenix. Phoenix runs in, gets the kills, and you just TP to them all. I don't think we'll see anything like that because I think Riot have always said that Neon will always be like the fastest agent in the game movement-wise, but Jet is the most like explosive movement with a dash. They say that, but then you've got like Ray satchels and stuff. The thing is, we need more dive duelists. Like until they make changes there, like Jet and Raze especially are going to be like top of their class. If you make another agent as a bigger dash than Jet, then that's just power creep. And I think, I mean, I come from Overwatch where power creep is definitely a thing. And there's instances of it, I think, in Valorant, for example, like I think Astra's been sort of left behind, especially with Cloves Edition. But I think Riot have been very good with agents having like an identity. Maybe the like agent doesn't necessarily hit the mark, like Yoru. Like, Yoru initially was just a pretty poor agent, but they reworked him nicely and they kept that same feel of what Yoru should do, like TPing around, misinformation. Nice double kill. Really nice flash too. Like this flash in the air is starting to finally get stuff from the get-go. Astra's global smoke is pretty massive though, yeah. I meant more like aesthetically, I guess. Like Clove with their like, especially from the music video thing that they had. It's like Clove is in like the cosmic world that Astra's in. They got Clove dancing around in the music video, doing all of this stuff. And Astra's probably just sat there like, what the fuck? Who's this? You kidding me? It should fight for showers now. Yeah, I mean, if it's just a straight execute this way, holding on to this is massive. But it doesn't matter if you've got like a raise ult that's just clearing 2 people here. Because if you're going from short and you're not really doing stuff for showers, next best approach is to just kind of burst through it like this. Because you had YRU that was in showers at this point, I'm pretty sure, like jump for the TP, and you've just like cut across them. If an A execute manages to take backside as well as being able to plant for free, it's retakes on this map are difficult enough. If you lose this, you're kind of shit out of luck. Favorite to win Shanghai? Ooh, I don't know who we're even going to see qualify for Shanghai. How about Navi? Oh no, wait. How about wait, I don't even know the results from America. Was America's last night? I was asleep at like 9 p.m. I'm getting old. This is where I'd make a joke about the teams that were like G2 and 100 Thieves won. Loud lost to 100 Thieves. If it was anybody else that said that, Silva, I would have said that you're trolling me. Okay, fucking 100 Thieves is going to win Shanghai. There we go.
没有给到他一个回防的一个提前量。Life 转到了管道的位置，让队友能够回来，来反抢一个登防的位置，能够接住队友啊，可以接到了已经。那现在就
100 Thieves wiped them. Wonder what kind of I mean, Loud are in such a bad spot then, aren't they?
哇哟，直接倒，还有超杀，这个时候是咬住的情况，看看留一手这个穿位，两人能架住啊。
This is a good retake though. K Ultimate's massive here to just push things back. You got 1 snake bite still. Feng Feng's just holding on like. This has been, I mean, the cast is going crazy. Heibei's flanking as well. He's cut across here. Feng's satcheled onto one side, but gets traded by Heibei. Really nice round again from Trace. What's the money like for FPX now? Probably went 42-9 on defensive halves. I mean, I'm a big fan of Boostio. Big fan of the IGL. It's also a vibes merchant. That's hard to do. You're an IGL, you're usually the bad cop. Vibes merchant is a good call. This is a good post plant though. Really well put together. I think also contextually, because there's a lot of people here that might not know about Trace. We can go over Trace in a little bit. I do parrot the same things over and over again, but again, figured today, never take pause. Alright, so, for Trace, the 5 players are Feng Feng, which sounds exactly like you think it does. He is the, like, shadow version of Kung Kung. Like Zibidi and Zbad basically does too. Jesus Christ. Who is mostly on Raze. This isn't very easy to read. Mostly on Raze, but he'll also play like Silver and stuff, role-wise. So for Jet maps, you have Kai, who plays like Jet and stuff. We're about to get back into it. But if it's not a Jet map like this one, you might see him on Sentinel, or flex into other roles like the Gecko. Heibei's the IGL. Genuinely my favorite and maybe the best IGL in China. Maybe Berlin beats him. YOU's mostly be like a Sentinel player, but he's like moving over to main initiator for the most part for this team this year, and it's been good. And Luo King, who is a recent addition, wasn't on this team for kickoff. He joined in stage 1 from Tyloo. And genuinely, I think he's been fantastic. He's not like smoggy performances where he's just getting high ACS and just fragging out like crazy. He is just Mr. Consistent. And when you have players like Kai and Feng Feng, even like Heibei can put up some crazy numbers. Like him being supportive is amazing, but also he is still getting kills at the same time. Whereas I think flexing before on this team was a liability. Flex equals Gecko only XD. In most cases, yeah, but Kai like plays Cypher and Killjoy on a lot of maps.
没有选择去夹击一个 B 大，而是选择往防守方重生点让峰峰去抓。
And Destroyer from Trace, the coach, is
但是 B 大的一个位置
he is the Chinese Eng, as far as I'm concerned.
虽然比较快，但是点内的队友倒的也很
At least when it comes to timeouts. He's the Chinese Sean Garris, actually, because Sean used to have some amazing timeouts for 100 Thieves.
不进来吃短炮，但是来福的枪更准。
That's brave. It worked, though.
Locking 的回复被下掉了。
But it's still a 2 versus 2, and you've got one player that has a sheriff.
手里现在还有一颗燃烧榴弹。
Wingman's going to get on it. There's no molly, actually.
对方的一个位置能不能拉出来？
So Wayu's had to give up their position. You got Hebei playing in hookah. Still has a stim, but I don't know what you can use it for. Skydog's still there. It is just pulling Wayu over, and if both these players are pushing him, he might win both those fights.
不太够了，对于
Hebei was about to drop down to potentially help him, but with time low, Ayan can't afford to really go for it. Holds onto the gun.
可惜吧，打到了最后的一个1v1的情况下。 但是 T
And Hebei actually dies to spike.
存在，包括是方 plus 枪线上的劣势，回防的清角，从防守方重生点开始，再到 B 大这一系列的动作，耗费掉了太多的时间。
是的，虽然这一回合 T 的人全倒了，但是 T 在连胜的情况下，他的经济存留非常好。
而且我不得不说，虽然这一波来福一个人差一点点打出了一些机会，但是晚安焰火仍然用在了一个没有赢下的回合。
Yeah, he takes it hard on this map.
现在暂停必须再叫出来。
I feel like this half has gone on for ages, but I guess it's because we've had 2 tech pauses. I think this is the first timeout that we've had.
方 plus 在
But sorry, FPX have already used one. They're using their second one for this half.
直接想在上半场，其实
Yeah, this is a Destroyer.
上半场的比分定格在48到57，最好
Biggest Chad coach I can think of. And this is also, is it Yie? Yie used to be the head coach of Tyloo.
包括峰峰，包括小开，包括刚才我们一直在聊的进攻性非常强的 Locking， 整体的一个提速能力一起来了以后，今天确实 FunPlus 前点有点接不住，所以要不要考虑什么？要么就是之前选择的，单点那个。
If you maxed out on cash, some players will intentionally die to spike to get the death or orb. Copium.
纯粹放点的话，可能也。
I was like reading it until then, and I'm like, wait, and then I saw Copium, I'm like, okay, never mind.
差不了多少，但是今天 TE 主要做的更好的一个点是，他们在站下包点。
It took me a couple of years.
因为他们在近点的时候，其实会
Like literally, I was on the analyst desk for I think 2022 in EMEA, and I was like, wait, why does this player only have like a couple of deaths? He's died like at least 3 or 4 more times. I didn't realize that dying to the spike doesn't count as an actual death. Like Hebei is still on 3 deaths. The game was out for 2 years before I even realized that. Like I know that like dying to the spike doesn't give you an orb, doesn't give you anything, but I didn't realize that it technically doesn't count as a death. Great flash again, like Fung Fung's movement. I'm surprised he didn't look forward, but the trade is there. Kai's utility's been a lot better, considering it looked like Trace were just going to keep getting stuck here. Like Fung Fung is just fucking again. And like now with this smoke, Fung Fung takes space, backs up. You got the Sky playing here a little bit later. I love playing here just because, you know, they're going to clear their seat, it's empty, and then the Sky will make their way up. Now they kind of need to, and the smoke is going to disappear. The Sky definitely needs to get moving now. Is why you're going to get checked here. They're not on the defuse yet, and time is starting to get a little bit low. They now know that they're here. They get the flash out just before the knife hits. It's amazing from YRU. Very unlucky, though, from Trace that the flash just came out right before the suppression kicked in. Crazy fight. How well do you think EDG would perform internationally-wise if they had Destroyer? I do like After as a coach. But yeah, like I think that what if I'm JDG and I'm Mr. Moneybags over here because JDG has like so much money, I'm buying out Hebei and I'm buying out Destroyer. And then you keep players like Stu and stuff. I guess it's more of a question of like how good Destroyer and Hebei's English is. And if I'm putting together a team, that's like the core I start with.
就起码他的回防现在真的不能够说是再出现这样的不停的掉人的情况，而且你要
Surely FPX get this 4-8. You'd be worried otherwise, because if he's above the timeouts already, they have a buy here. They barely have enough money. This is round 11. If they lose this, they're basically on an eco for round 12. So it's all or nothing. You have an orbital strike, you almost have a thrash, but Feng Feng has almost got another showstopper. He's only 10 and 7, but it feels like every kill that he's got has been massive. Feels like he should be like at 15 and 8. Ayang's fighting. Are they going to try and peek off of this? Oh, they were ready to go for a position. I like that Ayang was brave enough to go for that fight. He even has a little bit of a gap here. So 2 versus 5. Kai's pushed up into hookah. He's going to get cleared by the wingman. Is this going to be an Ayang ace? And Leo King doesn't really have anything other than a snake bite. Let him get the ace. Oh, he flubbed it. He flubbed it. But it was still a good effort. The fact that he went for that fight, it was risky, but I think that's the kind of stuff that FPX need to be doing. Because you could see that Trace, even though they had taken shot, they were ready to set up for like this next like taking back site aggressive play. And they lose the Dizzy up here too. So maybe they were like a little bit screwed that they couldn't pick up the Dizzy, refthrow it, re-aggress for backside.
Yeah,
Ayang is fresh, orbital strike, showstopper, a little bit of a low buy though with a stinger. A lot of stingers actually.
所以他们又只有一波容错，这种枪打的时间越长 ，FunPlus 越占优嘛。
他就这3个大招，现在加上这种多封刺的情况，就是要的什么技能。
Again, I have to check if anybody's close. Trace have to respect it.
对，那其实对于FunPlus 这边的一个反制来说，其实 Berlin 的一个意志刃在第2次。
They try to go for this. You do have the gecko over here, like a thrash, a cross, and an orbital strike combo. Could be meaty. Is there any chance to use the orbital strike? No. Actually, Lysol gets caught out before he can use it. They really weren't expecting this fast P execute. There comes the thrash on both sides. He null commanded just before, like, just a little second too late. Nice round from FPX. I mean, Ayang gets a lot of stuff done. Risky. Pandemonium fight, though. What's the second map? What is the second map? Lotus. Lotus and Sunset are the other 2 maps.
咱们也说了，这个喊暂停的这个问题，你下半场怎么来调整，要靠队内选手在场上自己的调整能力了。但是我们不要忘记了
How would you make a China All-Star team? We'll do that in the break. We'll do that between maps. If somebody reminds me, we'll do it then.
他们在进攻的时候应该能把节奏去抢回来。现在其实轮到 T 的一个防守了，能不能经住这样的考验
I think I've been meaning to do a bit of a tier list as well with China at the moment.
成功率的比例其实还是差距挺大的，首方56，这是得益于他。
I expected a boring FPX and EDG win. I mean, to be fair for Trace, when they were playing a qualifying game against EDG for Madrid, the first map was super close. It was this map that like Trace looked bad on, bind. But I think specifically that was like Flexin, who isn't on that team anymore, looking horrendous. He didn't know what fucking day it was. He's there just like, he's like a sim just running around like Wabanubi. Didn't know where the fuck he should have been. But yeah, Trace is good. They haven't been, like, the loss against DRG made people kind of go, oh, okay, fraud watch time, perhaps. By the way, I don't know if you can see it properly. If I move this, this is what they're doing. They're like copying emotes on the side here. Which hopefully is something that they do for Master Shanghai as well. You think top team scrimming in China for Shanghai will raise the overall level? Oh yeah, for sure. But also, like, if you're a China team, you can scrim against Paper X, you can scrim against Gen G and DRX and stuff like that, right? Like, the ping is not that bad. Beginning to repeat the emotes though? Yeah, there's only so many to go for.
今天其实没有退路的，双败对于他们来说是容错，但是对于他们来说更是一场心气儿的较量。
Like, we've sort of watched every game, right? So we see them on repeat. But like,
谁能够成为第一支前往在家门口，在上海的大师赛，这对于大家来说都是可能这一辈子当中最好的一次机会。
Autumn isn't the IGL, right? It's where he's sitting in the middle. I guess it's because he's the non-native Mandarin speaker. Tech do the same thing. I think they put RB in the middle.
如何来形成追分狂潮？
在起降情况上，来福这边也是一个轻甲双惊喜翻腾啊。
Probably good, like a good mental argument as to why.
整体的一个部署还是往 A。
Wasn't the recent EDG Trace game very close too? No. EDG battered Trace. That was only last week though. So I was just making sure that that's up there.
TE 的防守回复是可以给你下包的区域，但是包点后点的位置你都别想。
EDG FPX was close. And it was a full free mapper and FPX won it. 2 of the maps weren't close though. So far though, this gamble of Trace picking this map against FPX is moderately paying off. Pick up this pistol, could be done, but Life is now trying to up the ante, be aggressive. This is not a great fight for him to be taken, especially reloaded there. You don't expect that the Viper's just going to push and walk out on you. He knows that he's right behind this wall. What a shit show from both sides. Oh, and Hebe goes down. YU sees a brief glimpse, dodges the wingman that's about to clear him, but Berlin's in the smoke. The wingman goes straight past and hits Feng Feng. Okay, and I have good information on all 3 players that are alive. Everybody's just missing their shots. Autumn isn't, though. Right, lifeline for FPX.
这回合的话，虽然身位控制已经相当不错了，但是 Autumn 的耐心还是有所收获的。
这份也是强行穿障云出嘛，让3个人从3侧。
I thought it was double overtime. Oh no, you are right. Sorry. It didn't feel close watching it, but yeah, it was double overtime.
波澜的，正常，毕竟首伤局嘛，双方的这个技能都偏少，就是看这种。
I don't know what I was thinking of.
这就是 FunPlus 比较擅长的做到的一个拉扯吧。
好，这就是 FunPlus， 你看。
Yeah, I can't remember. My bad.
方式对吧？直接是4重甲。
Why Flexin getting replaced by Luo King? I think Flexin wanted to go and play with Ice King for one at Tyloo. And I think just, for me, Luo King is just a much better player. Like, Flexin would come up some crazy clutches, but if it was it's like Martin for JDG. That if it was a bad series, they were just gone. Invisible. Whereas Luo King and like some of the losses, they're still like performing well. They're doing their job.
会主动的去前压，打你个措手不及，还挺有意思。
那现在这一分 T 因为枪械的劣势，直接来了一个5B 啊。
确实还是找到了对方一个重攻策，但现在这样
Tracer on an eco, all 5 players stacked on B.
控完资源，找到人之后再转也来得及。
FunPlus 绝对是不着急的，他没有
Just one jump peeking. Don't want to give the game away if you Trace.
对，而且现在所有的队伍如果把优势枪械
You got one watching here to watch if they're gonna push all the way in CT, which would be wild. I mean, they're gonna KO knife. It's gonna get 2. They're going in. They're sending the spike. Ebe gets 1, gets 2, gets traded. Lysol gets the rest with some crazy guardian shots.
那其实也会掉到1把的一个长枪，应该是会把辽拳舍弃掉，捡回3把数位加一个狂徒。
EDG smart all game a couple of days earlier. Yeah, that's might have been crossing my wires. You know if the walk has to be the same as in China's Master Shanghai? I wouldn't see why not. Randstone into my soul. I know where you fucking live. I don't. Sorry. It's because I have the telestrator. I have like chat as a telestrator thing. It's really cool. I end up looking at this chat anyway because I don't know, my neck hurts. Huge round for FPX. Yeah, it could have gone massively wrong. It means that their bonus is pretty good, but they have bought up a little bit more than you might expect. Even buying up the Outlaw, just expecting that there'd be some half armor, which they're right on. I mean, Feng Feng is 10 HP, so he has to go get healed by the sky. Oh man, I don't know. Like yesterday, I just had a really bad like tension headache. I think. I don't know if I'm just sitting weird. It's a bit worrying considering we got like 3 more days of this, not including today. Alright, life goes for a peek. Luo King is just holding onto lamps. Spike's still not been planted. Turning into a bit of like an icebox meta this. Just keep stalling the plant, keep stalling the plant. Try to maybe force them to go for the TP because you still have a player here that might catch them by surprise. Spike's like left on the ground. Luo King is fighting really nicely for lamps, but gets traded. And now it's risky because you've got a player still over on B. You're almost hoping that they just go for the TP here. This is the gamble that Trace were hoping on, but it doesn't happen. Last player alive is Kai that has to flank all the way. You've got Brimstone actively watching. KO Knife to sort of check more towards backside here. And now what you can do for Trace, you just got to save. Why is China your priority compared to other regions? Because nobody's really focusing on China, and I watched a lot of it in the off-season. Also, I used to cast Chinese Overwatch. That's where I got my start. Like, I literally casted a player called Delete Brig in, like, the official tier 2 of China, like, a few years ago. Like, how could you not want to watch a region like that when it's just a wild west, it feels. Like when you have a player telling, like, putting it in their name. So wait, you can speak Mandarin? No. I mean, I did an English broadcast for China then. Chinese Overwatch was the best thing about Overwatch? Yeah, exactly. Like, you'd literally see them pull out, like, free, like, duelists, I guess, free DPS characters. This is a good timeout, though, for Destroy. You have to, doing one early to just be like, okay, what do we need to work on? Wait, Delete Break? Delete Brig is in, like, Brigitte. They were called Delete Brig. See if I can quickly find it if I search. I can't find it. Here we go. It's fair to say he probably got into a lot of trouble.
FunPlus 在进攻方确实是逐渐起势，但不得不说的是，今天整个 TE 的一个，尤其在上半场进攻端的一个表现是非常亮眼的。攒着劲儿的，就像我们。Is
Sinatra considered the GOAT of Overwatch? Nah, there's only one GOAT for Overwatch for me, and that's Seagull.
一些挫折和重击啊，看一下今天这一场比赛是 TE 能够去扭转这样的局面，还是 FunPlus 再一次重现历史啊？
直到现在，对方只有一份的这个重甲的情况下，依然是由 Life 把蟒侠摸了出来啊。
抱团前压。
Seagull literally also is getting like the A treatment as well. I just realized.
被阿阳给逮住了，看到了。连下2个，现在只剩小开了。
Dallas Fuel is like Sentinels. Alright, the anti-go so far going well. Just one player on B, one player on A. We wouldn't have Overwatch esports if it wasn't for Jane. No, I mean, Jane was like a year after the Overwatch League started. I always say that Wahujin is our Jane. Almost. If Wahujin was more like esports focused. And then everybody turned around and started hating Wahujin because of all of like the boosting allegations. And then I'm like, he's exactly like Jane because everybody turned against Jane on a dime, it felt like. How good was Carpe at Overwatch? Fairly good. I don't know how to explain it. You'd just be kind of like world class in some games, a little bit quiet on others. Oh my god, Luo King. I thought this was done. We're talking about Jane and Overwatch esports. It's 10 seconds. Oh my god, Lysol has to run away. Has to run away. They still need to plant. Don't melons this. I mean, Lysol has been, yeah, very safe pair of hands, and we're even. Yeah, I mean, I'm having that same face as well. Like, guys, how did 2 of you die to a Bucky? Watching Seagull and Moon streaming Overwatch 2017 was peak Twitch for me, yeah.
最后他在算的烟的时间呢，就是那个时间点，如果对方禁烟，他就在烟里等；如果对方不来的话，找一个主动的出烟做拆分的机会。他确实做到。
What do you think about FPX's triple smoke comps and Astra Omen comps? On Lotus, I really like it. I don't know if it was again preemptive because of like Viper nerfs, but like compositionally, it probably doesn't make much sense. But you look at some of the things that they've put together with it, especially like A main aggression on defense. Like having a paranoia and global smokes and like grabs. Oh my god, Luo King. He is literally keeping Trace together in this one, I feel. Great round to win. Good bounce back. I'm not one of those like analysts or coaches, if you want to call me that is very, oh, why are they playing Reina on Icebox? This team is stupid. They don't know what they're doing. I definitely think there's like optimal comps, and I think, for example, people should be playing a lot more Sage and Sova on Icebox than they are at the moment. But if teams don't run it, it's kind of like your job to learn, to be curious about it. So seeing teams run comps like that, I'm not going to be like, it's trash, why they're running it. And clearly there's a reason, and it's kind of on me to work out what the reason is. Either by just asking them, which is hard because I don't speak Mandarin, or by just watching a lot of what they do. Viper knows what kill Viper in pro play? No, I don't think so either. Depends on the map, but for Bind, I think we'll still see Viper. On Breeze and Icebox, we'd still see Viper. Maybe you see some Harbor come in to fill the gaps a bit, but Sunset, I think, is the only map where you might have played Viper before, where you probably aren't going to now. Also, it's definitely a case of doing a common comp but just changing it slightly is a huge advantage at the best of times. Especially if teams don't actively anti-strat you, which, you know, in tier 1 they should do. Showstopper backside. The nade, though, gets him. It was like a molly here, a nade here, and a showstopper here. Like, if you're playing backside, you're just dead. Now what you can do. 4v3. These players are kind of cooked up, though. There is an orbital strike. There's no mosh. There's no molly. I think so much of this relies on why are you just holding onto this ground as long as possible. Is there a Dizzy? There is. There is a Wingman. There goes the Dizzy. It's broken. They sort of know where Berlin is roughly, but you don't have another flash. Wingman broken. Still definitely know where he is. But you have nothing now. Why are you... Tries to eke in to close this out. Really good support from Autumn. Great fight from Luo King. Great trade again from Autumn. How he's taking these fights is amazing. Luo King is still making this close, though. But he still has to get through 2 players, an orbital strike, and a Brimstone hasn't shown their position yet. Really lucky for FPX for Autumn to go get that kill, because they were about to orbital strike then. Just Viper being this good in a map pool where she is at least viable. Literally every single map was just very tiring to watch. Yeah, agreed. Like, she just does too much, I think. Well, like a utility specifically does too much. Like, if you think about the snake bite, people were like, oh, it's not the strongest bit of a kit. It's a molly that does a good amount of damage. It vulnerables. It's one of the fastest traveling, like when you throw it forward, because you kind of like spit it out. It doesn't explode in the air. You know, like a medal, when you throw it in the air, it explodes, or like a Phoenix molly, you throw it in the air, 2 seconds later, it goes boom. Viper molly can travel across the map. It travels very quickly. It bounces off objects. Its radius is pretty good. And then like Viper Wall, you can put it up wherever you are on the map. It decays an opponent. It's long. You can use it multiple times. This combo though, it doesn't hit Fung Fung, and he's got a shot. How has he got out of this? Looking Houdini. He was good. I swear he was going to get a kill there if it wasn't for Luo King. You know where the race is. They're still backed into a corner. They've got 2 people shooting him. It takes 2 people to take him down. And now it's just, why are you alive with a Bucky only? It's no comparable character to Viper. Yeah, I think a lot of people say, well, Harbor is. And not really. And if you make a comparable character, would it be a Sentinel or would it be a Controller? Because Viper's kind of both. Alright. Tracer getting sort of close with these anti-eco rounds, these thrifties, but no cigar. I do like the change of not being able to pick up the orb, though. Yeah, FPX are making this attack side. A defensive side, sorry.
这个死角位置啊，其实是拖延了对方很多的时间的。
对，奈何这分确实枪械上的劣势。
I just think China teams would get destroyed at Masters. I think that really depends a lot on which teams we send from other regions.
毕竟刚才是一个局嘛，现在的话终于有经济了。你如果这分
I think Paper X would be good against China. I think T1 would struggle massively against some of these Chinese teams unless you've been actively scrimming them and you're like aware of them. Gen G potentially, I think it's very map dependent and who they play. But like for EMEA, I think Fnatic would struggle massively against some of these teams if they qualify. I think Heretics could. Wait, it was Heretics that won, wasn't it? KC could potentially. Foot could. I can imagine Foot versus FPX on Lotus. The triple controller versus Foot's like Lotus comp. I think Berlin would just be sat there just like, alright, this is what I live for, baby, let's go. Just which team could just play the weirdest shit. Foot would slap China, I think. Yeah, like, I think the way the Foot's playing at the moment, like the comps and stuff that they're running now. I think Turkish aim versus China aim, like, I know... I still think China... It's very close between them. Big kills just literally spraying for a smoke. What Riot really need to do is take from CS2 or just even CSGO. If you get a kill for a smoke, have a little like smoke icon. It would go such a long way to just helping watch this game. They'd just be like, wait, how did he get? Oh, it's for a smoke. No scope icon as well. What's another one? We have wallbang already. Fully flashed and you get a kill. Forgive the observer icon. Yeah. Like, I don't know anything about game development, so it's easy for me to say I don't know why they haven't added it. Yeah, Lua King has been worth his money today. Replay system, that'd be nice, but I also fully understand why Riot have been at least slow on it. Because you can't sell a replay viewer. That's one thing I do miss about like Blizzard. Like a lot of the stuff that Blizzard, like the custom, like game creator stuff, the arcades, the replay viewer, the improvements they made for like observing the game before the Overwatch League started. It's a need. It's easy for us to say it's a need though because we're watching esports. For a normal plebeian player in Valorant, they don't. People will say like, "Oh yeah, I'd use it all the time." They won't. They just won't. I'd love a replay system, but I fully understand why there isn't one in the game. And it feels like Riot are at least going to make it. But if they turned around and said, we can't. Like, it's just too much work, it's too costly. I'd understand that to an extent. More and more different position. Yeah, thank you for the posture check. You got a Gecko all the way back here. And then Feng Feng actually has the operator. No timeouts for FPX. I think Trace still have one more, or if they used it again. Had to add it retroactively. Oh, he gets Heibei in the smoke. Again, like an icon there to show that it was through the smoke kill, not visible. No timeout for Trace. Yeah, they had one like after they lost the bonus. Viper's Pit. This flank could be everything. Oh, he did a Mitch. He actually did a Mitch. He thought that this was the flanking play that we were watching and like seeing the timing. Because he just missed out on here too. Either that or he was talking about it here, but he didn't quite get on the angle. I mean, they're just saving. They're not even going to go for this. All smokers on Lotus with people spamming Odins through Wall of Peak Valorant. One of the first times I've seen people on Reddit and stuff being like, this was a horrible viewing experience. And it's not like aimed at the observers, right, Silv? It's not aimed at you. It was just literally one of those things of like, yeah, this is where the game started to feel a bit like Overwatch. And I think one of the easiest things, like, one change that you can make that's just quality of life that doesn't affect the balance of the game or the way that the maps are and stuff is just adding icons like that. But again, no clue how, if it's hard to do. I'd see why they don't have it now. Yeah, I mean, CS take a lot of stuff from Valorant, right? Being able to resell weapons, even like the UI to an extent. No tech pause. Genuinely, this is the most tech pauses we've had in China. So if you're new here, if it's the first time watching China, you're the problem. You're the one that causes all of the tech pauses. It's not Pansy or High Pockets, you. I'm trying to think of like other quality of life things that I've said about the game. I think one of the big ones for Premier that's been on my mind a lot. I think Premiere is a really good system. Sorry, it's not with an E at the end. That's Adobe Premiere. We're seeing more like Premiere going into tier 2 regions. Like we had it for Northern Europe. We had some teams come in through there. G2 Gozen did it through the DAC qualifiers. Like Premiere as a system like that is amazing. But one thing that they need to do, Premiere results should not be accessible. Oh, we're about to get straight into this. But I shouldn't be able to go on like tracker.gg and see a team's stats on Premiere, like what comps they're running, how much they won by, stuff like that. Should be like custom games where you can hide that information.
两个先锋在这边的 FunPlus 绝对不会冒险穿烟出，然后面对对面的双闪去打反清的。
是的，而且确定两个人在前点的情况下，那可能点内是一个重房子，可能是一个3人起步，所以这回合直接选择转点思路是对的。
对，而且因为
Doesn't China require a replay system in Valorant? What it essentially is, as far as I know, is like the AP. You know, like when you go into your like stats and stuff after a game, and it's got like the API data of where people are stood. It's like that, but a little bit more prepped up.
把灯房位置让开，让自己的名就发过去。哦，灯房的直接被穿掉，奥特曼瞬间拉出浴室想打通吗 ？Locking 的补防来了 ，Locking 补防。
哦，把浴室的位置。
It basically replays through the API and not through like tracking of stuff. They're going through the Viper's pit. They just cut straight through Lure King. Oh, why are you still here? 2v2. Oh, Niang pushes this. Massive kill.
只剩下了我自己一个人，手里没有任何能够支援的道具。
这个2楼的枪线将是绝杀，但是放出鲨鱼其实也同样的效果。
鲨鱼高票
又被抓到了，那这一分 FunPlus 稳稳拿下来，来到了盘点。
是，确实啊，来到了进攻端以后 ，FunPlus 整个的节奏流畅了很多啊。
FunPlus 在这种
It's no different a match that's been public in tier 1 and tier 2. That's true. But like not actual, like you can see where people are positioned at the start of the map. That's kind of what I mean, for one. And two, in officials you don't have to play every map. In Premier you kind of do, because each week is different.
就是对方一直有人没有露头，代表着基本位置是确定的，就是手夹方向想来做一个180度枪线的配合的，所以
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
这个节奏找得非常好。尔令现在差一个点儿，有无效命令啊，有没有可能接下来围绕他来尽量控一颗球啊？所以现在
Nice shot from Niang. 2 chances, and it looks like those 2 chances might be up. I mean, especially if Trace just keep picking into this one at a time.
对抗的情况下 ，FunPlus 已经大丰收了。
哦，就剩2个了，现在只剩2个烟的情况下有点难，现在只能选择 Locking 主动的从 A 小的前压，他去得主动找背身了，不然现在点内只靠黑背来硬扛，压力太大了。
提议这个时候有没有英雄能够站出来？因为他们再输1分，大好局面的员工重镇就没有了。
没机会4了，一点机会都不给。绕后还没到，点内已经掉。
那所有技能 all in 出来，然后
Well, 1 versus 5 for Lure King. He's been good, but I don't know if he's been that good. Not quite. Flawless way to end it, 13-10. Really nice comeback from FPX, but genuinely good effort from Trace. This is going to be a really hard series anyway, because all of the maps that Trace like, FPX also like, and FPX being a little bit better on them. Case in point, like Lotus coming up. So, I think it's just 2 defensive round wins, right, on defense. They lose the pistol, they lose the bonus. And this is literally just a default. At this point, FPX are doing nothing. Just Trace walking into the guns one at a time. Tier list for the map break, I think. Yeah, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, super team as well. Let me just stop recording this for Sliggy, because I'm putting the VODs from this up on his YouTube channel, because he is only one man and can't be watching all of the Valorant at once without having some real bad health issues. You have to be off your rocker to be doing that, I think. OBS. Those 2 rounds before the half are huge for FPX? Oh no, absolutely. Like Ayang winning this round especially. And this wasn't even like Trace playing that, like Trace didn't overextend. It was Ayang getting the read that he needed to make a play before Trace were allowed to try and take back sight. So now we get to see the triple controller from FPX, at least if they're still going to dedicate to using it. Oh, this was from before. I was like, oh, what's going to get leaked? So we have got FPX versus Trace. I put Trace. Map 1 is Bind. Stage 1 playoffs. Oops, sorry. So for people that have never watched or haven't really been watching China that much as a region, what are we thinking so far? Are we impressed? Are we feeling pretty meh about it? What's the vibe? Now, what are people feeling? Wait, even Shanks isn't watching today. What the fuck? Where's Shanks? If there's one person that you expect to be on for games like this, like we need some of these rounds where it gets a little bit silly to be like, hey yo, that's how it needs to end. The fact that he's not here is like, where's the other Ryan that watches China? He was. He did a 30-hour stream. Of course he fucking did. Shanks got tired. What a silly sod. I think everybody got fucked because 3 regions playing on the same day. That too, yeah. Like I don't usually stream EMEA anyway. Like typically I'll watch Pacific and China, do like work and stuff, and then by the time EMEA starts, it's like what, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock? Beth finishes work, so I'll meet her and then just, you know, chilling for the rest of it. What do you think makes FPX consistently better than Trace? Is it strat diff, aim difference, or what? I think, man, it's tricky. I feel like they were a little bit more like disciplined. Like both teams were really good on attack, it felt, just because they were well thought out. Like both teams just struggled with defending full stop. It's not like FPX were complete god tier. Like Live's been performing well. I think Ayang really stepped up when it mattered. Especially like round 12, where Life comes in, he gets, Feng Feng executes with a showstopper, gets Lysol when Lysol has his ultimate, and then it's like an Ayang Autumn 2v4. I think it's like Life and Feng Feng were pretty head to head, but we just saw like a massive gecko diff on this map.
那看一下整体的数据啊 ，FunPlus 这边首杀今天太多了。
对，这张图主要相对来说的话还是比较。
If I took those DNA tests that tell you the risk practice for stuff, wait, what is this conversation?
所以在防守方想用盖克来拖时间的难度确实比较大啊。然后率先击败率这边的话 ，FunPlus 今天确实是领先了7个，这也是我们聊到的。 现在的队伍来说，
I don't see FPX losing Lotus. Nor do I. I mean, we can look at the form for them. We'll throw it to a break when these guys when these guys throw it to a break. But we can look at it this way. This is my little box of tricks. Lotus. So FPX, yeah, beat Billy, beat Nova, beat Wolves twice. They beat Trace as well. I'm pretty sure this was one, yeah. FPX undefeated on this map. They're undefeated on it in China. Did FPX play it in Madrid is the question. Sorry, let me just up this and get everybody.
Hello， 大家好，我是维嘉。今天的第一场 BO3 是 T 与 FunPlus 的交手。第二场比赛
This is a bit messy, but it's the way to go about it. But where is all of the teams?
让我们听听粉丝们的加油声吧。
Oh, is it only got some of them because there's so many games? I think that might be it.
希望今天 FunPlus 2比0拿下比赛，在总决
Do
赛
it this way.
上与 EDD 再次碰面，然后拿到。
No, they are undefeated on Lotus this whole year. Never mind, I lost the common call. But they were playing their like chamber stuff in. So with this like triple controller comp, they're undefeated. Yeah, you're right. Killer Fox are on chamber and stuff. It's a bit out of order, but whatever. It helps my brain. Yeah, most of this sheet was put together by Leica, who was the assistant coach for Ascend way back when, and then I've just like chipped away at it over time. Oh yeah, Berlin against KC Aware, just that whole series. How many first kills did they have? It was something ridiculous, like this team, and then match history. Wow, it doesn't have China, right? 27 first kills. They had 14 first kills here. Like literally 2/3 of the first kills on this map, and they lose 13-8. Like more first kills on both sides, and they still lose. It's crazy. But it goes to show like how close FPX are, I think, to doing well. Right, sorry, I need to run out so people don't get them in the middle of the game. You can obviously Twitch Prime, sub, Twitch Turbo, watch on YouTube, ad block. But for most people, I just want to make sure that people don't get ads right in the middle of it. So sorry about this. Blame Twitch. Don't blame me. I'll go do that. Yeah, winners of today go to China. Well, they're in China. They go to Master Shanghai. So there's a lot of stuff there. Wait, why is the ad manager there? Also, thank you very much for all of the follows. We very recently hit 58k. Goal would be for 60k probably by the end of the year. I think that's probably a good goal. So if, just to be clear, like we typically watch China, like this stream is mostly focused on watching China. Sometimes we watch Pacific when there's no China and Pacifics on, and we'll watch like Masters Shanghai, Madrid, and Champions. But this is like the China focused watch party. So there's days where you see me live, it's usually because China's on, and if you want to learn more, then you know, follow the stream, because when Pacific's on at the same time as China, we'll be focusing on China. You can obviously watch like Sliggy and Finesse and all those people for Pacific, but we're just focusing on China basically this year because there's no English broadcast, so I'm not working on EMEA at the moment, so it's a good time to like focus on some other cool Valorant.
是的，这张图的话，两边的阵容其实一个就是现在的主流 T 这边就是黑梦双烟嘛，然后另外一边 FunPlus 刚才你一直在聊的一个3烟情况，就是虽然他们这一边没有少尉，但是一个星坠一个魁驰，刚才你也着重点到了这两个点，这两个点的突围能力其实都很强。
Sorry, I just got an email. I just want to check.
直接的少尉，但其实就算来到了防守方，这套阵容玩起来。
I also got a closed alpha access to the Marvel Rifles game.
阶段三烟其实我觉得唯一可能说有缺陷的就是对团队的要求有点太高了，这是需要你每个人，就是他每一环都很重要。三烟其实最不能接受的就前20秒钟的情况下，我有白掉一个人，那这样的话我整体5个人联动的控图就做不了。是的，但是呢，这样的阵容
Marvel Overwatch. Yeah, I mean it'd be fun to try it at least.
相对来说压力会比较大一些啊。
We'll probably be getting into agent select. We kind of know what the agent select is going to be. so I'm not too worried about that. So I'm gonna go for a quick win, and we should all should line up nicely. So be happy.
幽影的暗眼来说的话，其实不像常规的先锋来说那么好用，但是其实对手的这种黑梦双烟，总的说起来的话，黑梦也是一个信息类先锋嘛。
对，
相对来说，半斤八两。
他们是有一个过渡的，就莲花古城当中，他们应该算是经历了3个阶段。第一个阶段是霓虹盖可的这样的一个体系，可能在最早一点的时间，进化者系列赛的时候。 公开赛的时候这个情况，然后当来福加入之后，他们是会选择让来福在像日落之城、莲花古城当中去玩上伯乐，是，但上伯乐这也是比较偏向进攻的一个选择。然后在马德里的时候，他们发现这一套其实并不是最适合他们拔高上限的，然后又回归到了他们在之前。其实你要说这种3烟的这种是一个强化像霓虹这种跑图控图的一个最后的衍生，哎，
但是既然已经是3烟了，之前。 首秀这个英雄，而且呢是只在四川东港现在玩过1次，有没有可能梦蝶也进入一个这个3烟的轮换当中呢？我觉得也说不定今天做一些改变。
其实我觉得木蝶这个英雄，首先是比较吃选手个人，对，因为你要像有来福这种6芒星比较综合的一个单兵作战的能力的选手，因为木蝶跟 就传统现在无论是3烟还是双烟的阵容里面，他是没有办法直接把木蝶换进去，然后把那个烟尾摘出来的。对，木蝶这种英雄是必须要围绕他自己去搭建一个体系的。这是因为 FunPlus 他们也有契机，在森寒东港里面，他们其实在马德里上的一个表现，让他们放弃掉了瑞娜以及杰峰的双决斗体系。所以在回到 Stage 1的阶段之后，开发出了木蝶加入到其中，换成了3烟。 但是对于很多其他的战队来说，他原有的一套战术体系，他已经非常习惯了，他没有办法去推倒重来，为木蝶再去设计一套阵容。
Comps the same, yep. Triple controller, still for FPX.
还是他们的盖可的这一套啊，然后 TE 这边
And then Trace running the old Fnatic comp. How's the stream? How'd the game so far? We've only had one map so far, which FPX won. It was Trace's map pick. This is FPX's. And overall, I'd say that like it was a good map. Both teams played really well.
暗眼推出来，然后包括是一个丢出去。那这种情况下，其实
What is China cooking?
只要能够进到包点里面找到弱侧。
I mean, Sliggy would have seen the triple controller comp at this point now, right?
阶段来说 ，FunPlus 这张图是一个5次全胜的战绩，而且它攻方胜率甚至高于它平均胜率70%，达到了70%。
He hasn't watched it yet.
总的来说 ，FunPlus 在这张图它的进攻会更胜一筹。
就简而言之，24年没输过。FunPlus
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
他们的头号金字招。
Is triple controller good? What was the result of it before? It's undefeated so far, and it's played like 4 or 5 times. But it is China, so you never know. Might be really good and up against other regions and stuff, but it might just be that they're up against like pretty like bad opponents in comparison to what you'd see in other regions, for example. So yeah, it's hard to really get a good gauge, I guess, of what the like level of it is, I guess.
比如说像曾经的微风岛屿等等的这种各种地图的战术，它在我们整个 CN 赛区里边，它绝对是什么战术大师队。
对 FunPlus 包括他们教练 Nathan D 的一个风格，本身就是善于去在选手让他们在选手在这个战术和体系里面去发挥自己，而不是个人能力大于一切的。
对，其实大家可能曾经会比较熟悉的就是盖可这一套的话，比如说像 Corp 那边是盖可加上一个。
So let's say FPX is the team that uses the most Astra. Yeah, because they play Astra on Breeze and then they play it here. There's really not that many other opportunities to use it, really. Yeah, good test against Trace. Yeah, I mean, especially against Destroy and Heibei. If there's a time to see it countered, now would be marvelous for Trace. Did the imports learn Mandarin or do the teams with import swap to English? Depends on the team. Like, boring answer, but yeah. Alright, map 2. FPX win this. They go to Masters Shanghai. If Trace win this, we go to a third map, which is Sunset. So, FPX still running triple controller. Up against a good opponent. I think like FPX like 5-0 with this comp. It's crazy. And last time that these two played on this map, it was 13-10 to FPX, but FPX were playing a different comp. So Feng is in, cutting across again, much like he did on the Attack of Bind, but great trades, good like playoff from Lysor here too. It means that this plant is a little bit more difficult. You got the smoke here from the Viper. That's the other thing as well to add, which we'll go over when we get a second. Different defensive wall from FPX. Not this usual one.
对面鬼魅也会让你挺难受。
不好搞呀，刘一手现在在 A B 令这个石门。
Hebe is going to catch Lysol completely by surprise here, but he just whiffed a little bit. Not quite the weapon for it.
那第二时间，因为
And I like this call actually from Berlin. For the Paranoid to go across.
但是因为魁射还没有到，还有独木的效果。
You got two people flanking all the way around, so you're planting nice and open. You can play for this space a bit more. King has a smoke, which I imagine he's putting right here. So you got a player in stairs to play off. They got smoked off. Everybody seems to be going through Trace. So this is like good repositioning from Trace too. Just a player advantage. Everybody's sticking together from FPX, making sure that if somebody goes down that they get traded. You got an Astra smoke here. You've got Omen smoke on the plant. You've got a Grav as well that was used. There's the trades. One snuck past with Hebe. He doesn't have a snake bite, so he doesn't know that they've got off of it at this point. Now he does. He's able to get off of it. Jump in, click with the classic. Oh, they're both so low. Is this doable? Not quite. My god, what a shot from life at the end. 17 HP, 36 HP. Time was getting very, very low there.
方 plus 又把手枪就拿下来了。我们今天也看到了，他拿下来以后就是直接选择一个。
Trying to also, yeah, I realized I forgot to do that. But these breaks have been very quick, to be fair. Is the HUD not updated for the maps? I guess not, actually. Not something I've paid attention to. Good point.
是的，这样的一个多杀情况也让自己接下来是吧，快速的来到。
How do you think triple smokes work for FPX? Well, we can see. So they have the Viper wall over towards C, which helps them hold onto this space a bit more. And you'll see like an Astra smoke being put here, an Omen smoke maybe, Paranoias. If they want to be aggressive on A main, there's a load of utility that comes out.
双数位还是来把害灵提升一点容错率来加一个中奖啊。
There is a round in one of the like top 5 moments from FPX with this comp, which if we have time, I'll try and find it. At the very least, I'll try and find it over the next couple of days. Paranoia is going to try and push and take space. Why are you at least trades? And Berlin doesn't quite have the weapon for it. Oh, lucky that King managed to get out in that corner as much as possible. He's going to try and go back out there and take this fight, but Lysol's just ready for it. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from King. I like the idea, but it just... timing-wise didn't work out. Lysol gets another 2. Why would they try and play another smoke over a Cypher or a Killjoy? I don't think, like... Sentinels on this map, I think you kind of... Especially... I don't really like Cypher on this map too much. And then if you're playing Killjoy, most of your utility goes over on C. And I guess it's just a little bit too easy to read. With C here, you can contest it a little bit. You don't have the same like stalling power or stopping power, but you do have some really good utility to go for a retake. Like here, you don't need to try and fight this as much. But also, like, you can be strong side here and still have utility to go over on A to help these guys. Because you can just put a glow, like, one way here, you got an Astra smoke there. Life, bonus round for them. They peek, they go down. So just keep paying attention to some of the smokes I put in here. You got the Viper Poison Cloud, you got the Grav just behind it as well that can stall stuff out too. And King just TP's right in. This bonus... I mean, this bonus is looking like it's going to win the round. See what I mean? No, like, you see Trace, like, they're not even properly in just because of all of this, like, abundance of smokes and utility. And Autumn gets an ace on the bonus. How do you think this comp would square up against the new comp that Paper X is playing? I think pretty well. I think this is just a very, very mid-roundy kind of comp. Like, very mid-range. Like, it's not super aggressive. It's not super good at stalling stuff out. But there's just an abundance of utility that can keep coming up. Like, you can use your Astra Stars on various stuff. You don't have them come back, obviously. But Omen smokes you can keep using. You can keep putting that Viper wall up. The Astrian. Yeah, you got one way. This round, like, no utilities really needed to be used. Kai's found some space here. You've got an Astra Star. You've got the wall still. An Astra Star over here. Dizzy Paranoia, like all that utility, nice and clean. Have they decided to not count the first map? You mean at the top?
是可以考虑去早一点把这个暂停叫了的。
是的，但是呢
Bottom is the flex for FPX, right? Yeah, pretty much.
是有所预判的，也有可能后边已经提前安排好的，也是有可能的。
那被对面抢了，你现在很难受呀。必须得早点叫出来，我感觉。
而且对方这个大招来的
Has there been a 13-0 in China yet? No, there hasn't. The only 13-0 we've had...
也是十足啊。
Well, we've had one in China, but we've not had one in China this year.
如果再掉的话
We had a 13-0 in the Ascension final
分的情况来，要
last
不
year.
陷入一个一口的这个局面。
因为现在其实
Trace timeout, understandable again.
做一些前点位的控制。
Although this is just before you have a 4-buy, so FPX can look at what ultimates you have, what you might do.
几波前点对抗时，
Always risky to do these kind of timeouts, but
就是因为
like
对面
says a lot that Trace and Destroy is doing them.
蝰蛇、星坠这样的英雄太能拖了。
Just saw the comp. What is this?
必须得
The
考虑，如果
future.
在前点拿到优势之后，在下一步该
Hold
怎
on,
样去抓
it's
FunClass 的弱侧。
The future.
现在反
Sorry,
正
that was really loud.
三烟现在确实 T 打的相对来
That's what this comp
有
is.
些无力啊，打的有一点儿就是被对方把地图分。
Kind of wild that a team that won 13-0 lost the finals.
对，就是你进到包点里面，
Yeah, in a best of 5 though, sometimes happens.
然后腐蚀，导致你都没有办法顺利正常的去清人。
对，而且我们之前也聊了，虽然他这个是一个三烟没有哨，但是这
Right, you got a 4-buy here, you got a timeout for both teams, so
一个星坠，他近点真的
it's a really good chance to see some of this. Like, you got just the start setup. And like the fact that you can pick these up and sort of reuse them. You got a 1-way over here. Not really fighting that much for this space is FPX. Maybe because they know that Trace doesn't fight for this space an awful lot anyhow. So they're going to try and fight C.
3B 主动在 B 外抓人吗？
主要还是想来控台球吧。
Like, look how much... They're just like, just take the C site. Just take it. We don't want it.
双下打一个1换1，把你的
Like, literally, they've just given up the site. Where so many other teams are like, oh, we need to have the Viper and the Killjoy over here because we need to stop this with like snake bites and... They have a Mosh that could potentially come out here. There's the Showstopper. There's the Astra utility. Stun's perfect. Blint's open the door. You have the Poison Cloud. You got Ayang playing like towards CT, just holding, just in case they decide to like push up and pass. But in both cases, Trace have not really got past this area. They've not been able to plant the spike. And there's no Killjoy there. Like, how? How is that possible?
对，而且因为这一波阿阳在点里面的
I think this is a lot harder to play than a normal comp, but the fact that you see them sort of fighting for this, that they have lots of utility there ready to set up, you have the initiator to re-clear this if they've inserted a player. This feels a little bit like they've just overfaced,
怪啊，那这一波
especially after they get like the first kill and stuff.
成功啊，这边 TE 终于是能够成功转 A 了。现在阿阳也只有43血，自己的
But Ayang doing much here is probably not likely.
但如果左为大进，难度有点大呀。
How is map 1? Pretty good. Oh yeah, the UI is completely gone now.
阿阳43血，这个拆分
They heard us call out the fact they didn't have the score, and it's like, oh, we're not giving you any information then.
King 这边是架了一个非常贵的，
先用碎石掩护，能拆掉吗？老 King 没给机会啊。
因为你一打
Yeah, a
3
little bit of
你要先搜1比连的时候
FPX overfighting,
还有
perhaps.
楼梯位置，整个的一个架设，他现在确实进。
Fighting the triple controllers to force the attacking team to go for a smoke at one point. I mean, it's the same as Icebox, right? When you have teams playing,
这种保护的服务
like normal stuff.
然后再来反清你的一个 C 大，但是后续其实 TE 第一时间真的没有进点，他就是在防你有没有这样的一个情况，所以连雷都没有交出去，就是为了清你后面想过来断我回防的，断我。
It's not, yeah, like you're definitely right because we saw it with the Clove Icebox game.
是拿到
It's not only like the attackers have to push for a smoke, but it's also if you're playing well off each other, you can push out of your own smoke and catch it by surprise, which is what caught Billy out an awful lot.
抢下来，然后让幽影去进行一个单挂。
3个大招各自占一个点。
这 TE
I think to beat this comp though, you need to find the signs of when FPX are calling
现在这两
their
边
bluff. Like last round I said, you know, they fought for this and then they backed off.
队友跟不进去。
Here, they're actually like stacking on the site and fighting it. Berlin, I thought was going to consider to go into it.
让这个 C
They're trying to nade it to break it, but at least
啊，被拉回来了。
2 play. Oh no, they did destroy it. I mean, that was going to catch potentially 2 free players.
3秒钟，然后峰峰没有到这个点后比较深的位置
But。they managed to just get in. Also, this wall, I don't know if that's intended, but if it is, you've just effectively given yourself a bit of a one-way.
接下来转点有没有思路呢 ？B 已经开始摸了，看看什么时候来开门，
哦，峰峰原点直接穿掉了，
那就真要进点了呀。
Berlin goes in. This is feeling a little bit like FPX are getting beyond it. This is what it forces out. This is what Saint was on about. Like, it makes pushing smokes like that scary. How did the show... How did it not get any kills?
后面位置直接被封
It almost kills 3 of them and doesn't actually connect onto any of them. How is that fair?
带走，
瞬间只剩下了留一手了，兄弟们，你们倒的有点快啊！我这回防
You literally do like 400s worth of damage and you don't get a kill.
点了打补强即可，峰峰拉第一线，自己没啥血。
对，峰峰16滴血 ，YOU 17滴血。
First time that Trace have been able to plant the spike though here.
手里还有暗眼，还有2
Like, in a natural, like, well, I was gonna say competitive round, but it's the same as before. It's a 1 versus 3.
第一条江线
It was 1 versus 3 before, 1 versus 4 now.
这个单挑，
手里没有去给 C 大来放隔断的情况下，直接是干拉了。
Trace have looked a lot better since the timeout though. It feels like they're getting good at like trying to bait in these fights a bit more.
主要我觉得可能
I don't know why Berlin had to push in there.
他知道队友爆过血量，剩下
That's crazy.
他现在
It's so unlucky.
子弹蹭到，但可惜
And then Fung on 16 HP gets another 2.
黑贝是点头的。
可惜可惜可惜。
Yeah, it's this. We need to like just
连追2分的一个情况，真把自己的
stick that in each time.
峰这边已经是5000多块钱了，现在身上的存款。
现在连追2分啊 ，TE 稍微好起来了一些。
这回合的话，方 plus 做了一个转变啊。
Don't
直接是
jinx.
重防来到了一个 B 侧 ，C 点现在是靠着技能打拖延就行了，接下来尽量不要再掉人这个思路。
土球仍然是
Three people facing here.
但小开
There's a lot of full contact stuff as well.
还是比较有经验吧，但他第一波把自己的道具全收了，那这样的话，
So what that like initial Fnatic comp is good at too is just, you know, prodding and probing around the map, not giving too much away. So I don't really like the sort of double initiating no Viper comps with the like breach and stuff.
叶灵吗？
Because you're giving away the game plan a lot, but you're just hoping that like it doesn't matter if you know that we're coming C, you can't stop us.
方 plus 反星要来了。
对，就是等你进来有没有机会。
Lin gets 1, fighting for the double doors as well. Just good duels. Ryu gets 2 before he gets traded. 1 versus 3 now.
放掉了 C 点，躲掉。
Like if you just go fully deep into C, they just go and fight this because they have
只剩下了峰峰一个人了。
a wall that can isolate this, they can poison cloud this, they can Astra smoke it. It's literally like if you go C, you're losing C main.
他知道你抢到了土坡，他看到了小开的位置，而当小开收
What's the thing that the player has on his forehead? It's like a sort of
C 大的一个态势。
这个
like
回合的
sweat
话
pad
这
thing.
个放这个叶灵有问题，我觉得也没啥问题。
Like a cool pad, yeah.
正常的把对方逼走近点这一步也做的没问题，但是后续想过的这一瞬间，开门直接给你卡住了。
主要还是我觉得方 plus
Usually you just put them on like your arms and stuff, but some players just put them on their head.
体现了太多在这一分的一个表现上。
这个开门开的太难了，就是放开点，靠着我的。
Yeah, I think the Paybreaks comp against this would do really well too.
一突和后边4个人
Just because like you don't care if they're smoking stuff, you're just cutting through it anyhow.
现在就是强行驱逐你，你可以去土坡，但是你别来我的 C 大前点了。
峰峰起了进攻。
Does Trace want to try A? They're so scared to. I mean, again, because it's like an onslaught of utility that can come in here. Like some of the rounds, you see like a grab here, the paranoia cutting across, and TPing on top of this, Echo Flash coming through.
想去的一个区域，他
A
们
lot of cute little things that FPX do on this map.
其实狙的这种长枪线的效果不一定能够那么好。
But I agree, like you can't just give this up.
大拉出来，
Literally, the only thing that worked there is you peek out of an opponent's smoke, and you manage to get good timing. You do it there with Fung Fung, you don't have good timing.
同了。
现在就架后点，他知道峰峰其实有明狙了
And trying to fight a bit back.
有可能被架。
Gonna wait for the snake bite to drop, and then he's got Thrash. I saw Paranoid hits 2, and one of them peeks all the way out for Heibei. And then Kai can't really follow up because he's paranoid. Oh my god, Lysor. When did he even... I didn't even see there was a player behind him. We had the minimap.
而且进攻方的明狙也丢了，这回合损失的好多啊。
Good grief.
因为明狙这个点
Yeah, Lysor's... I'm so happy for Lysor because everybody was just asking for his head after Madrid.
节奏的时候，他需要一些 X 因素来去破坏方 plus 的地图控制。那进攻明狙就是一种选择。当他没有响枪，
I think if we see FPX
直接把方 plus 这个3
like win this stage, I mean Life would be an obvious like MVP.
没有拿下来，且明狙到了
But I would be arguing heavily for Lysor.
我得说句实在话 ，AB 令的位置
Like we all know that Life is good.
直接建议
And he's an amazing player.
他如果动静
But the difference between Lysor from kickoff
不可能给到
going into this one,
高度专注度的
it's crazy. You could also argue Autumn for just moving on to a new role.
强，可能产生奇效，也有可能会出现这样的一个代价。
明狙已经到了来福的手里，来福和本令已经把 C 大给摸干了，同时在 A 大的前点方 plus 的地图控制区域反而又比较的宽广。 给你一种我在
He gets the Ryan Central MVP
把
award.
C 点抢通了，这马上要绕自己后身位，这个明居
现在
压力配的很
T
多。
已经开始被夹成了汉堡包。
是的 ，B 点位置想做一个前点的钉子位，但对方也不给机会，现在打得非常稳。
Right, now they're going to try and fight for A a little bit more. Again, 1-0.
情况下也能够尽量对于 A 点做
I've never seen this door being opened and fought for so much.
小开打了一个1换1，
Lysol's just going to fight this? Oh my god, he gets one. The Horn's going to show him up. He still gets another before he's traded.
拖住啊！
那包点里面进去损失很惨重，现在只剩
Lil King's in a great spot here, just as a stinger. Now he has to make an operator work, which could be scary. Thrash is going to be used, close the site, is going to force White. Who's kind of screwed here. Hits him. Paranoia is perfect to just buy a bit of time, but it doesn't actually hit them. Oh, he's just trying to scare them with the operator. It's not planted for him. The Horn, sorry, the C's coming in right at the same time as Lil King. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, I guess.
哎，这个 timing
Players walking out on site. Autumn, he's got half.
狙得先处理掉，
Oh, he's got it. Amazingly done.
而且爆的
Down to 10 HP too.
再拿一分。
What a clutch.
这个快
I don't know how he managed it, but
太恐怖了，
I think as soon as he heard like Luo King like walking onto site, he knew that he had it.
就是要打一个双人协同，但是仅有的0点几秒的时间差给他找到了。
残局对于对手心理上的拿捏啊 ，Autumn 这
Also, the sheer freedom for Life to just walk out of C and just flank the women off.
对方的节奏的这个抓取太恐怖了。
因为 Locking 那个位置是完全架不了爆能器
Wow, super close.
所以在他假敌爆能器之后，在 Locking
Yeah, we have it as a pinned message, don't we now? Yeah, Lexi's on it.
就在这转瞬即逝之间
Yeah, it's 1-0.
杀了2个。
I can even put it in the title if we need.
这回合的前顶又是摘掉了峰峰，哇，难了呀，进不了。
Because the HUD is gone.
没有一突了。
没办法了，因为其实在进攻明区内获得动
Round 10, force up, which I think is a good idea. Means that you got an eco for round 11. You can also just win this round.
穿掉了，奥特莫连出2个。
I think the one thing actually that you do against FPX with this comp, you buy like 4 Odins.
又被刘一手补
And you do your biggest cosplay of Fnatic and Liquid yesterday.
主动出来找茬，这个技能，这个 timing 啊！
Doesn't matter how many smokes there are if you're just going to kill them through them.
是刘一手的一个位置，
现在只要把包放下。
Lysol saved him last round. Oh yeah, of course. It was a fantastic clutch from Autumn, but the 2 kills that
一个防守方重生点
Lysol got.
爆能器已部署，
He's got a clutch here though.
开始找人了，YOU 现在手里，哎，要赌对了，对方现在手里啊，提前已经换枪。
Phantom versus Vandal too. Is that going to matter? Not with. Why are you getting that close?
YOU 的枪更
Nice
快。这一分 YOU 是终于帮着队伍啊1打2的拆分成功做到，再拿一分3比7了。
How's the start of the game been? First map was great. Really enjoyed watching it.
前顶已经是率先打掉了峰峰，包括奥特
Like I was a bit worried that Trace just wouldn't be competitive in the series.
个人发挥
Because
站出来。
like for kickoff for the qualifying games for Madrid, both were pretty like
这
bleak.
种选手的压制力存在在
FPX kind of destroyed DRG, and then Trace were close against Edward Gaming in the first map, but then the second map they just got bodied.
重要的一环。
Like here, I'd love this to go to a full best of 3.
但是选手的突出的撕裂点才有可能打开局面。哎，又来了。
Haunt dodge from Life. There's 4 players here.
这个双烟
There goes the aggression.
他一波前引的机会推住了。
Astra Smoke, Wingman's gonna clear some of this stuff.
被 T 加默认收了2个，
Look how many smokes there are!
没有收取到好的一个效果，阿阳直接退回到了点内。那这一回
Zilv, the EMEA observer that's watching this, is just shaking in his chair, like trying to imagine, like, oh god, sweet Neptune, how would I even observe this?
接下来的回防是有难度。
That's a great shot from Ayang. It's super important trade.
换1，而且
Cosmic Divide's interesting enough, but again, like, you have to peek out and fight through it. The Prowlers here are amazing.
2打4 ，Autumn 还在姗姗来迟。
他需要看2个方向，现在压力确实比较大的常规位置的
Like,
穿
Berlin's just wallbanging. Like, he's just stopping the plant. One man at a big wall, and he's stopping the plant.
一个近点的机会
Really good snake bite too.
确实牢牢的把 C 点给卡。
Omen Ultimate goes all the way over towards A. I mean, that wasn't going to be heard because of the Cosmic Divide, but you're going to see that they're using it.
队友
He's 30 HP.
外点能看的
Everybody else just rotating normally. Nobody's trying to lurk. People are pinging this, maybe to just keep an eye on it.
看看怎么说啊？
And Luo King, I quite like him just being in a position like this. He's 30 HP.
绕后形成夹
He doesn't see stairs. It's planted. These guys don't need to sort of face aggressively too much.
主动选择了
And this Viper Wall actually does so much for Autumn to get into a good position.
来反而会让2个人
I mean, he's going to drop and he's going to be just out in the open, but nobody's peeking. Nobody's facing.
单兵作战区
Good use of Trace to play time here.
很大呀。
Good double peek too.
主动想 补，但已经来不及了，时间压力确实太大了。
瞬间就
The Berlin Wall, God.
在 C 包点的防守已经是教科书的一个星坠发挥了。用这个
The Great Wall of Berlin.
让自己先送进包点，然后隔断了 T 2条枪线的情况下，顶着暗兽发现了对面已经到了一个爆能器能安置的区域，然后再把自己的头线给逼下来，进行穿板耗对面的血量。
I mean, he does a lot here, doesn't he?
不敢再去打这个 C 包了。
But I do like the TP. I just like the fuck this. I'm going A.
是付出代价了，就你连续前压，对方已经抓到了你这种。
No one says Berlin Wall on cast. Do not say it.
是2人架，就等3人架，就等你来。
这分 T 进行了一个接触，想抓一下 B 区的人，大拉过来，处理了，全部处理掉。
哇，这个大拉太致命了呀！
这是必须要做的。
There's nothing wrong with saying Berlin Wall.
第一个人的双拉就
It's Pearl Harbor that you need to worry about. Like that's the call you want to avoid.
拉身位嘛，魁父开起来 ，B 点站下来，看看能不能拆到3次啊。
这一波属于 T 的一个变速啊。
Plant is in. Yu's pushing up.
不错，已经拆分完。
Oh, the Bucky again.
虽然有发挥，但位置已经完全锁定。
Oh, he got suppressed.
最后一个还是可惜。
那这一分
Knife down.
比分定格在了5-7 ，T 在最后的几分里面把这个比分啊。
Is Berlin Wall a sensitive issue? No, no, not at all.
是的，
It was a wall that used to be up that separated East and West Germany, and then it got torn down, and now we have one Germany. I don't know though. There are a couple of Germans in here. I don't think it is.
将近60%的胜率，能够支撑他进攻战术的多样性，能够更加容易来部署出来。
主要对 T 来说，唯一可能不太舒服的，确实他们这个阵容。
It's not. I'm German. Oh, I didn't know that you were German either.
兼备吧，但是毕竟莲花古城是一张比较偏进攻的地图，攻方拿的分数稍微少了一点。
To be fair, you've got Bren saying with moments like this, like it's looking like the streets of London with like knife crime. Like that to me is like. Also, Kilios, what's the one that's in Pacific? There's like a town or a city. Summit Gaming when there's a knife kill. Like I remember hearing that and be like, why is it called that? Oh, because it's a city that has like really bad like knife crime. Hondo Gaming, that's it. And I'm like, we're saying that on broadcast now? Like, good grief. Also, yeah, 5 on defense. Very good here. This is the emote that people are copying. Where is Tondo? I don't actually know.
虽然观众朋友们很有范儿，现在场上这些选手们这范儿不是这现在来拿捏，得过一会儿。
Philippines
上台先拿着门票再说话，
谁有范儿？
对，就现在整个的情绪，整个的专注度必须在投入在比赛。
What are your predictions? Predictions for like today? I mean, I think it's going to be FPX and EDG qualifying. I think today is going to be a really like straightforward day. But it's kind of like I tweeted yesterday. We have the same top 4 for China for qualifying that we did for kickoff. And considering how bad China looked at Madrid, because they looked fucking horrendous, I would be worried that people would assume that like, oh, China has not gone anywhere in these last couple of months. And I can't express that. FPX look insane. They look genuinely better than EDG. This is the chance that we actually see EDG unseated as the #1 team in China. But also EDG have made some really inspired moves with like role swapping and stuff like that, right? So like I think this is a region that I don't think it's going to be quite there for people to not going to have their like Paper X moment for Pacific and like Copenhagen and stuff like that. But we're getting there. Good kill from Luo King. Season 8, Paranoia, all of that utility just funneling in, but the shots are hitting. That's the important thing. YOU's been good today. Like, playing single initiator against 3 smokers is hard, but I think he's been having good utility, and, like, he's positive as well. Yeah, 5 rounds on, 5 rounds on attack, I don't know.
这回合的话，主动来碎这个 AB 令的石门，确实是打出了效果。第一时间的回防。
Considering they lost the pistol and bonus, it's very good. But usually losing the pistol and a bonus is a death sentence.
是拉了一个震慑性的独木，在这个独木之后，如果你 C 大想要去吃到信息出来，是有可能被我单挂的。
It's like 100% more enjoyable to watch China because at least it feels new. This region is, for me, it's just Saturday morning cartoons. Like, you have some really cool stuff, you know, like big Digimon battles, mega evolvements, megazords and stuff like that in Power Rangers. And then you've got like Sooty and Sweep. That's what this region is. Megazords battling each other, followed by the Cramp Twins. And you're like, what the fuck is this?
就是很标准的一个要把 AB 令封住，然后把2楼位置封住来禁闭的。你这个独木拉出来，其实对方的回防点也就已经要来了。
又是科比，因为自己是一个短枪的情况下
Kai gets 2.
打了2个，还在往前顶。好硬，
这个位置确实。
Autumn's got 3 in a there's so many smokes. There's just too many. Classics and fucking free controllers goes way too hard.
然后靠着不断的这种枪械上的升级。
It's like literally you know when it was like closed beta and people with Brimstone would do like worm smokes where they just line them up like this? That's all this round was. Why would you ever go in a smoke like that?
这烟后这小标配都是雄鹿啊，
没毛病啊，
太夸张了这个。没有，我们想到了3烟能控制区域的玩，但没有想到他们还能这样。
Also, this is the other like FPX fight ball that they consistently do.
太夸张了。
手里，哎呦，有蟒侠。
Even a snake bite right for this corner where people are going to fight and peek them.
而且上分踢一起的4把长枪，这种情况下的话，那没办法，这回合纯 E 的。
Ed and Eddie. Ed and EDG. I like that.
写了一把正义。
而且 Life 每次就算拿到蟒侠，打的也很勇。
Fucking Berlin's lab.
他玩蟒侠真的很多时候是玩霰弹枪来玩的。
All of that utility on backside. Full eco. Like, Life loves the outlaw. Like, he genuinely, I'm just going to play this weapon every time that they're on a low buy. I mean, it works. Money, are they going to have half armor here? Because maybe Berlin keeps a hold of it. Ed, and Edward.
然后常规烟啊，然后单向啊，这种东西一出来，这包点里面都没有办法让 T 形成夹角枪线了。
打不出来。但是上回合也是 E 的一个一口局嘛。
对，
接下来才是 T 真正要发力。
There's a wingman stun.
虽然 T 抢下了首枪分，但是确实之后这2回合打得很艰难啊。
那这一分很重要了。
YOU。
Yeah. Like, just good utility. All right, Trace.
蟒侠的位置了啊。
What a sad round to lose. Like, they're not winning pistols all that much, and then as soon as they do, they lose at eco. Oh my god, Life! Christ! Literal life game.
而且 B 点的双人前压也有所斩获，现在已经是一个4人的。
I also like this wall because it does stop you from just effectively fighting for this space a lot more. Because then you lose information and stuff on B. Even a deep, like, alarm bot put in. Because if you put it here, when they're in, they're in. Know what you can do.
T 其实也是抓到地图信息之后，整个的一个判断速度非常快。
这个4打3其实对 FunPlus 而言有一些操作的空间。按一眼，然后丢丢都还有。
但是 YOU 手里没有技能啊，接下来想来抓人抓信息能力比较大。
Paranoia going right across. Ian, good fight from Feng. One away from a showstopper. The satchel, it still doesn't throw off Lysol and he gets another 2. He's 5 HP. Oh my god, the amount of damage that FPX is doing here. Because I guess like Life can just pick up another outlaw and it could like actually fuck them.
没有让 FunPlus 快速来到一个10分的双数分数啊。
那这一分拿下来，虽然赢得很惨烈，但是好在能把。
It would have been an instant clutch if you got that third guy. Yeah, you just don't expect it from him.
这个下半场双方的经济就是各自一回合，这样的经济就是谁绷不住就要炸。
Fantastic haunt though, again from YIU. My god. Trace do have another timeout. FPX still have both of theirs.
已经找到了一些 FunPlus 这边的一些。
Feng, is he just going to go in with a showstopper? Looks like it.
因为他知道现在其实 T 已经开始在做一些前顶了，那这个明居就有可能有效果。
Seize nade. Oh, it's just a seize, I think. There's a showstopper. There you go. You got him. Plan works out. Don't push anymore. Just get out. Take the gun. Get out. You can't even do that. You can't even do that. The call was good. I don't know if it was like in the Astra smoke or if there was a grab as well.
地图的范围。
对，而且毕竟有手隔断在的情况下，你不知道到底压出来几个，第一时间也不敢去直接回来看啊。
你看 FunPlus 在掉一人的一个情况下，他们把自己的节奏慢下来，来福一个人用明居单控一侧，然后后续再踩。
Oh, we actually have the thingies back. They heard us complain about it, and they fixed it. Okay, no, Life is just opping on the attack now instead.
默认没人，默认就是一个人来了。
They're still gonna go to C. There's 2 players here, and they're still gonna go in.
他其实看到了点内情况了 ，FunPlus 还要
Lure King still has a paranoia, and there's a Thrash. Thrash is gonna go in. Good luck, Hebe.
我还有一手无敌超杀，无敌超杀可以把这个位置全部。
Lure King gets across. Sees Yang. I don't think they hear the Yeoman TP in.
偷了进来。
等回防，等回防。
Yeah, just grouping up 2 versus 2. You got a Nightfall.
协同啊，尽量把协同给打出
And you
来。
got a Smoke and a TP. Anything else to work with? A Mosh.
对于
There's the Nightfall. It's gonna hit
这一分的2很难
both of them. Did it hit the Gecko here?
这个位置，水下的位置，暗兽也没有找到人。现在
Wait, Lysol dodged it. Did they just not catch him right in this corner?
阿阳已经退到点外去了，留一手点内已经先接了一人。
换点来到左侧，哦，一个大拉。
阿阳现在是
Didn't hit anyone, yeah?
可能藏住，但这个爆能器他是要近点来守的。
双方都没有技能支撑。
Nice positioning from Yang.
做到了
Missed both. Ugh.
来到了第10分
10比7的一个情况。
I didn't know because it switched away if he like TP'd over it or something.
越来越近了。
是的，这一分在前点位 T 已经连着2分了，就是要强硬的抓掉，不管你是本林来也好，还是奥托米也来好，我就要在你的弱侧里面先凿一个窟窿。
这个端这个狙直接往里。
Really good fights from Yang here.
没有想到对方重防侧居然是在 C。
Who's calling an FPX? It's Berlin.
T 在下
Berlin's not sat in the middle because they have Autumn in the middle because he's the
从战
non-native Mandarin speaker.
你都已经能感觉到，其实现在虽然比分差距只有3分，但是 T1的形势有多严峻。
Killed the guy on site and thought it must be empty.
现在为止2个在。
Yeah, like I mean, at that point you don't expect to find the Viper like holding onto that angle too.
接下来出现了追分潮，来打断对方的节奏，都可以来喊这种暂停。
其实甚至对于 FunPlus 而言，暂停都不需要用，
Because the showstopper and stuff was used towards A.
都用完。
So I guess it's more the fact that
就看对方的这个。
you hit the showstopper come in, you assume that there's maybe a couple more players towards A, and that they're being aggressive on that side. So that the C site is going to be pretty barren. So killing one, you go, well, they pushed us from A, so that's maybe like 3 players. We've got one here. What are the chances that there's going to be another player on the C side? Pretty like slim.
2个人的发挥，但是你会发现，
But it was really well played from Trace because it was only the raise that like pushed up. I think you had the fade over towards A at the same time.
之后他们的
Like FPX are expecting to set up like this. So if they get a kill over here, they're like, well, there's 3 over towards A that they'll be rotating. There's maybe 1 on B. Not likely going to be 1 on C.
确实对方已经来到双数分数，压力比较大。在考虑到底是单飞将还是双飞将，还是要找机会，真的有些犹豫。现在压力太大了。
And life is just attack up in it. He loses to the Marshal. But I think they see like 4 players. Look at where Kai is. Yeah, kill him through the smokes. Give him a taste of their own medicine.
这波前顶有所收获。
确定不是在抓。
Nice bowling ball nade, but it doesn't really do that much damage. You don't get a gun upgrade either. You get 2 kills and you can't pick up any of those guns. Blenn's just nesting on them like some weird bird.
近距离交火了，反正他就根本没想捡这个枪，捡枪反而又给机会。
来了，新穿越2.0。
The FPX attack wall is so odd. It's like the you see a lot of teams do this wall on like pistols and stuff where you kind of go for like B executes.
看见头了。
Because you can just isolate off secret. But I think it just makes it very scary to like try to stack and stall here. Because if you try and stick too much on this side, this wall will just cut off people and allow you in this way. Or you can't like hold here without worrying like more of a flank. And you can't hold secret if they do push this way and decide to go their way anyway. Alright, Leo gets another one. Fung.
2打3，2打3。
Must be a perfectly placed wall that allows Berlin's little gaps, little blind spots to lurk through.
而且面前还有一堵墙啊，把自己卡得死死的，很难受，完全进不来。现在
主要现在其实 FunPlus 的位置已经选好位了。
爆能器同时已经放下来，现在2个人汇合之后能不能够做到
2 versus 2. And there's just no... Now there's a gun. Heibe's picked up the op. That's the gun that he's picked up to try and play this retake with.
把这把明狙回收回去，对，然后 YOU 在这边拖一拖看看。
I think they're just saving.
的枪，毕竟
Well, I mean, Heibe is.
除了来福以外也挺一般的。
确实这个墙
And
上。
then YOU's just seeing if he can get a bit more damage. I mean, the money is still kind of tight for FPX in places. Nice shot.
那你别说 YOU
Imagine if he goes and wins it right now.
但时间来不及了，想来非常找机会。
Luckily not, but still, good damage. You saved the op.
捡到这个明狙了，丰收。
丰收了吗？
The Berlin wall.
回到了峰峰的手里。
哦，对啊，这还是他原来自己的。
Well, we know at least what to spam now when we have, if we see FPX at
峰峰其实
但就这个意思。
Shanghai.
经济补回来自己的嘛。
意思对吧？一来一回就是这样的。
It was winnable. Definitely, like, in the 2v2, would have been really, really unlikely. If you'd picked up 2 rifles there, maybe you could have gone for it. But if the only gun you had available was an op, you might as well just save the op. What's the plan now, Batman? Smoke here, smoke across.
多烟体系下有隔断，然后包括给这种假烟，你明狙其实第一枪是开不出来的。
The seize was perfectly timed. Why gets one too? Also, at this point, I think every player should be playing a Phantom.
策略是直接被阻止下来了。
Good movement from Feng. Feng was like here. He had his nose basically pressed across A main. And now that this Viper wall isn't up because the Viper's down, it feels that they can sort of play here a little bit more. Still, just look how much they're like. They have 2 players watching this. 1 player now. 1 player with the up about to watch across, but Berlin's expecting it. Please stop shaking, Feng. Nice little off angle. So they lose him. Is that going to pull rotations? I don't think so. Lysel's been spotted. Smoke in Kai. I don't like Kai. Like, I'm glad that those shots came in that made him realize that trying to tuck into here would have been a bit silly. Wingman gets broken. Good. Like, this is what I mean when you're like playing with a killjoy. You kind of just have 2 people full time just watching the stove, which is this choke. Whereas FPX, when they were running just with this Viper wall, they're like, just take the site. We'll just retake it. Do you think the IGN being Berlin, not Berlin, will allow us to copyright it? I don't think... I wouldn't want to copyright anything. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we have the CN EMA emo. That's something that I want to spread across the masses. We should be spamming that a lot more today. First FPX timeout. There it is. In all its glory. How did FPX look on map 1? Pretty good. They were behind and they came back. They were 8-4 behind on their defense, and then their attack only dropped 2 rounds. So, very well done from them. This is officially the best performance by anyone versus FPX Lotus, by the way. We don't really have many good like Lotus teams in China. We had a lot of teams in EVO that played a good amount of it. Vuk no armor Vandal Cinema. Trace were good at it in EVO. They beat EDG if I remember correctly. Yeah, and then EDG started banning out Lotus. I'd say that these are probably the 2 best teams on the maps. Hey JT.
这是要把峰峰的一个明狙啊送出来控一下 C 大的。
Berlin 这个位置非常稳啊，没有给到任何的机会啊。
前点给烟过。
Fung is the up.
慢慢的把 A 大的前点
moved over towards C after the timeout.
C 区因为
Get to see a little bit more of like how FPX want to like scale up on this space, which is just an Omen smoke here and an Omen smoke here. Astra smoke here. I guess it's like if there's any position where they're on this angle, you can't hold it, especially with the operator. You sometimes like to be on there, get grabbed. You're in trouble. Even just like that pressure, you force out a prowl above prowl is used from YRU, and you get this much information. I mean, if you want to see why they run triple controller, this will be a good round to check it on. Poison cloud thrown in. So you have that constant control, Astra smoke, Thrash to clear the site. Oh, oh my god, he just like maybe clipped his ankle, but didn't catch him enough to detain him. And then the instant reset to go over here with your own like Viper wall.
而且还有这样一个分割 A B 令和2楼位置的一手毒墨，确实压力比较大啊。现在。
Yeah, Kai's gone down. Oh, why are you guys down Viper's Pit?
还有一手明狙怎么办？
Ah, this might be done.
脚步应该是留一手接在他的一个脸上。
Might be saving the op.
这个开门就已经是一个名牌了呀。现在
Really good pressure. Trace didn't have anything to stall this. The Thresh scared them off.
回防太难了。
Even like sort of faking utility a little bit with the Astra.
方 plus 的赛点踢的
And then just
非常巨大。
how quickly it went into a B execute there was crazy.
FunPlus 在这一分啊，把他们的一个 fake 以及是如何去抓到对面可能
这个过点，能不能架住？能不能找到？我看到晃身直接回，推了黑之后硬来9吗？时间来不来得及？有剑影，反身掉又被删，哎呀！
The fact it says a lot. Like they go for an execute.
一炮双响，但是没啥用。
哦，3个。
Okay, one more kill. You got a showstopper. Says a lot that they went from an A execute into quick pivoting into B, and they still had a paranoia at the end of it that they didn't need to use. Like what comp do you go? Yeah, we don't need to use the paranoia for an execute. Yeah, Kai like feels the pressure, right? That's just what he's doing there. Silly fight to take.
一个拖延道具全部瘫痪，进来只要开了回复，这份就属于FunPlus了。
这个道具瘫痪太致命了，让 B 大外的对方的2个队友太轻松的形成了汇合，没有拖住时间，没有拆分对方的一个站位。
来看一下吧，8比12的比分下，峰差1个点，晚安焰火，这种时候能不能力挽狂澜，救队伍于水火之中？
所以直接把他。
I mean, this I like it. Oh, sorry. Anastiggy's not live, so it's what we need to be doing. Oh. I mean, that's so much damage. Like, Lure King is 5 HP. Nobody else took damage. It looked like they did.
对，而且关键峰刚才还要关注他的技能，
而且他主要吃的信息太多了，知道你是
Traded all good. Yeah, but you lose Feng, who is a showstopper now.
直接选择
You're using the lockdown before they've even planted. So again, are we gonna see? You've just seen him last round like pivot towards B. It seems FPX's call is like, we have 50 seconds. We're just going to wait out the lockdown and then hit A again. And then if they have enough resistance here, just go straight to B. Like Lightsoul's position, Lure King's position is really good here. Life gets in and gets out without being traded. Is this done? Is this it? 4 versus 2. Lure King has an op and is 5 HP.
FunPlus 离自己第1张门票已经是如此之近了。
There's the op. Time no. Oh, a headshot onto Autumn, I think. Time is getting low. I'm getting scared. Is it done? Are we seeing FPX at Shanghai? Like there was any doubt that we'd not seen him at Shanghai, I guess. Oh, he's 5 HP. Just sneeze on him and he's down. There you go. FPX to Shanghai. Literally playing on the same. I mean, that's how much it means to China, right? I've never seen the casters get that animated. And it's because it's literally FPX are going to be at least one of the 3 teams from China attending Masters Shanghai, the first like international event within China. Is China League game quality improving from last year? Absolutely yes. China League game is improved from kickoff. Like this region is getting very good very quickly. And I'm not like, I know Achilles is here. I'm not like Achilles bat-chesting for Korea. I'm trying not to be that. Because so many people don't really follow China that I don't want to throw people off by being like, yeah, this is the best region in the world. There's some outrageously shit stuff that I've seen from China this year. But how quickly this region is learning and adjusting, and some of the creative stuff that they come out with and all of the mechanical stuff. Like, it's China. It'll be a contender for international events in the future. Pacific best region in the world. They have it. But you might actually be right this year. That's the problem. But you know what I mean, Achilles. Like, I think it's not helpful to anybody. The way that I think of it is like, if any of the if Tombiz was like, hey, I'm doing Master Shanghai, what do I need to know about China? That's the kind of vibe I'm going for. Because I'd be like, Tyloo, shit, I can't stand watching them. It tilts me so much. But FPX, the difference between them going into Madrid and now is really exciting. I was terrified for China teams before Madrid because I was like, oh, this doesn't bode well for them, does it? But like when you've got FPX running comps like this against some of the better teams in China and still dumpstering people, yeah, it's a good sign that I have a really good feeling about this team in the future. Sorry, Sprite.
大家都能玩得很舒服，然后我的想法也能实现，然后选手也能玩得很舒服，这样比赛也能打得更好。
创意是很重要的，但是更重要的还是每一个选手的努力和配合，才可以达到目前这么好的一个效果。OK， 那接下来把麦克风交给龟龟。问一下龟龟，因为其实我们可以看到，在第一赛段的 FunPlus 是变得更加的成熟和稳定的。那从你的角度来说，你认为几位选手在第一赛段有什么样的变化呢？
其实我有关注，就是我刚来 FunPlus 的时候，其实也有关注各种选手的第一视角啊，或者说我们训练赛的一些东西。然后我也会尽量的提出一些我的建议或者意见，然后帮助我们团队更好的去融合进自己的一些风格里面，然后帮助他们变得更加成熟，包括把握一些简单的双拉或者说一些协同方面的问题。
是，而且龟龟教练的加入也是可以让所有人的配合变得更加好。和NACD 教练是不是配合也很默契的？你们两个人？
是的，是的，我们两兄弟。
是的，那接下来麦克风交给阿阳。其实我很想问一下阿阳，因为在之前的赛后采访的时候，我记得你当时曾经和大家说过，希望大家不要对你们抱那么高的期望。当时为什么会说出这句话呢？
就是为什么说出这句话？因为我感觉就出成绩这种东西，其实不能说你们看好我们就100%能做好成绩。我觉得其实我们在比赛场上做好自己该做的事情，然后打好每一场比赛，做好自己的工作，其实就能够做到更好。所以我们也不需要太多人盯着我们，然后一直期望你一定要拿冠军之类的这种东西。所以我觉得有这样的一个因素，会导致我们每个选手压力都很大。对。
明白，而且我知道 FunPlus 其实咱们现在是站在了一个越来越高的位置上，无论是在国内的比赛里，还是在国际的舞台上。所以说，可能站的位置越高，看到你们的人也会越多。所以在很多时候，你们也会担心让观众们失望，是不是？
我根本不在乎。
不在乎这些是不是？但是你们想做的其实就是在每次比赛里打好你们自己的东西，把你们自己最好的风采展示给所有人看，这就够了。
这就其实我觉得，就像龟龟他跟我们说过一句很棒的话，我一直都记着。他说：“你打比赛、打职业是为了你自己，不是为了
任何人，
不是为了别人。”所以我觉得。我不在乎你们的看法，我只知道我只需要打好每一场比赛就够了。
打好每一场比赛。今天我们也看到了阿阳选手在关键局的操作，能不能再把掌声献给阿阳？阿阳加油加油！相信你们，以后一定会看到更加意气风发的阿阳和 FunPlus。那接下来柏林选手。其实现在各个赛区名额战都在不断的进行中，那有没有你比较关注的一些比赛和队伍呢？
这是 EMEA 非常可惜的，Navi 没有进，对我自己蛮期望这个新老 FunPlus 的对战，但是很可惜没有遇到，对。
只差了一点点 Navi。
是的。
那还有没有其他的队伍你比较想在之后和他们交手呢？
其实我觉得像不管是世界上哪个队伍，像瓦的每个队伍的强度都是很飘不定的，就是很多像上次的冠军 Sentinel 他这次也没有进，对，很多新队伍都会崛起，然后很多老队伍也不一定能维持住，所以我觉得每个队伍都。非常期待，都非常期待能跟他们交手。
是的，都非常期待，而且就像是 FunPlus 的战术一样，其他的队伍也是都在不断的变化当中。但是这种变化一定可以让我们的无畏缺变得越来越好。接下来留一手，今天还是披着你的鸡皮披风，给你带来好运了吗？
是的，我很喜欢这个披风，每次披上来感觉自己怎么说？很帅，很有自信。
很帅，很有自信。今天也很帅，很有自信。那拿到了第一张通往上海大师赛的门票，第一位其实永远都是意义非凡的。有没有什么此时此刻想要和大家说的话呢？
很开心，很兴奋吧，因为拿到这个门票，怎么说？感谢怎么说我队友的努力、教练的努力，还有在幕后的大家，还有一些大家粉丝所有人的支持。我作为个人来说吧，很开心，因为这一次上海是一次很好的机会，很有机会去。拿到属于我们队伍的首场胜利，我想什么？这次想尽全力去赢得这个首胜吧。
尽全力赢得首胜，我们相信你们一定可以做到。下面把麦克风交给 Autumn。那其实我们还是想说，因为作为第一支通往上海大师赛的队伍，也想知道作为 CN 的代表有没有什么想要对其他赛区的队伍说的话呢？ So Autumn, as the first one who qualified for Master Shanghai, what would you like to say to the team from other region? To represent the same region.
Just watch out for us. We're great. We're gonna win. We're gonna win you.
Okay, so
The one bit of English that we get.
for all the opponents, you mean just waiting for you? You are going to come back with your first victory of international.
Yeah, we will get our first win.
Yeah. 他说其实
Oh, yeah, they haven't got their first win yet at an international event.
他相信他们非常棒，也一定可以拿到比赛的胜利，可以做得非常好的。那最后来福选手，
有，声音大一点嘛，对不对？开心一点。
开心一点，确实今天
Fucking life, man.
日子，来福选手也非常开心。那又一次世界赛之旅，面对上海大师赛，对于上海大师赛有什么样的期望吗？
其实说白了，我们一次次的进步，一次次的失败，都是为了能够在世界赛上拿到更好的成绩，能够让世界上看到我们 CN 赛区更好的样子。
看到 CN 赛区更好的样子。那这一次的比赛，能不能大声的告诉我们，你有什么样的目标？
就越来越好吧，我们也不立什么 flag， 好吧，我们就一步一步往前走，步步为营，好吧？谢谢大家，谢谢大家。
的，一步一个脚印，扎扎实实的往前走，也期待你们越来越好的表现。那接下来呢，也是要由我们的工作人员为我们 FunPlus 颁发一下属于他们的上海大师赛门票。有请我们的工作人员。
Don't think you realised that. Oh, they got their plane ticket to somewhere where they literally already are.
我想补充一下，刚刚说首胜，当我听来福的话以后，我觉得我现在开始。
Lysol's giving a speech. I got tingles.
能赢几把是尽可能赢下。
Never give up, never what?
把比赛都要用尽全力。OK， 那还有没有其他选手想要对观众再说一些什么呢？
说实话，就是能够看到我们CN赛区有很多队伍都在进步，所以说我希望大家更多的关注每一个还没有说拿到很好成绩的队伍，我们一起成长，一起进步。我希望
They went to Shanghai.
能有更多不同的面孔带给大家，然后我希望以后
They're literally on the same stage that they're about to play on.
谢谢大家的支持，谢谢。
谢谢大家支持 FunPlus， 也谢谢大家支持每一支 CN 的队伍。我相信这回我们一定会有更好的成绩，有更出色的表现回报给大家。
Never back down, never what? Sorry.
赛后采访就结束了，也希望 FunPlus。
I'm translating it from Mandarin, obviously. It's like Google Translate in my brain.
OK， 那接下来呢，还有一场。
He just wants to take it one step at a time, and Lysol made a comment related to that. It says a lot that the players from FPX, but they qualify for Shanghai, and their first thing that they're saying is, "Yo, don't expect too much from us, please. Don't Sentinels us, please. Look at all of the other regions. Look at all of the shit that they're doing. Don't put that pressure on us."
我们给到的是一张出征的机票，对，而这一次给到的就是一块祝贺的标牌。
因为什么？在我们家门口。
对，因为他在上海，在我们 CN 的土地上，所以对于
You think we'll ever get Masters or China champions in Singapore? Probably.
退无可退，而且是捍卫荣耀。
Don't know when, but I feel like other parts of Pacific that aren't Korea and Tokyo, I guess, would be cool.
因为我们没有办法把我们自己内心最真实的想法在
They'll get their first win. Good. Yeah. Claps for Sprite for translating some of that. I really liked one of the quotes that they had about you can't exactly expect good results from us if you expect too much from us. I'm like, holy shit, that's actually really deep. But it's good. It's like if you expect too much of us, even if we do well, you're not going to be happy. So like, shut up.
但我也嗅过清风，不过那座山还是太低了，我还需要去看到更高的高峰。所以第一场的比赛，整个看起来的话，第一张门票拿下来，对于方
Singapore would be expensive though.
对于 T 来说，依然不要。
It's not a full translation of the quote, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. That's why it's not worth me learning Mandarin. Because I would just be taking, like, shortcuts throughout it. I'd be like, yeah, Life just called everybody bots. And I don't know if it was talking about his team, other teams.
算是有2、3种3板斧吧，就简称3板斧出来对抗 T 的这种FunPlus 的这种3烟的控制区域。对，但是今天其实 FunPlus 不光把他们的战术漂亮的实行了出来，其次选手的状态依然保持在。
Context, I'm from Singapore. Yeah, what's the is it the Filipino capital that starts with an M? I see that as a good suggestion.
担心的是这样的体系太看整个队伍的一个配合能力了。
其实是大的。对，
Manila, yeah. I don't know if that's in the Philippines though.
说在率先破点上，他毕竟不是像什么双决斗啊、双先锋的阵容，他拿手杀能力很差。
My like knowledge of Pacific Asia is pretty low. I've learned all of the different regions in Valorant and what team is meant to represent them in the Pacific League, but
避免每局游戏都在对抗着对面来抓你包捉老鼠的这个游戏，那必须是要大局观和个人的枪法来支撑的。
其实你看，就像 B 点这一波一样，其实这样。
Yeah, if I was Violent Mandarin, I'd be like, okay, so what did Life say in this interview? And I'd be like, well, he said, according to all known laws of aviation, there's no way that a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. And we don't care what's impossible because we're going to win Master Shanghai. That's what I'd do.
只有怎样的阵容适合怎样的战队，然后去找到最适合自己的一条出路和打法罢了。
You can't be worse than them. Oh no, I know I can't be worse than them.
开了吗？他们破门的吗？你往黑屋。哦，破了。黑屋去。我在 B。B 有海州，我打要蜘蛛。我打掉了。B 还在。
You actually get to hear the comms too.
我没直架玻璃。A 有动静你去 A，B 有动静我去 C， 你来 C 连。这一个。我去推了，我看不了啊，而且看不了，我看不清，看不清。封锁室。摸了，两个至少。B 点2个。
I wonder what Autumn's looking at. Look how green his face is.
炸包 plan， 炸包了。
你看到部署。
哎，我直接开大。哦，我被屠了。等一下，你们等我这边。对面左边。好了。
There's Autumn and Mandarin. A good amount. Lysol.
好 ，MVP 给到了 Autumn 选手，平均战斗比分2。
Look at this 5 o'clock shadow from him.
平均的每回合伤害真的是高的夸张，他可是一个单挂的自由人，他玩的是蝰蛇啊。
是的。
That's not Autumn. That's fucking winter right there. Jesus.
达到了5次，而且大家一定没有忘掉的是，在图一自己的手撕名局打开局面也是由他带领的，所以今天不。
Leversky, I guess. Leversky, thank you very much for the tier 1.
都是觉得理所当然的。
对，而且 Autumn 这个选手的价值就是他的这种粘合性，他真的很快的就能适应 FunPlus 给予他新的这种。
Thank you for all of the follows again.
里面去找到自己。
Good showing from Feng.
太不容易了。
I mean, the right team qualified, like, for this one. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if FPX go on and win the whole, like, bracket. Like, not only could we have, like, EDG versus FPX tomorrow, which would be a great, like, rematch, but then we also have the other qualifying game for Shanghai. So today's an amazing day for games. Tomorrow is going to be an amazing game for days. My brain no worky. It looks like a main character from a Tom Clancy shooter game, yeah. What's the one that John Krasinski was in? Where he's like, I'm not an analyst. I just kept seeing that fucking Twitch Prime advert over and over again. Get on the plane. That shit. He's not 24, I don't think. That's just like drilled into my head. EDG versus DRG, who do you think will win? Probably EDG. Lysol seem to win as many as they can. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the West, our expectations on teams and players is crazy. I can't imagine what it's like for China. It's like, I know that there's probably Indian fans in here, but like, imagine global esports, like Indian fans and the expectations they have on global esports. Imagine that like times 10. That's probably China, right? I got to imagine that some China fans are just unhinged.
第一场比赛已经结束了，接下来第二场 EDG 对上 DRG 的比赛也已经大战在即，究竟谁可以携手 FunPlus 共同来到上海大师赛？我们拭目以待。
What do we think about Fnatic's chances to qual? Who have they got today? They've got KC. Yeah, literally, like, Kong Kong's streaming, and he has people in his chat being like, you're shit. I don't know why he doesn't ban them. I think there's just literally so many of them. And imagine expectations are higher because they're in Shanghai. And yeah, like, beating EDG and stuff too. That people, like, suddenly are like, this is the team. This is the future. Based on LPL fans, yeah. Right, we got like 6 minutes until the next series starts. What was I gonna do? I said about doing like a like matchup look at like the super team from China. I don't know. We can look at the veto for this series, because I think I'm sort of on the money for the most part. Actually, no, I'm not on the money. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. I don't even want to think about the veto for this one. Just because EDG are literally in a position where they can do anything. They're in a good spot. Do the All-Stars? Alright. Alright, I don't know what. Alright. Like a fucking parrot. Ah! Right, so if I'm doing a let me think of a better, because I think if I pop this out and make it smaller, there we go, we have a bit of a blackboard to go with, so that's good. So if we have a duelist, we have a main initiator, we have a flex, we have a controller, and then a sentinel. Obviously on some maps this will be a bit different. For a main initiator, how many imports can I have? Can I just like Stew, Vukashu, Delby? What the fuck is that document? It's my like work document. Chichu is a sentinel. 1 import. Actually, I want to say no imports. Like no imports, just a full China roster. Yeah, otherwise Stew, RB. That means I can't take Delby. Ooh. This is tricky. I'm trying to think of like who's sort of good for stuff at the moment. I think for controller, I'm gonna go with Smoggy. I think he's really got into the role nicely. For Sentinel, oh, this is so hard. So you just naturally want to go all EDG. Like, which players from EDG are absolutely irreplaceable? You'd have to go Kung Kung, surely. But the fact that he can play both duelists well, that's an easy one. Also, Coach. Coach is easy. It's just Destroyer. That's an easy one. What other teams have I been impressed with? I think off the top of my head. Anybody from DRG? No. Anybody from Nova? Do I put Guan in there? Probably not. This is really tricky. I think for Initiate, I think it'd have to be Ayang. Like, nobody is doing it better right now, I don't think. Feng, I'd want to say Feng. I think I'd have Hebei here as the IGL. And then I have a Sentinel. Well, FPX don't really have a Sentinel player, so that's easy. Just put Life in there, just double duelist everything. God, that'd be brutal. Fukashu I can't use. Delby I can't use. They would have been a good shout. Who else has had good Sentinel performances? Martin's been pretty good. Right? Trying to think if there's anybody else that I might have missed. I'm not letting myself do 3 EDG players. Yosemite, nah, no. Yosemite. HFMI has been crazy, so the fact that they keep not putting HFMI on Sentinel drives me insane. Les is going to get benched. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, I don't care. Sorry, I just don't have anything to add because it's like America's. We can't use Goat Cashew. We can't, like, it's crazy, but like, I don't know anything about it anyway. We can't say Vukashu because he's an import. We're not using imports. If we're using imports, I'd put Vukashu in. I'd put Stew in if I could. Ooh. I was going to say Viva somewhere, but I don't know. I mean, nobody from JDG deserves to be in there. I'm trying to figure the teams. Anybody from All Gamers? It would have been Delby, but I can't. Spitfires has been decent. Nova, not really, I don't think. Who didn't make it? Billy. Anybody from there? I would have said Wisey. Outside of that, probably not. Wolves. Aluba, potentially. That would have been a good shout. Spring, no. Coldfish, no. Plix, no. YU, no. Who else was in? No, it was just us 3 teams. And then Tyloo, HFMI. JDG. Martin, potentially. Like, Martin's been good. J. Kuro's been really good too on controller, but Smoggy's just been better. Who else didn't make it? Tech? No, nobody from Tech. What placement are they getting in Shanghai? Home ground, surely top 4. Yeah, I feel like a team like this, you could effectively just put everybody in duelist. That'd be the main thing. Double duelist, no sentinel. But like, yeah, like for this, you could have. The problem with Life and Fung Fung is they're not as like. Kung Kung is just so good at being able to play Jet and Raze, whereas Fung Fung can play Raze, but he doesn't play Jet, and then Life doesn't play either of them. Really, he plays some Jet, I guess, but he doesn't play Raze that often. And then if you want to do no Sentinel, you could do that. So you'd have like for Bind, you'd have Raze, Gecko, Sky, Brimstone, Viper. How do you rate Abo? I don't know. I don't like the Duelist Beanie IGL. But I think there, like, when you put Abo on something else and he's trying to IGL, it just doesn't look good. Like, Tech are a bit of a frustrating team because they're just, like, they're not that fun to watch. And the one player that I was a big fan of that had a lot of individual moments was Chuye, and they dropped him for AC, which is like dropping your job as a rock and roll star to go and work in taxes. So it's probably a safer bet, more consistent work, but God, is it fucking boring. Life can play other duelists though. We haven't really seen him play like Raze and stuff. What about Coldfish? Coldfish has sort of not been that amazing recently. Kai isn't good enough. Kai's been great. I think it's just like, if I want a duelist, I want somebody that can play Raze and Jet. I don't want to do the whole fucking swapping out which one's on duelist depending on the map, like Trace do. And that's just a disaster waiting to happen. Did you know that it's a racial slur in Australia? No, I did not. But I also don't know how to pronounce his username properly. It's like Abuo.
但其实 Luke 的发挥在最近有着一个稳步上升且比较稳定的一个感觉。
其实我觉得 Luke 他的发挥在近期还算是比较稳定的，虽然说可能有时候发挥没有之前的那么的。
Oh, is it a thing that's thrown at like Aboriginal Australians? Yeah, that makes sense.
对手 Nova 嘛，其实那一场的话，卢克在图一的表现还是非常出色的。
Yeah, I had no idea. But I think you do sit like Abuo. Like ABUO. So I guess I just need to learn to say it properly. How about K-Knight? K-Knight, Bianc, Yosemite, they're all like good, but they're just not consistent enough. Abo. Or is it Abo? China production feels like a Masters event, not gonna lie. That's why the first part of the Masters event is gonna be from here.
Hello, 大家好，我们来看一下班。Hello, hello.
Pinging is sounds like Abuo. Okay. Abuo. Abuo.
掌上无畏缺带来的粉丝提问，想问一下
Abuo.
因为我们可以感受到 DRG 现在比赛的节奏掌控的越来越
So like saying Abuo.
想问一下他们在比赛中是如何掌握这种快慢得宜的比赛节奏的呢
That feels like it sounds right.
Your game pace are getting better these days.
Abuo.
To control your game
I can't do less R. I'm Northern.
during the matches.
Everything I pronounce has a hard R in it.
Taking in from the map, first of all. we started to communicate a lot more.
He's so good looking though. Vukashu. That's what everybody says on like Weibo.
What enemies are doing.
Like I was like, what are people saying about Vukashu on Weibo? And it's just, oh, he's so handsome. He's so like men and women. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. He's an utter Chad. He's literally carrying the team, and he could literally pick up the team and carry them. You can tell he's got the fucking like skincare down.
平均战斗评分，但是当时他看起来是非常冷静的，为什么会这样呢？同时会不会把这样的火热的比赛状态带到今天的比赛里？So you have achieved an impressive ACS like for 402 yesterday. So
I'm glad that's the one thing everybody agrees on.
Very calm at that time. What's the reason for that? And will you maintain this state for
This is like, imagine if you went to Master Shanghai and I get like an invite. You see Vukashu walk out and you just hear somebody in the back row go, God, Vukashu, you're so fucking hot. That's probably me.
So yeah, about today's match, I don't know. I will try my best. That's it.
He actually just looks like an anime protagonist.
认为他们队伍是一支在纸面实力上非常强悍的队伍，他们同时对自己队伍也是非常有自信的。对于今天的比赛来说呢，那他一定会拼尽全力，就像他平时做到的那样。最后呢，可能想问一下我看是选手，因为其实现在他们是有2次
You got a crush. He's also like, I casted him in EMEA. He was like 1 win away from playing in like Challengers 2 years ago. Like he's a very good player. But like, fuck, he's destroying in China right now.
To secure the position for Master Shanghai. And what do you think of these 2 chances? What would you do in the upcoming matches?
Okay, well, I think we have really good chances to qualify this time. We have 2 matches and like in general, we just have to play our game.
I like just how like abnormally large the 0 is on his name, on his like collar. Vukashu.
他说对于他们来说，他觉得这回他们还是非常
What is that mouse pad? I don't know.
因为就像刚才所说的，他们有2次比赛的机会可以去做到这件事情。
I think he does stream on Twitch, so it might be like in his about section.
解决好每次比赛里所面临到的压力，而且对于今天的比赛来说，就是他一定会尽力赢下来的。接下来他也会尽力赢下每一场比赛，这是他最大的一个愿望。
Imagine you go to Shanghai, you're like, I don't know, fucking. Your foot. You go in, international event, you play up against this team, you get destroyed by Vukashu. You're like, who the fuck is this guy? You do your fist bumps, you look over to his setup and you see that mousepad. How are you feeling? This guy drops a 40 bomb on a mousepad like that against you.
其实我觉得
It's the mental warfare.
我开始的发挥，我觉得他还算是比较出色，倾尽全力的。
感觉他们表现的还算不错，最近而且准备的也很好。那我们也来看一下他们的对手。
If DRG doesn't work out, do you think he'd go to EMEA? It depends on how easy it would be for him to get a visa at that point. 'Cause that's one of the positives, I suppose, for like Russian players. It's easier to get a visa into China than it is into mainland Europe.
晋级到季后赛，赛前有没有给自己设立过什么季后赛的目标呢？
肯定是先拿到门票吧，上海大师赛的，然后就还是那个想法吧，就是希望能拿到冠军嘛。
The GOAT.
希望能拿到每一个冠军，确实很期待你们的表现。那其实咱们现在也来到了一个非常紧张的双败赛制。你个人而言是更喜欢
EDG win Shanghai. I'll dye my hair that
我
color.
喜欢那种一周多赛的节奏吧，因为对于我来说，我喜欢那种紧凑型的赛事，能够让我随时。
What is this gay hair, bro? Dude, like we just spent like the last 5 minutes talking about how good looking Vukashu was. And you're pulling him up about being gay because of a hair color dye?
世界赛门票的面前，现在此时此刻是什么样的心情？
我觉得今天的心情跟之前是不一样的，因为之前可能面对的对手都是。
Like it's all right just being like, wow, he's so handsome, his skincare is so good, and it's like, oh, Kung Kung has dyed hair. No, come on.
所以说我还是挺激动的，因为可以跟一个。
What hair? I'm talking about Kung Kung, not me.
一个门票对于我来说应该是一件很激动的事情，对。
从来没有和 DRG 在正式的舞台上交过手，我想所有观众也非常期待你们今天这一场比赛的表现。那比赛加油
I don't think you could say that being bald is gay.
好，我们也来看一下 EDG 战队的首发名单。球球
Like you're just like declaring war on pretty much the entirety of England over a certain age. He called us what, lads? And on Tombies, on Sideshow, on Golden Boy, depending on how he's feeling.
实力是数一数二的，所以他们必须要少失误，并且漂亮的拿下比赛，对于他们来说也是一个非常大的考验。
是的啊，我们通过两支队伍的一个战队数据对比，也能展现出 EDG 在今天这场对阵当中比较有优势。
It's just like a 16-year-old.
全面领先啊，这个还是比较少见的。
对，确实他们在常规赛的一个表现。
I thought we got past the age of like using gay as like a verb. Is it a verb?
目前来说，起点赛加第一赛段的第1名啊，56%啊。
Not a verb, like a
以及他们的攻防
pronoun, I guess.
蛮高的，但是目前是排名第3。
I've forgotten how English works. Adjective, that's it.
关键选手的数据展示啊，我们可以看到康康这名选手目前。
Why do Valorant casters have so much makeup on? Also, why casters like Ender dress so oddly? It's a really genuine question. Because Ender looks fucking amazing with what he wears. And also, we wear makeup because my skin is atrocious. We're in if I'll do an impression, I suppose, of what it would look like. If I didn't wear makeup in a studio, this is what it'd look like.
而与他对比的关键选手啊，给到了 Vakasu 选手，昨天的非常发挥好的一名选手。
That'd just be you'd just be like fully flashed.
比赛当中给我们看到他零的一个玩法，真的非常的灵活。
Like I wish I could pull off some of the stuff to like Lofa and fucking Enderwear.
的一个前压，所以我觉得他的零给到对手的一个压力也会。
Like, have you seen me on a broadcast? I need to find like see what stuff I had open. I had something open before. Where is it? Look at this! You're saying Ender dresses oddly? You're saying Ender dresses oddly?
是没有这种伤害性技能的，除了你踩到他这个半线触发之外。
To me?
他属他的个人能力是没得说的，他通常是单挂的时候1打多都是家常便饭了。
对，
而且他能做的事情也会非常的多给团队，所以我觉得今天他的一个比赛的发挥，包括陆可都是今天制胜的。
Not ugly, dresses oddly.
那就不得不提两边的地图。
You could pull that stuff off, King.
队伍的一个地图情况。 DRG 现在
What was it even at the start of the show? Hold on. Oh no, it's not even on this clip. It's on the one beforehand.
其他的地图上面来看，杠一其实都算是还不错，还挺平均的。
This one. Like, look.
对。
You can't be calling Ender out for wearing anything weird when I look like this.
并不是很好的，那我们也可以看到啊。 再加上现在整个 DRG 在很多地图上都会沿用一个非常有意思的，就是见招拆招的打法。
对，
这上一次 Luke 在接受采访的时候，他也说到了 DRG 最近的改变。
可能两边。
I mean, to be fair, I was leading a workout. We went over this yesterday.
I call this a teabag.
Down at this point. This is really risky with these shots, I'll tell you that much, but it's a good thing with everybody of all ages getting involved. And I think
I really regret I said everybody of all ages whilst we have like this guy on. It's just singling out like this. Well, it's because Fnatic were doing like warm-ups and then Vitality started parodying it. You got people from like the Dublin offices doing stuff, people like working production, the audience as well. I'm still proud of the ninja line I have.
Nice and stretched out. You've got the wrist grabs, which is just apparently bowing down to Fnatic at this point as well. I don't see enough movement in the crowd. I feel like Ninja at Times Square at this point. But also, we need some Times Square tactical crouching as well.
I call this a teabag.
Like, Ender looks amazing here.
赛段是都没有打过莲花古城的。
对，所以能感觉到。
I forgot you were a host of EMEA last year. Yeah, I was on the desk like twice. Why are you not in the EMEA broadcast these days? Because I wasn't asked. Because I'm on the same like, agency as stuff like Tom, Mitch, Yinsu. So I guess like we'd go like, hey, you know, we're gonna get Ryan on for EMEA, and it just ghost me. Did I either ghost me or just not reply? I mean, there's only so many opportunities. Like there was so many more opportunities beforehand, but now isn't there? I need to run ads still. We'll do it after walkouts. Yeah, generally it just seems like either Riot don't want to use me this year, which is fine. They don't owe me anything. I'll be fine. Or just like the people in charge of that stuff don't really know who I am. Which again, whatever. So I'm working Northern Europe. So I'm doing the league that Apex is in. Probably be doing some bits of Ascension. So I'll be doing tier 2 in EMEA. T-Virus Luke is still such a funny name to me. Yeah, we had Luke versus Obi-Wan yesterday. It was very odd. No channel on point spreads. We will probably do predictions when we have the maps. I don't agree with doing predictions when we don't know what the first map is going to be.
Edward Gaming. Chichu.
Alright, we're not Chichu. Is it pronounced, like, if we're doing the proper phonetic pronunciation, it's choo-choo, isn't it? This, I can't believe this. If this was in, like, America, somebody would just grab him and just take him. He literally has to run down it because he's just terrified that somebody's just gonna, like, pull down his shorts or something. Look at it. Hound Dog's literally walking with his back to the wall. Like, he's so, like, Jesus, guys, like... The walkout is cool, but you couldn't do this walkout anywhere else. If you do it in Americas, you're gonna have to, like, Valen is the goat, Valen in my throat guy. Just like Valen will see him doing the walkout and just be like, dude. But at least all of the fans in China are, like, super respectful. Like, there's no way that you could do that anywhere else without having some, like, if not an altercation, just a weird moment.
欢迎各位来到无畏竞技场。随着两位教练的集权，关乎CN赛区第2个上海大师赛的名额之争就在眼前。究竟是自2023年以来从未缺席过
Just need a barricade like at concerts.
稳健前行，还是 DRG 能
Tokyo was fun. Yeah, I imagine all of, like, Asia would just be very... They seem much more cordial.
我是本场比赛的解说奶爸，
我是解说魏魏。其实这一场比赛要看谁能拿到我们上海大师赛的第2张门票，携手跟FunPlus 来到一场非常关键。
The idea of 7 players. I mean, their coach is a 7th player. Yeah. They got LT. Sorry, I'll run ads now. I'll run 90 seconds of it and then see how many we can add. My bad for not being ready.
其实我觉得这对他们来说也算是一个好消息吧。他们
Literally,
保持自己的竞技的状态和手感。
I'm gonna blush. The reason why I didn't run ads when I was supposed to is because we were too busy talking about Vukashu.
他昨天表现其实非常不错啊，而且他的平均数据现在目前 ACS 是241，平均是排在了所有选手第4位。 而 EDG 这一边是康康啊，他的数据有2项都是非常华丽的。而我们会来到今天
He's gonna be so confused. Like, say if they qualify to this, like, I can't wait to see what, like, people in, like, EMEA and stuff are saying. Like, outside of China, what people are saying. Like, do they think I'm a really good player? And they just tune into the stream and everybody's like, damn, he's so hot. Nothing about his gameplay, just. I feel like in Reddit now, every thread about DRG to Vukashu on, somebody needs to just comment like, Vukashu's so handsome. That's just it. For the bans, both teams have floated out Lotus. So, no Sunset for DRG, no Icebox for EDG. So we've got Ascent, which is a very scary map for DRG to take. EDG going split. I think Saint called this. I think that's a good shout. But EDG haven't played that much split either, I don't think. Then Bind to finish on. This is a really, like, peculiar map pool. Not peculiar in that, like, all of the options are, like, out the question. It's just all 3 maps are maps that we haven't really seen either team play that much outside of, like, Ascent. and then EDG on bind, I guess? I don't know. How weird will comps be from these teams? Probably not weird at all. Especially for Ascent first, it should just be the usual.
对，康康的数据一直都是比较稳定的，而且也算是队伍里面，像他的战绩啊，他的 ACS 都是排在队伍前。
All right, let's look at this mouse mat a bit more.
还有包括我们刚刚聊
Even the cameraman just keeps going over to Vukashu.
两个 MVP 非常出色。
Oh yeah, DRG do play Cypher because it's Vu. So, should be a good look. I'm going to go for a wee real quick, so BRB, hopefully it doesn't start before I'm ready.
对，因为这张地图其实稍微就是奇乐和零的一个摇摆了，也没有别的了。
对，从 EDG 的角度来说，他们现在让浩东来操刀 KO， 上一次的表现其实还是非常出色的。浩东的指挥能力，再加上他的 KO 和技能的运用，其实能帮 EDG 解决很多实质性上的问题。
对，我觉得浩东他的这个 KO 的先锋位，其实在很多时候在地图上呢打一些高闪或者跟队友的配合，我觉得他练的还是不错的，还挺快的。
对，浩东其实是一个游戏理解很深或者很高的一名选手。让他来操刀这样比较吃技能的英雄，其实是蛮不错的一个处理方式啊。
是的，
这是 EDG 最近在非常多就选手的英雄使用轮换之后，好像目前看来最舒服的一种解决办法。
对，其实我们赛后有聊过，像观众还有包括我们解说都会觉得 EDG 现在目前的这一套像选手的一个英雄的位置，可能说是他们比较合适的。
对。然后这张地图其实也非常的有意思啊，亚海泉城是最近非常偏防守的一张地图，在常规赛时间里，这张地图是防守胜率最高的一张地图，55.3%。
是的。
而在这张地图上将会决出 EDG 对阵 DRG 第一分。
Yeah, fans in the arena have never been problematic.
马上来到图一的亚海泉
I mean, that's probably the most intense it's going to be. Maybe like the grand final, but yeah. All right, get your predictions in. I'm pretty sure they're going to close. Oh wait, they're not active. You and Overwatch cast before Valorant, kinda. All right, the second series. It's going to qualify team for Shanghai. EDG overwhelming favorites here. These teams have actually not played each other for like over a year, which is crazy because both these teams were like consistently at like evolution.
2楼楼下也有人，这是一个高低的双架，有人被打成残血了。
Luca, I mean, this is just a name brawl. I feel like we're like 500 yards away watching it when we're looking at Chi-Chu's perspective. Shock Dart is amazing from Xion. Chi-Chu's really low. Haodong can't really get the plant in. Now this one to buy some time. I don't want to see these two isolate themselves. You're in a 2 versus 2. Stay together. Planting underneath. Spamming. I mean, both teams are going to run out of fucking bullets. And then, Chi-Chu just manages on 15 HP to get both of them. Oh, that felt like such a little slip up for DRG. I was going to ask, G2 won yesterday, right? Yeah, so I was going to say DRG Ascension team of China. So a chance to be the first Ascension team to qualify for an international event. But G2 might do that later too. Somehow G2 won. You make it sound like somehow Palpatine returned. I don't think it was that outrageous. It was against Cloud9, right?
这个雄鹿说实话容错率会比较低，因为前面的话 EDG 应该是会给一些技能去前清吧，因为知道 DRG 他们非常喜欢打这种防守。
You see a scenario in which EDG made changes? Oh yeah, absolutely. This team is not infallible. The question is, who do you bring in?
我们要看一下船坞的这个位置。
Xion gets one, gets traded. Vukashu is still alive.
是的，2把阵营加上1把标配的回防，重生点的。
Man, this guy is the sheriff, I still believe. That's why I believe. No armor. Just a sheriff and a dream in those beautiful eyes. Let's see what he can do. Man, I wish I was still casting these events. Like, that would be such a fun fucking call to make.
现在看能不能下枪，因为现在 EDG 手中的3把枪都还挺贵的。
对，
燎枪和数位。
113，鼻通应该是要拉出去，要稍微看一下，再一个过点，球球直架。没问题。
Very clean. Still 2 kills is good for DRG. Also, thank you very much for triple nippy. I was going to say triple nippy. Trippy nippy. for the Prime and Cutie Sky as well. It's appreciated. I think really like it's the first ever hype trim I think I've had, but genuinely I'm like, all I can ask for like people is just to follow, just to support that way. Like this is like my little passion project watch party in China because there's no English broadcast. So if you want to do anything hype train related, follow goes a massive way.
反正第2分的、第3分的情况下，对手会有一些轻甲的存在。
4个轻甲，只有 TZH 是不是很怕这个蟒虾狙身体的？
是的，中路
来了！
哎，手臂了。
对。
Kung got the Marshall, yeah.
感觉应该不太敢
How many half armors? 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, very good gun here. I'm glad that we're actually starting to see teams like use the outlaw for when it's needed, because I think there's been a lot of fear of like not half armoring because of the outlaw, but I don't think we've seen that much like outlaw being actively played. Does that make sense?
对，就怕掉枪。看看小道。
Change, thank you for the bits.
飞中路，但其实主攻的是 A 小。EDG 这一手声东击西，看能不能玩明白。果然如此。
Good shot.
一局直接传板狙掉了 Nick。
I do like the adjustment too. You can sort of put that pressure in tree. It's going to pull people in this way. Vukashu has to peek. He's going to peek again on 30 HP. Luke's actually got through this too. They're not good. Nobody's watching it. Oh, no, they are. Never mind. Luke gets one before he's like instantly traded. Conker gets one more. Here's the Blade Storm. Oh. I think TZH's balls just dropped then as well when he saw Kung Kung spin around and wide peek him.
现在这个位置很尴尬 ，TZH 他需要搜的点太多了。这跳下来要，哎，看到了。
I even predicts where he's gonna be. EDG win the bonus. And thank you, Riptide as well. I can't imagine. Oh my god. Zalifa as well. I can't imagine what it's like for Sliggy on a day-to-day basis. My god. Vladatane as well. You saw the arm, yeah. Just the arm, just throw out the paranoia. There it is.
的反应速度啊还是很快的。
对，
他其实是余光看到的。那3比0对于第2。
Novarico, Luke is a bookie.
关键是他们现在拿信息要付出的代价太大了。
It's clear the work you put into them. Thank you.
EDG 最近这几分他都是在原地。
I mean, I try not to like cast them, but you know what I mean. Like, I want to follow the region. When China's on top, I want to be that first name on the plat chat like team sheet, you know.
那这一分 EDG 知道对手没钱的话，应该不会去走一些非常狭窄的区域，比如说像 A 小道这个位置。
是。
哎，我刚说完，什么意思
To be fair, like I'm just like previously for like kickoff, I just sent Sideshow all of my like notes and stuff. Like the document and stuff, I like PDF that and just. Here's everything you need to know, like what teams are banning, what their record is. But I don't. I trust those guys, especially the ones that attend international events and they watch China. I don't want to be one of those people that's like, well, actually, I'm the China expert. I don't want to be that guy. That just sounds exhausting. I mean, this is just clean, really clean Valorant, straightforward. Like I said, so the main thing that's separating EDG from kickoff to now is they've put Smoggy on controller full time instead of like sometimes duelists. Like we've seen Kung Kung play KO on this map and Haodong be on controller. Glad to hand over my prime. Thank you. Like, absolutely. I don't stream enough, I feel, to like constitute taking people's money, but it means a lot. Yeah, like Yinsu's been streaming a little bit of China as well when there's no EMEA on. And, like, it's good insight because she knows like some of the players. Like, she knows like all the players from EDG and stuff, and she speaks. She wouldn't say fluent Mandarin, but I'd say it's pretty fluent. Oh my god, just these brutal as fuck fights. Luke gets taken down. Oh man. I need Pacific to win an event before China dominate. That's the real like moon race, I think. I'd simply offer up Pacific notes info if people ask. Used to do this in for LCK all the time. Yeah, I'd agree with that too.
在最重要的是枪线少一个。
对唐振豪手里还有个暗眼，我觉得可以考虑要不要。
But there's definitely been experience I think where, and I've been guilty of it too, where talent like hold on to their resources and their knowledge and they don't share it with the team because they want to like provide that and not feel that people are taking your notes and just stealing them from you. Like literally at Champs, I set up, because I had like a full like Notion database thing. I set up one for Riv because he was like, "This is crazy. Can you make me one?" I'm like, "Yeah, just duplicate it. There you go."
那这样的话，我卡鼠在撤退路线正好碰到了少杰炮台，有点尴尬。
对。
I just don't share like the little like Google sheet thing I have because I feel like I'm just gonna go onto it one day and everything's gonna be gone and it's just gonna say piss.
主攻方向都撞到一起了，然后 Luke 前期第一枪位还吃了个暗眼，就没有任何反抗的机会。
他其实完全不知道康康具体的位置，没办法，哎，再来看一下，哦。
他这个炮台是在 B 通外的。
Yeah, they're just up in the ante. I actually would have thought that DRG would have taken a timeout at this point because this has not been close. Literally is just the way that the game has been played right now for EDG is just how good teams are running it at the moment. And it all came down to a super close pistol and then just EDG snowballing. Good ultimates to use here. Luke is just going to peek off, but he's going to do it alone. Like he peeks before the flash. I guess because Smoggy's on a bit of an off angle. I like Nick's off angle here, but this can also just go horrendously wrong.
这个架枪的角度很考验他的架枪
要等队友出去的话，应该会打个闪。
Good flash. Good fight from TZH. It was like, what was it, the one rifle that they had? And then they peek and lose it. Nick gets one. Vukashu's still alive. Come on, Vukashu. Yeah, that's it.
A 大和典礼都打赢了，他们用正义拼出了一片天，现在是一个3打1的局面。
Good shot from nobody. Shock that is going to kill him. Perfect. Right on him. Oh, and Xion wall bangs him. All right, that's a nice round to pick up.
跌宕起伏的剧情，最后的一分是被 DRG 拿下。
是的，这一分夹角的一个枪线打得非常的漂亮。
Who are your top 3 players in China except for players from EDG? Good question. Life would have to be up there. I've been a big fan of Del B. And then obligatory Stu. Like Stu is absolutely my favorite player.
这个穿墙，
我觉得这一波 Nobody 真没办法。
对。
那现在4个终极技能 ，DRG 手里有货，但没想到对面 EDG 5个啊。
Stu keeps asking me if I'm going to Shanghai, and I'm like, I don't think so.
大招还有猎枭的。
好，看到。
And I'm like, I'll tell you, I'll let you know if I ever am there.
主锋，但是飞的是遥控器哦，不是飞的典礼。上期吃到了暗眼。
All right, so they go for the Omen TP, execute, null command. Xion is here, backs to the wall, fighting. They're not going to expect a player down here on the stairs. So yeah, Kun creeps up. It's a good trade actually here from TZH. Brutal fight, Smoggy in a 1 versus 3. 2 of these players are pretty low though. Winnable fight. Oh, they almost line up too. Who do you think wins a trophy first, China or APAC? I feel like if Pacific don't win a trophy this year, it's going to be really hard to win the trophy from then on out.
就是他知道在过点一定是接不住的，因为对手有太多的大招，所以这一分选择在。
I think Shanghai and probably Seoul to an extent for this year is Pacific's to lose. I said Stu, yeah. It's in JDG Stu. What's his in-game name? It's Stu. It's just Stu. We're not first naming players because I'm like, we're tight like that, you know? It's not that copy pasta. It's just literally his username is Stu. That is a funny copy pasta though. I can't remember what it is verbatim, but the whole like... Good work from so-and-so. I call him Stu because we're close like that.
一定是先漏的。
那明居在 A 点响了，看一下 EDG 怎么去决策。已知对方明居在 A， 解那就是
Right. 5v4. That's Baby Bay on cast.
A 大第一时间的话，还是要放人去做一些骚扰，因为明居这个位置是比较摇摆的。A 小第一时间。
Right, so you don't have smokes on this execute. The Recon Dart sort of gives away what the plan is. Have you seen the 100 V's match? I've seen the result. I haven't seen the gameplay.
狂烈之怒架设起来，这一箭哦没有射到，但是2楼康康已经是渗透过来了。
Nice trade. Good positioning from Chichu. Luke is screwed. Luke is so screwed. Oh, the Hunter's Fury wasn't used for breaking the lockdown, which would have made things more confusing. So 2 versus 2. Hunter's Fury at least gets 1. It stalls the plant again. And half armor, basically half armor. Turret setup, Nano Swarm being thrown in. How are they going to play this? How close are they to a recon dart? You got a smoke, you got a paranoia. You've got enough to make this work, DRG. And you don't get hit by the knife. That's perfect. Oh, this paranoia is getting both of them. It's getting both of them. What's the plan now? Where's the movement? Where's the movement? Come on, guys. You got to go off the back of the paranoia. You can't just sit back. Ooh, close, close, close. Nice try, nice try. You can't just use the paranoia and be like, all right. Oh, wait, we need to go. Yeah, it's just 2 of us.
对，有点可惜，他退了暗眼之后是第2时间给了一个黑杖嘛，给了个烟，所以就错失了一个非常好的 timing。其实我觉得这一分
Is Xion new? Yes and no. So Xion was on the team before Ascension. Then during Ascension they benched Xion for Dingwei. And then for the start of stage 1, they re-benched Dingwei and brought back Xion. So it's like Pancada going back onto the Sentinels roster. That's what Xion is. I don't think Xion was ready for the paranoia. The reason that Hardong and Smoggy switched agents, just so they can put Smoggy on controller, which I think is an amazing move. Because it, like, Smoggy's looking for an agent where he can still like use utility, but he can still like be a secondary duelist. Because Smoggy is good enough to be a duelist, but you don't want to take Kong Kong off of Jet or Raze, right? So they're like, what role could we put him on? Like Initiator? Could we put him on stuff like Echo? Not really, because that's a little bit more like passive and more support centric. And then you see somebody like Tens come along and play controller like a god and almost like play it like a duelist for Madrid. And I think they go, just the idea. But also Smoggy is playing like Viper and stuff on Icebox and Breeze, you know? Well, on Breeze, we haven't seen him play Icebox yet, I don't think. Like, yeah, it's just like Smoggy can have more individual impact, but also still good with utility.
熟悉我的朋友们都知道，我很喜欢这样起。
哇，卢克这个位置其实蛮冒险的。
Logical, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, and like from watching it, it looks like a good move.
没有打掉。
这有点尴尬，说实话。因为他可能是不太想。
It's one of those ones where you kind of go, oh man, I wish they did this earlier, you know?
是，毕竟他是一个无甲的状态。
Because my argument's always, if you're, like, for Nick, he's the IGL for DRG. If you're a controller player and you're not IGLing, especially in China, you better be good. You better be obscene. Because you've got stuff like Smoggy here. You've got Lysor, who has actually been phenomenal, to be fair. Who else? Flexin's had their moments. How are the games going? Well, this is a bit more of a stomp. But the first series was good. Aluba's been great, yeah. Like J. Kuro, you put him on controller too. But Yihao is definitely an example of that. If you're not IGLing and you're putting up those kind of numbers, there's just so many other players that can just outperform you. Go on, Vukashu. Do it for EMEA. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. 3 versus 3. TZH just dropping down. Is there a gun that Nick can pick up? He doesn't have any utility. The KO knife is just there for information. It's not going to suppress anything. And Xion is just... it feels like nothing has been done together. Like, yeah, you're in a 2 versus 3. One player's a sheriff, but there's still, like, there's some... like, you want to do something. Instead of just sleepwalking onto angles that have been held by EDG. Let's lose here fast so we have more time to prep for Trace tomorrow. It's definitely an idea.
对，我觉得这一分前期的话，ED 很有耐心，因为第一时间是听到了 B 通有一个人前压的，所以第一时间 4个人、3个人都在 B
Yeah, DRG have been very spotty this stage. The win against Trace was impressive, so that rematch would be a really fun one tomorrow. But FPX versus Trace worth watching? Yeah, I think so. I think both maps were like good. You get a good understanding of what FPX have been like as a team. You get to look at the triple controller that they run on Lotus. And you get a good look in and like Trace on a fairly good day, you know? Oh yeah, Luke is definitely a player that like he needs like half a map or a map to warm up. Like he genuinely might actually have like Mr. Fourth Quarter stats. I think if it goes to a third map, Luke is always just destroying people in it. But like he always starts off pretty slow, unless he's playing up against JDG, in which case he puts on a crazy performance and Stu doesn't pick up a kill for 11 rounds. Yes, I still remember. Yes, I'm still upset. Where was he playing before this region? He was in EMEA. Is he actually called T-Virus? Well, yeah, T-Virus Luke. I just call him Luke for short. It's not like I call HFMI by his full username. Alright! The Stonewall approach. My jaw's really hurting as well. Oh, and just in time for them to drop. Oh, it's every clutch. What's he saying? He's shouting some shit. Really good clutch. But it's not necessarily like Xion is the problem, but it always seems to just involve like this fight is just weird for them to be taking. He's so good he's in chat.
在上一个回合失去了作用。哇，这一分 DRG 又没有经济了，哪怕是刚刚的互换是非常有优势的。对。
He's pinging it. They're spamming it. Oh, almost.
被传惨了已经。
Why does Kung only play on the iPad sometimes? I mean, he looks so much better when he is playing on the iPad.
有非常多次想去打掉他炮台，结果都没成功。
对。
If I'm EDG, I'm getting him like a doctor's appointment to fuse his neck in a certain way so it doesn't deteriorate from looking at a screen at that angle. Like get some like adamantium in that neck to just make sure that he doesn't like erode away over time.
直接转点了，来到 A 大，我们要看一下9教的位置是藏了一个 T-Virus Luke。他这个位置
neck brace, yeah. He's got one of those like travel pillows on the whole time whilst he's playing. God, that'd be so funny. I can't believe we haven't seen a player do that yet. Oh no, the Nanoswarm, he still gets one! He walks into his like own teammate's Nanoswarm, I think. And then it's just like, yeah, just kill everyone.
EDG 的配合技能的组合没有给对手任何操作的机会，只有唯一一点小小的伏笔，就是那个9库第一时间没有看。
对，打了一个，但是不太够。
2-8, yeah, I mean, EDG are not letting it slip.
攻方给的一些技能真的层次感好明显。就
I think out of all of the games that we've seen in playoffs so far, this is probably the biggest like skill disparity. And because it's a big game, I feel that DRG are going to be a little bit more nervous and jittery for it.
第一波技能，寻地剑射这个前点前压拱门附近，然后点后会有这种像碎片溢出这样的技能来去限制你的位置。
是的。
Luke 再端一把名局出来，上半场最后一分。
All right, they have the op for Luke. Luke's open is typically pretty good. That might be one of the reasons why statistically he starts off slow and gets better, because he gets better when he has the op. Ooh, oh my god, it gets Nick. Oh, they're all just peeking one at a time. TZH is just out. We're playing like lemmings right now. Oh, Kung is still gonna like. Oh no, never mind, never mind. I jinxed him. Again, just everybody's fighting. Oh, Chichu goes for the wide peek. It's the last round anyway. I was like, why did he blade some? It's the last round.
将 DRG 在下半场的悬念继续保留了下来。
是的。想看一下 皮肤的终结特效。
记得要拆完哦。
是的。
就能感觉得到，现在虽然上半场
He's enjoying it a lot for a player that's 3-9 down on Ascent, is what I'd say.
就即便开局是一个0-4的开局，整个 DRG 其实做了充足的心理预期。
Not the loud classic, yeah. Burying it by the tree.
前压和防守方的
Like a pet.
我觉得反而是上一分 EDG 稍微有一点点的急躁了，稍微有点急了，因为当时是3-2的。
Did he defuse though? No, he let it go off.
陆克还是顶住了
Like actual ranked behavior.
现实和残酷的事情就是。
No, of course he defused it.
亚海选手这张
Sleep well, sweet prince.
常规赛阶段
防守胜率最高的
地图。
The more I watch the DRG team, the more I like them. They are a good team. It's just like a weird. It's just a weird team.
我觉得至少从 DRG 的角度来说，他们是肯定很不满意。
Also, yeah, you guys can go and do this at home. Hold on. Oh, I stopped recording. Bollocks, I'm gonna have to edit that for Sliggy. Press the wrong button.
其实我们有非常多游戏当中啊，有非常多很可爱的这种卡通版动态分析，大家也可以去游戏内发掘一下。
Yeah, that's what he needs. That's what Kung Kung needs. He's not gonna wear an FPX one.
放松的就是这个环节。
But give Kung Kung one of those travel pillars and you're fine.
两人配合的。
哦，但是这个对观众的要求会比较高。
没事，我们的现场观众肯定是。
Why is the team not having their version of the classics? Because they're not ready yet, essentially. They should be ready for Shanghai. That's the general thing that they've been saying.
是的。亚海玄城这张地图，感觉其实
Just black tape the FPX logo.
防守方的一个胜率也会很高，有60%多。
They're trying to have the copyright for this emote segment. Yeah, because like, who wants the copyright for the emotes? Riot. Who's running the broadcast? Not Blizzard. I get your point, but yeah, of course they can. Because it's like Tencent. It's TJ Sport to do the production, but like that's a part, like a business part of Riot and Tencent in China. So they do the production for the LPL as well.
追分的可能，输掉的话就会很难了。对。
说是这种胜负手也
I feel like every China audience member is so shy. I mean, it's the same in Korea, no? Like a lot of people are hiding behind signs and stuff.
碰撞啊，这第一时间的0点秀探是抑制了对手至少3个人。那第一时间的进攻方DRG可能要把自己的脚步。
It is funny seeing the difference for people though. Like in Pacific, you've got people, I guess, just being like, you know, hee hee. Like with a little sign like, oh, so shy. Got that. And then in Americas, you've got Valen is the goat, Valen in my throat, let's go. Like, the juxtaposition between the two regions on how shy they are is crazy. Anyway, attacking side for DRG. They got to pick the side, and EDG chose to attack first.
3个。
A London crowd would be generational. We would never be allowed there back again. Don't get me started. I hear that in my sleep at the moment. It's still not as bad as the fan that was legit screaming their lungs out at, freaking, where was it? Sao Paulo.
攻来的太快了，直接来到了浩奴的脸上，没办法
Right,
了。
3v2, Smart to get out. TCH. People are just face, you know, like you can double peek that together. Why are we peeking it one at a time? That's like fair enough. Like TCH peeking out here, like. But if you've got a player in that smoke, you got a player on a default. Why would this player peek without this one? Like, just do something together. Otherwise, the only thing you're going to be doing together is fucking losing together. Please, DRG, get it together.
非常大的人数优势。
刚刚我大概算了一下，在2秒钟左右 ，EDG 直接在2楼一字排开，对，3个强线呈扇形交叉于对手之间，就这一波。再见了。我觉得唯一没出来的。
I don't think it would have mattered anyway because that paranoia was perfect from Smoggy.
浩东那个位置真的太关键了，在小刀。
顶了2个。是的。把人数差距给扳回来了，直接要提速了，但 KO 这个英雄就是专压你。
Any force up? No, not really. Just getting the orb. I think for Vu?
同样的位置 ，Smoggy 炸点非常的奔放，后面有队友，有浩东。
对反应能力要求。
This is a brave position for Smoggy to be on. Oh, yeah. Wide peak. Oh, it's worked as well. Oh, has it? Kungkung's done a lot of damage. He's hit them up. Vukashu's on the other side of the map, gets sprayed up by 2. So it is a 3 versus 3. 2 gun upgrades. I mean, if that was an anti-strat, that's a perfect anti-strat. Just wide peek on this angle like that. Why would you hold the angle so close? Especially against an eco. He's missed it. Oh my god. This is like a Benny Hill fucking sketch all over again. How have EDG won this? 10 HP Chichu. Yeah, I don't know why. The only way that you hold that angle is if you're on, like, you do it this round, right? If you have a Bulldog into a full buy, play there with a Spectre. Because all he did was get off of the angle and panic, and then it's just Howdong facing. Hey, congratulations for Kungkung getting 500 kills. You can't see it, but 500 kills just came up. That's crazy. Feng Feng got to 500 kills before Kungkung did. I mean, it's a good trade actually in the end. But the aggression that EDG are throwing out here is crazy. That is true. The Feng Feng has played more games. Like he played 3 more series, I think. Maybe 2. That's the Paper X play. Yeah, it's the Pokeball. That's what I've seen teams call it. Well, like the FPX Paper X one is like you smoke this and you TP into it, and then you have a recon dart that can get the kill and then a flash. 500,000 kills, yeah, total. Play 1 game less because of kickoff first seed. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, like 3 or 4 series still.
单挂了一个 Vukashu 在9角，想要转点得快了，应该是想要中甲，哎，但是这个 timing。
I wonder who's played more maps though. Probably again Trace.
去阻止对方进行深度的追击，有一个巡力箭的传射，那这一波 A 点好像转不了了。DRG
Who'd be more of a fun team to go to Shanghai? Trace, I think, could do more damage. I'd love to see Trace at an international event. They deserve it at this point. And the fact that DRG have been in these qualifying games twice now is crazy. Melons moment. Melons. Okay, this feels done.
这个时间 DRG 压缩的太极限了，到最后在读秒的阶段，其实 EDG 也是抓到了这2楼就放。
DRG would smash. DRG did smash them last time. So we'll see, I guess.
并且这一分，我觉得有一个非常大的，对于 EDG 来说做的一个改变，就是他们让 Nobody 压得非常奔放。
是，
虽然 Nobody 在这一分没有过早的拿到一些击杀，但是他的信息给 EDG 提供了非常宝贵的一个回防时间。
是的，快跟上。EDG 已经拿到。
I mean, I don't know why, if you're DRG, you would pick this map into them in the first place. They've been, oh, they only lost to FPX. They lost kind of hard to FPX, but I think that's mostly because FPX were running a crazy Euro comp.
可能要去尝试一下小刀了，小刀3个人已经抱团过来了。经典。
Weird fight for Howdong. No support to be playing there either.
哦，神经曲奇抛出来 ，EDG 所有人的位置名牌。那接下来看 DRG 怎么选择。
It's fully flashed. It's actually not even going to bother with him. Good peek from Smoggy. Great angle. He gets 2 before he's traded. Kungkung gets 2. Now Bladestorm's just going to shut that shit down. Slapped. Easy peasy for EDG in this one. But again, they're not like... I live to see EDG just brutalize teams when it's like qualifying games like this. You don't want to lose against Thrifties, you don't want to lose clutches, just... That's how EDG need to be all of the time. They want to do well at Shanghai, yeah, this is like the best kind of form to be in. Do I think DRG played very well on this? Not really. But, like, what can you do when EDG are just running at you like this with all the confidence and all of those, like, good team play moments?
个相对来说比较大比分的胜利，尤其是在图一对手的选图之上。
DRG will have trouble against teams that shoot back. I mean, yeah, well, Trace shot back against them, but like DRG are good. They just need a bit of confidence. They need a bit of like going power. Like DRG got nothing this game. They got given absolutely nothing. And EDG just didn't give them anything to work with. As simple as that, really. So I remember watching Madrid, DRG losing to FPX in sort of similar fashion to this, and just thinking like, I don't feel great about either of these teams because it's not a competitive series. It's not a good way to get people interested into the China stage. When you have like dominant results like this. But if anything, this time I'm like, EDG dumbstring is a really good sign going into Shanghai. Like, this is the event. Like, I know a lot of teams will say that this is like Shanghai's a Mickey Mouse tournament. It's not really that impactful or not that important. Try telling that to any Chinese players.
DRG 有着非常精彩的存钱局的翻盘，但一次肯定是远远不够的。
是的，我们也能够看到 DRG 他们在被屡屡追分做出的一些改变。其实我觉得今天 DRG 在不管是防守方的钱呀，还是进攻方的一些运营
，it will be a huge event. Yeah, exactly.
去想办法打出他们平时训练或者比赛想要。
Like, I don't think they'll care if they think that like the Western community doesn't rate this event. They'll be like, more of a chance for us to win it then.
枪线的这种补足，以及这种配合的补枪，还有在这种耐心程度以及选手个人的发挥。
You can easily outstrat Tyloo. Outshooting is harder. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point, actually. What was the other thing? I think when Trace lost to them the first time, though, like in week 4, I think that's more on Trace. Like, Trace just didn't have a grip on Breeze at all. And Sunset, they would get thrifty, they'd win a thrifty, and then they'd get thrifty. It was just a game that just descended into chaos. Descended into mud, and neither team is really good at, like, bringing themselves back into, like, better macro play. I mean, this is a good, like, eco run to take for DRG. If that smoke comes out earlier, we're calling it Mickey Mouse is weird. Yeah, I don't think you can call any international event a Mickey Mouse one.
门是好的还是对的？对的，好的。上去把挂两。刷楼了！别急，他不揍我。55说啊！我方的一名敌人。55 nice。不用走，我没走，我就看了眼地图，我看到在这里。我们背对背拥抱。是看画。
He wasn't shit talking them at all. He wasn't. He was just singing at them.
好的，他没看到我，以及背对背拥抱啊。那这场比赛 MVP 是来自于刚刚这种一展歌喉的康。
I'll still call locking a Mickey Mouse. Nah, I don't agree. If anything, I think the lock-in was one of the more hyped tournaments that we had.
KD 平均每回合伤害249，而且率先击败数有7个。
哦，今天我觉得这一个语音回放确实给我们展现了一个
400 ACS。
赛里当中比较轻松的一面啊。
400。
比赛的团队选手之间的数据对比吧。
24 kills in 16 rounds. Not bad for a qualifying game for Shanghai.
他的战绩其实一直都是相对于比较稳定的，但是他作为一个0啊，不管是防守方还是进攻方，他能做的事情就那么多。因为团队
I think I think for like Shanghai, like the reason why I mentioned it is because like Platchat had that discussion as well of like, does this event matter? And I think it is a good discussion to have. Like, it's going to be useful for Riot to know, like, how much people want international events to matter for Champions progress. Because for me, I prefer this year to last year. I prefer stuff like champs being decided in the regions itself, in group stages and stuff like that, as opposed to the teams that got the furthest to Tokyo go to champs, because then you just end up as like you got a qualifier, group stages of international events into a playoffs, into an international event, which is effectively another type of playoff into champions. It's just, I quite like the whole idea of like, if you go to Shanghai, it's good, teams want to do well there, you get some points at least, but for teams that don't make it, like RRQ not even making playoffs, it's not like they're down and out. It's like, actually, this works out better for us because we have time to prep. I think there's two problems with this year. First of all, having the infra group stuff, having the alpha group play the omega group instead of playing themselves first. That should have been... It should never have been that way. And the second thing is just the year is just too crushed in. I feel like giving a Masters event should give some points, because right now it's literally better to miss out. Yeah, for most teams. I agree. Why are you throwing shots at my team RQ? I'm not throwing shots at RQ. I'm saying them not qualifying for playoffs is kind of one of the best things to happen to them. Especially if you're a China or a Shanghai, China or a Pacific team. Because you can scrim Shanghai prepping squads. Also, you got a new meta with like Viper stuff. And also, I think when you play again in stage 2, it'll be a new map pool, I'm pretty sure. At least give second place 2 champs points and 1 points to third. Yeah, I think it's like if you make top 4, just give them all a point. That's what it should have been at kickoff. Top 4, just give them a point. I don't think they should get too much. I think 1 is enough. Yeah, top 3 should get it. Because I think that, like, you don't want a position where, like, Loud, for example, where Loud have done consistently well throughout the year, but they've got no points to show for it because they got to group stages and they just couldn't keep up. Second place loses points. Yeah, like fucking... If Gangster leaks a scrim of you, you lose a champ's point. Or just like, if your fans are assholes, minus a point for the team. You know, I can tell you for like global esports fans would zip up very quickly if that was a rule. Yeah, I've seen people like Jerome that like runs the Prodigy like player agency saying like leading question Paul on Twitter being like, is this the worst format we've ever seen? If it's not, what format is worse? You know what I mean? It's like trying to instigate people to say, yeah, this is the worst VCT format we've ever had. I actually really like the format. I think it's just backwards in some places. I don't think teams should play the opposite group first. If this was for next year, you got 12 teams in the regions, 2 groups of 6, you play your own groups. That goes into playoffs for an international event like a Masters London or whatever, I don't know. And then for stage 2, you play the opposite group, because then by then you've got like a full round robin of all 12 teams. And then you could take the top 6 from them and do... You can't do it the opposite way that they did this year. I hope that makes sense. Masters Birmingham, yeah. Christ. I love a Masters Bristol, but we don't have an arena here. We just literally don't have an arena. Alright, welcome to Masters Bristol. There's Kong Kong over there with Edward Gaming. I'd be so good. You live in Bristol? Yeah. I'm from the north of England, though. Where we, like, literally... Masters York would go fucking hard. You'd have a full, like, Viking theme with it. Masters in Luton. What's the fucking, like... Masters Slough. Masters Grimsby, you know? It's the second largest city in the UK, right? Bristol's the 5th largest city. In regards to size... Sorry, I need to run ads too. In regards to size, it's like London, Birmingham, maybe Manchester. I think Manchester might have overtaken Birmingham. It used to be Leeds. Leeds might have overtaken Manchester, to be honest, and then it's like Bristol, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna come check out the music scene so bad. Yeah, there's definitely less going on. The only concerts I want to go see is Death Cab for Cutie in Swansea. Swansea's an hour away. And then Alien Ant Farm play end of this year. I missed watching the Hives, because that was like in April. Are you a Bristol City supporter? I'm a Hull City supporter, but I saw Hull play away at Bristol and we lost. Hooray! We were 2-1 up and we lost 3-2. Hooray!
端的层次感
Yippee!
非常足啊，尤其是前面的枪线和后面的枪线。
Both teams running the same comp. Masters in London at Wembley. I mean, that'd be like Wembley Arena would be a cool one. You support Hall, which isn't too dissimilar, to be fair. Because my parents are from Hull, and then before I was born, they moved to Rydale, like Malton, Pickering. I was born in Scarborough, so I am from a little seaside town.
有观众还是会相信奇迹会出现啊，因为现在，DRG 是一支很感性的队伍，他们如果一旦打出自己的手感，一定会有非常。
Yeah, I can't believe they fucking fired Liam Rosenia. It's unbelievable. Like, do I think that he was like amazing for us? No, like we missed out on playoffs ourselves because of our own volition. We didn't like the Bristol City game is a firm example. We should have won that, and that would have been the difference. But unless you've got some incredible coach waiting in the wings, it's such a backwards move.
DRG 来说，我们从选图的这种宏观的角度来看啊，因为 EDG 是 Team B 嘛，所以他们是其实图3也都是 EDG 2选1选出来的。
对。
所以这张地图对 DRG 来说不容有失，而对于 EDG 来说，上海大师赛就在眼前，拿下这张地图，他们将会成为CN赛区第2支拿到上海大师赛门票的队伍。
Are we good? I need to like put together the VOD. Hello, I'm recording this for Sliggy's channel. I always start these like some sort of like day 39. Tyler, we're throwing games again. If you see this second map before the first map, it's because I accidentally stopped recording in the middle of the first one, so I need to edit it. But EDG 113-3, so you literally didn't miss anything. EDG attacking first, their pick. And everybody's running around like headless chickens. 3 people rotating. Nick is just stuck in the mud on this angle. Trailblazer gets no information. You still have a Sky Flash. Are you going to Sky Flash off of the Raze peeking? It doesn't hit Smoggy, but the shots do. Gets a second. Right, and even is as bad as Tech is thinking. What have I do? Oh, yeah. I was like, what did I do? I was like, oh yeah, I did stop recording. I'm not bad with tech, I'm just stupid. Oh, Chichi's gonna win this still, isn't he? He's still gonna win it. I can smell it in the air. Paranoia's gonna come across. Yeah, but the follow, it missed as well! Oh, he's gonna win, he's gonna win, he's gonna win, he's so gonna win, he's gonna win.
爆能器已经安装好了，球球现在的操作空间还是有的，但是他现在要拆对方的位置，拆开了。
Oh my god! 10 HP.
手枪局的翻盘说不，他实力血锁下了手枪局的比分。
I literally caster cursed him so hard. I mean, that was a crazy close 1 versus 3.
而这个其实已经低包了，所以球球会比较急一点。
对。 其实这一份的话，EDG他们第一时间是想要去把中路 B2 楼给控下来，但是没有想到，其实 DRG 是一个重防的 B 点，想要打 B 点，第一时间 B 通没有控人，可能对于 EDG 来说，他们的枪线会比较窄。
是的。
I thought you liked Chichi, why curse him? I want to just get some... This, for me, for EDG, is effectively like the hyperbolic time chamber, or like upping gravity by 100. I want to see DRG like actually put EDG through their paces.
timing 赶紧过去。
只要走得够快，就全是 timing。
Literal same thing. You've got Nappa and Vegeta 1 year away coming, and you need to get the practice in.
也是一个残血的浩东 ，EDG 这一分没什么太好的枪线，也没什么太好的办法。身后也有人，但是浩东历史之前换了一个，也只能是如此。最后只剩一个 Smoggy。
All right, you only lose 1.
TZH 3杀到手，也帮助 DRG 拿下奖励分。
We're supposed to get China team capsules this month. Yeah, we're supposed to get them this month. But it is only like 9 days into the month. So maybe we see and hear them soon. Who's going to win this series? I don't know about that.
我觉得球球也是挺难受的。一般来说，防守方在有枪械优势情况下
It'll be a Herculean task
没有想到 Luke
to
也
bring this back for DRG, I think, especially now.
来了，第一枪位先拿下，队友建议过去吸引一下枪声。
但 EDG 全是重甲哦，全是重甲，所以这个蟒侠得考虑狙头，
或者去抽一抽对面的血量也是不错的选择。
在那儿，华车巡游先推，独木时间可能要到了，一个
Good flash. Tosses Luke to nade out. Why would you TP into that Xion?
踢到了对方的脸上，那
Who goes? I'm going in. When you're met with that.
但是第一时间也不太敢提，因为康康的惊喜翻腾已经没了。
Where did he even try to TP to?
第二时间的动作。
对 EDG 这一分，我觉得可能
Was he trying to TP into this corner and then just got caught on a pixel or some shit?
放在 A 的，由浩东一个人去找 A 点的机会。蟒侠狙的是
Did he just collat? Or was this a shot from earlier? Did he just collat nobody? 'Cause he's 10 HP. Oh my god, Nick, its sensitivity is like 1 EDPI. That moved so slowly. But I guess you don't expect the Kunkung's just gonna run at you like that. Vukashi's going in. Of course he's gonna go and try and peek this. And of course Smoggy's waiting for it. DRG can't help themselves.
中路露脚步了，浩东应该是听到了踩铁板的声音非常大，确定对方的位置了已经。
是的。
现在对于 TZH 来说，要不要考虑捡把持枪？有没有机会能捡得到？力通可能会有点困难。
I feel like with so many like new people here watching China because it's Shanghai qualifiers, I feel like it's like watching these guys is like your mum embarrassing you in front of your friends. Like, Mum, please stop being weird. Just be cool.
因为对手的话是一把短枪，但是中路好像要过来。
Just China doing weird shit, and I'm like, come on, guys, everybody's watching.
打掉这个差1个点了。哇！上一分康康拿击杀，控能量球，安装爆能器，他把能拿这个终极技能点数的事儿全干了。
It's fun. I'm having fun. I might need to stand up actually. I feel like my neck is.
差1个点就有大招。
I'm feeling like I need to be having my monitor in the same way that Kung Kung does. So let me stand up.
这2波拉枪其实康康都是自己做了一个非常主动、非常。
Please just act normal for once. Exactly.
前面2个前顶的人员都被康康打掉了。
那这一分 EDG
None of them alive, so I came here. Yeah, I could tell because chat seems even more unhinged than usual.
他击杀掉5个人员了。
对。
他的大招也同样的快。
能量球之争。
they
上来浩东直接把赛博囚笼全封了。
There you go.
幕后的花车巡游先推出来，确定对方没有做前压，但这个能量球真的敢吃吗？
All right, really high camera. Snake bite to check.
单向烟，有单向烟。
Behind here.
强行吃了。
福卡叔手里只有1把。
There comes the paranoia. There comes the showstopper. There gets one.
诡异的空中走位，他先往前飞，再往后弹。
Stay on the cashew, please.
2个回来。康康的晚宴。
How did he get 2?
这样的对方的补强效率之下，显得收益就不够了。
是的，而且回防的陆克手里还有晚焰火。
I swear, like DRG are just moths to a flame. They're just like, oh, he's fully flashed. The sky flash from nobody was crazy. Chi-Chi's about to 1v3. Almost again. There's still no plan. Oh my god, again, 30 HP. The only one that can put Chi-Chi down is Nick.
局势，说实话，你表面上看谁优势，真不一定优势。就转瞬即逝。
I wish he shot on my face like that. Ayo, Neo Spag, let's calm down.
这一波绝对是非常强势的，但是我们来看一下，他这个康康这个走位也非常犀利啊。往前飞，再往后弹。但我卡叔这一波胜利有点不讲道理了。
对他从重生点走出来是连续击杀掉了对手2个人，因为第一时间的话可以看到左边这个包点的位置来的。
I mean, that comment's amazing, but yeah.
没有阻挡到。
Keep it Peggy 12.
但对于 EDG 来说，可能唯一的好消息就是对方把晚宴火也交了。
They've not been banned. They've just had the message deleted.
经济其实都并不是特别的满 ，EDG 相对来说要差那么一点点。
贴下去直架中路的位置，他这个位置其实容错率非常的低。空一枪就得跑，先给一个手稳拖延一下中路。
Keep it Peg me 12. That's for later Achilles. Don't give the game away. Tell Trevor he's invited though. He's earned his spot.
一个铁板的位置。
这个是 B 外丢的。那现在 这情况就很尴尬了。2楼 TZH 应该不太敢露了，自己的血很残。他这个蛇纹也没丢上去啊，丢在下边了。
How long just as a sheriff, but everybody else is bought up. Yeah, dubbed a showstopper. Almost of a neural theft. Of Kung just gave up fighting Vukashu. He's like, my teammates have got it. My God, I've never seen a team just be so. I was gonna say horny to fight, but I feel like that's just making the whole discussion worse. Like DRG just can't help but face. They're gonna get flanked and destroyed by a lurking IGL sheriff. No, they're not. Yeah, leave. Don't come back. Oh, imagine if DRG win this round now. How long is a gun? You know where he was. You know where. Why are you clearing back here? You know where he was. You just saw him. How has he won it? Oh my God! Please, DRG, please. Put on your thinking brains for a second.
这个应该是 Luke， 第二时间才去打去封烟的人，这是一个想双杀的节奏。
主要是当时 Luke 也动了，他举了一个技能。
是的，不过他这一波大绕确实是混淆了一下 DRG 选手的视听。
I guess they were thinking like maybe that he could have pushed CT. They look so shocked.
所以 B 通第一时间警惕性不够高。
对，而且最后
It was literally Howdong was just gifted a gun.
最后这个1v1的时候，他是。
他算了一下时间，
对方快拆到
Mom, stop embarrassing me.
现在 DRG 新的一回合开始之后，又是存钱的一个状态啊。
同样的，今年是一把雄鹿，非常快的背闪，哇！
猜到了对手会打藏烟闪。
4 ultimates at least.
第二时间拉的时候是被 Smoke 一磕了。
找到了所有的人。
A 点是个强。
Genuinely, the stress that I put on my body. I felt my ear pop.
钻的话有声音，对方会听到。
他这个位置要等一下 B 通的人。
Luke just want to nade there. Yeah, I mean he's gonna wide peek when the smoke drops.
和2楼的一个脚步。
哎，听到了，重生点一个大脚步，来得很快。追猎之灵召唤出来。
There's the seekers.
好大这个位置，3发子弹。
Oh my God, what is Vukashu gonna do?
不过他的队友已经来了啊。
Shion unaware.
但是不往后还有人。
Oh, it's not Vukashu. Vukashu's the bait. Neural theft is used. Oh, there he is. What am I watching? What am I watching?
我的天呐！哪怕他是一个枪线的劣势的情况下，他总是能够在包点里面的存活率太高了。
CN that's exactly what I'm watching. Starts off with that Bucky kill. I love the description of horny to fight. I mean, it's a good thing that teams don't like. People do it in ranked, don't they? It's like you're playing on the B site and it's like, oh, the A, and they just rotate off. They're full running with their knife out, just super thirsty to like get some kills.
一旦进入到自己的补强节奏之后啊，可以看到这一分打完，教练也笑了，他们对选手的发挥应该很满意。而 EDG 赶快叫一个战术暂停去调整一下。
Is map 3 on the horizon XD? Not a caster, so not cursing.
因为上一份的话是 DRG 的一个存钱局嘛。
I'm glad the coaches are having fun.
被翻掉确实还蛮伤的。
对。好，可以看到一些熟悉的面孔来到5位竞技场，一起看到今天可以说2个上海大师赛名额的角逐。
是的。
Bring Fnatic to China, please. I would have no doubt that people like Boaster and the Og would want to go to China.
那现在对于 EDG 来说
，At least this map isn't a complete stomp. They've only got it's 4-2.
其实我觉得 EDG
It could finish 13-4 still.
如何稳住现在的优势，转化成比分。
It would be closer than the last map still, but it's still not saying much.
我觉得现在 EDG 在面对
I mean, I would assume that Yinzi would be at Master Shanghai.
放松警惕，
Like
所以会导致一些小
I mean, she's been at every other international event hosting, right?
叫了之后，可能教练要给他们部署的一些东西或者调整，也要赶紧去做一些优化。
对。
I mean, like I say Boaster because he's like been learning Mandarin, like sings like Chinese songs and stuff. Do I understand it? No.
这个跳看不太敢跳了，因为第一时间中路人太多了，4个人。
这一分 EDG 其实是没钱的，所以 DRG 肯定是避免前点跟你对
我开始说，我每一次 B 点都要这么大的压力吗？
又来了，
又被夹掉。
但我开始这一波可以不用顶的。
对。
Camera's good. You got Xion playing backside.
是走不掉的。
他这个位置。
I think they've seen and heard Vukasha get offside. Oh, the Paranoid's good. Did it hit Howdong? It did. And Howdong still survives. Oh my god, he's just fighting. Like a TDM match. Just put these two on fucking drift. Just have them fight out there. Even the observer can't keep up. They're just spamming buttons on their board, just hoping that they get the right player.
一波4杀奠定了这一把比赛的胜利。哇，天哪，这一局小分打得太漂亮了。
对，前点其实刚才浩东那个走位也很精彩。
Casual Vu 4K, and we saw none of it.
拉了一波枪线吗？
是的，但沃卡叔在点里像炮台一样。
其实当时他压力真的很大，他甚至都已经退到了重生点的位置了。
对。
The satchel was great though.
弹到了楼下，沃卡叔就以一张旁边这个木箱来做一个掩体。
Even Vukasha is just screaming for all of that. Just, ah!
中路直接展开。
Alright, Viper's fit in mid.
前点中路的 EDG 这一分应该是中路闲人免进了，不太好抢。
Camera high up here, trip going across.
和 A 点的默认，这一分可能节奏会。
Only 3 about to push up on A. I mean, this is they've just 3 people stacked on A, a Viper's Pit, and Vukashu.
你不要看 B 点人，不要看他人少哦，但是他每次都能活下来，而且还能击杀掉人，
对，
非常夸张。
EDG 他也不敢贸然过这个 B 头的门口。
对。 现在还是主打一个慢推，因为中路第一线失去控制之后，还是要尝试。
Camera and the trip's really good against this setup too, because you have got the attack poison cloud here as well. Like going back to the old Nat setup, but because of this trip, you're still pretty comfortable.
还在，所以 DRG 对于 B 点的这个防守落位还是比较奔放的。
对。
The sky's rotated. Does the sky have a flash? You probably like in like 5 seconds. Yeah, around now, sky flash gets nothing. Having people rotate already. Really good like macro stuff from DRG. Let's see how they make this a bit more of a spaghetti fest now. If everybody on the right side. Vukasha gives up heaven a little bit. 12 seconds. Xion gets 2. No time. Back up. I was getting a little bit concerned. It felt like, you know, like with aim labs, you've got when you see the players do like the warm-up, like sponsored aim lab section, and they have like the maps in game, and you have to clear all of these angles from like different people. That's how it felt there. I genuinely thought the EDG were just going to clear every single angle one at a time, like it was some sort of like aim lab scenario. It's not a no. We're losing what a Melons moment is. Melons isn't like a. It's like the difference between a C9 and being thrown off the point in Overwatch. Like Melons is, you don't make the site off your own like volition. You know? Like there, you've got 5 players on site slowing you down and stalling you. A Melons is if you tried to rotate over to A and you just run out of time. Hit the side 22 seconds. They definitely left it late. But a Melons moment was when they were rotating to B from here on 30 seconds. You know? That's what I consider Melons, just running out of time on your plan. Yeah. But you get the timings wrong, because like naturally as a defensive side, your job is to stall them out. You stop the, you know, if you stop them planting with an aftershock, is that Melon's moment? Not really. Yeah, it's specifically you fucking up. Like, but yeah, like there, it's like, could you say that EDG fucked up because they were so late with it? Not necessarily, because DRG did a lot of stuff around the map to get the information in the right place. 2v2. Oh, the neural theft was perfect for Shield. I think it even like threw him off a little bit because he was going for the fight here, saw the ping higher up, went for that fight instead.
球球残血已经被御神之息奶回来了，2个人的血量还比较健康，双人的指甲
关键尼克他手里没有
没
引路之
气能了
损，对他没有闪。
只能靠人生去清点了，看能不能强行把 EDG 拆成1
Does Nick win? He's been very good in clutches, especially against Chichu, but never have we seen Chichu have the advantage. Time is getting very
有
low.
点难，球就可能要想要去摸一下对手的侧身。
这波 Nobody 直接选择拉出来。
Nice try. Good round from EDG. It just, again, descends into a bit of a just aim battle.
EDG 拿下了，但这一分其实 EDG 我觉得还是避开了对方的重防避点。
DRG looking really good right now. Yeah, I think EDG are definitely struggling.
，Luke 这里
Can I ask what the third map is? It is, what is it? Bind? Bind.
对，是看到效应7传到那个位置，想要去加一下，然后 Luke 刚好出来接子弹了。
对。啊，这一分拿下之后 ，EDG 暂时是稳了稳局面。
Back to JK. Oh, I wish.
现在还是那个问题，我觉得 EDG 现在最重要的是在。
Hopefully the players would know that though. Yeah, you're playing Pearl for the third map. Oh, excuse me?
换防了，
去 A 了。
对。
Three maps in this series are Pearl, King's Row, and Nuke.
零主攻的主手的一个方向是在什么位置？
对。但浩东这个位置肯定动的不能太急。
这一分其实蛮异常的，因为必通第一时间给了2个单向烟，前期都是没有给过的。
啊，这样的一个变化，仿佛是感觉让你心虚了，是不是？
对你这个必通单向给的太勤
Just two. That's just a cent. It's just a cent.
但 EDG 遇事
Oh man. Vukashi got diffed by Howdong. I'm not really a fan of putting the IGL on Sentinel for this reason. You're just not involved in what the pack is doing. You're just hoping, I guess, that nobody could call for some of this. Maybe Chichu, maybe Smoggy. Good position from Xion. Oh, it doesn't TP back in the right place. Xion's TPs have been a little bit questionable.
直接强行跳进来，
Hell of a shot from Kung Kung there. And then they just TP over towards A.
一波声东击西，调动 DRG 的防守做得非常成功。2楼
Ascent is Mirage. Maybe.
的话给到 DRG 压力会很大，需要很。
I'd say that Ascent is more like Dust 2 because if you're a pro team that pick Dust 2, you better be fucking good on it because everybody can play it. You shouldn't be banning it, you should be picking it. It's the same as Ascent, in my opinion.
相互支援的空间了。
You should be able to play it no matter what. And if you're picking it, you better be like much better than the majority of teams.
关键他没有惊喜翻腾啊。暗眼推了，哎，背身没顶过，那应该不交了。对枪结束。
I mean, like layout wise, yeah, that too, I guess.
转移的过程当中是骗到了 DRG 防守的这种转点。
What you described as Mirage and Dust 2. I mean, maybe it's like. Maybe that's what Dust 2 used to be.
在 B 点打得比较。
But like, it's definitely applicable to Mirage as well.
对手 DRG 已经全部回防到了 B 点，所以。
Which CS:GO map would be the funniest with Valorant utility? I'd have to imagine like either Nuke or Vertigo. Nuke would be funny. I'm like ulting the B site and then you ult the A site as well because they're on top of each other.
在布防的过程当中有点被动。如果他这一分不倒的话，其实 B 点不用回那么快的。
是的
，Office
手 B 点其实幽影是 B 点包点很核心的一个位置，他是肯定不能掉的，率先。
A 区 P0之虎压出来了 ，A 区压出来了 ，EDG 要不要提速 B 点？但我们要注意。
Vertigo with Breach would be comic. Oh my god, I can just imagine.
但是我们要看包点。
Ramp would be horrendous.
技能只有一颗烟和一个战术监控，没有半线。
只有这个监控，
直接慢慢的蹭进来，知道对手没有钱。
Snapebite is going to stop Vukashi from peeking this. The Paranoia is going to miss. Sky Flash doesn't actually hit anything, but I mean, there's just so many smokes. Don't really like that flash at all, because you're not playing for information. You know that they're in. You're just getting brutalized because you're on the worst buy.
Nobody 收徒。
Alright, okay.
这个距离我觉得幻影可以解释一下的，稍微有点飘。
他点射可能还好一点。
盲穿了一个，但是这个操作空间已经很难了。
32滴血，黄图一发身体就阵亡啊！蒙给也是直接收掉对手，连续的追分，已经将上半场的分差迫近到了1分啊 ！EDG 现在这个状态是非常好。
是的。
那DRG 其实。
Kang changed crosshairs, went from a black cross to a dot. That seems to be the big change.
是的，我觉得给到 EDG 在进攻方拉扯的前提条件是一直有人在做默认，在另外一个点位，所以 EDG 在。
I'm stood like a dad, like watching my fucking kids play football or something. hands on my hip.
我们看了这一分，同样的也是 A 点永远有人在加默认。
对，2把名狙哦。
Shouldn't turn it down the audio. Yeah, Vukashi does it too.
背枪的，就是开局先狙一下，近点的时候再换。
Literally stood on the sidelines, being like, "Yeah, good job, son." Fucking hell.
这玩意我其实已经捏很久了，一直没有合适的机会去装载。
刚才也没办法，他刚回防到，队友都全倒了。
对，
也没交的必要了，而且也是1分存钱。
There's a line from a film called Jimmy Grimble, which is kind of like a kid that has thinks that he has like magic football shoes, and it's a quote from that film that's so funny, where it's the dad is there's a person, the coach has his son playing on the team, and he's just shouting, "Pass it to Gordon! Pass it to Gordon! Pass it to Gordon! Pass it to Luke! Pass it to bloody Luke!" Very clean round, nice.
上半场第2季将比分定格在了7比5。
哇，上一
It's just the only thing I remember from that film. Just pass it to bloody Gordon.
炸掉了2个之后，自己掏出枪再打1个，拿到了一波非常漂亮的3杀。看这一波，刚好是抓到了
Nice.
进攻 B2楼的非常关键的 timing。
爆能器落在中区。EDG 这个进攻中路已经打了很多个回合了。
对，就是他们有一次打得比较难受，就是EDG 在进攻方的时候，就是中路开。
I like that I think they just have all of the loud ones because it's the most similar color to DRG. Because I think they'll probably have a green one too.
半场7比5，也跟我们这个赛事的。
But that's actually why DRG have all bought the loud classic so that they can still afford to keep less. That's the difference.
这个互动环节其实还是非常有意思的。其实我们在无畏区游戏里会有很多。
我觉得还是得稍微温柔一点，这个
Oh, it's adorable. I mean, you can see this one, right? You don't need me to move my camera.
感觉两边都有点跃跃欲试。
很可爱，很可爱，
很可爱啊！好的，我们。
They look so comfy. Look at this.
第2季是终究在上半场取得了一个2分的领先优势啊。
对。
在防守端，我觉得Vukashi的表现是最能立得住，帮助第2。
A coach's comms turned on during halftime. Yep, until the end of the buy phase for pistols. So the coaches could talk for all of this 3-minute break.
其实进攻方同样也是可以去我们大家关注一下Vukashi他这个0在进攻
But they can keep talking up until the end of like the buy phase. I think that's at least what it was for me.
一个位置顶着非常大的压力，而且
I love the halftime crowd emotes. All the regions need to do that. Yeah, absolutely. Like if I'm other regions, I'm stealing that.
林红丁看一下，刚刚赛前我们有聊到。
对，48.5对51.5的攻方和防守方的一个胜率对比啊。
就相对于来说，第一赛段大家都对这张地图认为是一个防守方拿分会比较多的一张地图。
对，稍微多一点。
偏向
上半场的比分其实也很好的展示出了这个数据的可靠性，好吧？
You have to remember that like I went to bed at 9 p.m. and I woke up at like 6 in the morning because I'm an adult now. And I woke up to 100 Thieves beating loud and then Les being benched because he's too expensive.
这场比赛对于第2季来说，尤其是这张地图是不容有失的。
是的。
Wait, what else am I going to wake up to?
上海大师赛的门票就差。
G2 being 1 win away from Shanghai. The way that you stare at your webcam when reading chat makes me feel uncomfortable. Zero goods.
他们没有转点的预案哦，这一波应该是 A 点要打到底的。
So much of what I do, like, you think it's uncomfortable for you? I'm talking to... I've got builders right outside like my flat being like, who the fuck is this guy talking to? I can't keep up with this game. Vukashi, keep your camera still. You're giving me such a migraine.
第2季创造了人数优，并且这个爆能器是2楼可以看的。
是的。
这会混淆一些 EDG 的视听。
就2楼可能会有人在反绕之类的，或者藏人。我们看一下回防方的 Smokey 手里还有一个暗眼，第一时间 Elbow 的位置是可以限制一下防守方的站位，但是有手稳的拖延，要等一下。
It's gonna be hard to, like, it's hard to get in. You got a trip behind you as well. Is there a paranoid for Smoggy? There is, but time is getting low. They know they're all in. Paranoid's gonna come through. Hits 1, 2, doesn't hit the third. But Vukashi peeks. He's off of it. He's just trying to make sure that they go down. So do you force up here for your EDG? Probably not.
更加的写意一些。
是的，没有办法，因为回防方的话，对手的一个手稳确实拖延了时间，加上自己回防需要清点的一些位置比较多。哇，这个
Yeah, when you're like working, like, because I casted a lot through like the pandemic, so a lot of it was from home, where like I'm just staring at the camera like this while somebody else is talking, just be like.
手枪局也是由 DRG 率先拿下。这一份的话，对于 DRG 来说就会比较舒服了，可以能够起到一些枪线。5开始，
真求稳啊！
全都起枪了。
回原条直接被摘。
The benching is still a rumor.
猜到了 B 通，一般幽影。
I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I woke up and you guys told me this. I haven't even looked on Reddit to check. Not as if I'd get any good official information from Reddit of all things.
选择慢推吗？
Need to go to VLR. That's where it's at.
左边拉，他可能会有点危险。
闪得不错。
This is a little bit of a shit show, but okay.
但现在还是一个问题，近点可以 DRG 可以完全慢推的。球球现在手里有2发手稳。
Not just VLR comments.
落下来，反应很快 ，TZ 这先秒一个。
All right, nice clean. Kung Kung 1 versus 4. Could go to a third map this at this rate.
是的，这一分打
And says they'll still make it if G2 get caught cheating.
抱团啊，没有人去单摸，给到对手捡枪的机会哦。选择慢推，跳看的第一时间 smoke 也是被收掉了，所以第一时间 B 通没有烟雾的阻挡，但就给到 DRG 非常舒服的慢推。
The China team's using a loud spray against DDG.
因为两支队伍都是喜欢在奖励分起莽侠的，所以能看得到 EDG 上一分也是比较保守啊。 大家都是没怎么起过像正义。
Yeah, I mean, sort of everybody did for China. Like, you know it's bad when like the Pokemon picture of Sadak sort of goes almost viral.
现在要走2楼。
2楼的话，这个雄鹿发挥可能稍微有点限制，这个半线第一时间打掉。
Is anybody gonna break the trip? Did they break the trip? I think they broke the trip. They know how dog's in. Kung Kung split. Great nade. Good reposition actually from DRG to take that fight. I think actually if Kung Kung peeks it and doesn't nade, he probably gets both of them. Alright, alright. Completely normal moment. You win the bonus though.
我觉得对于第2届来说是一个非常好的战术安排。
对。
Yeah, it's a crazy move, but like I don't know much about anything that's happening. So.
对。
Welcome to VCT China. We're all psychos. That's very true. We need to inscribe that in Mandarin somewhere on like the wall.
2楼，其实整体来说，对于 DRG 他们进
I can say happy birthday. I think Shangshu Kuaila.
都是没有太多掩体的哦。
改变刚才那一分残局平衡的就是 Nobody 刚才那2枪混烟。哎，那 Luke 他是很善于抓对手这种起轻甲。
Close enough. Yeah, that's generally how a lot of my Mandarin speaking skills come in. Where people just go, yeah, it's not great, but it'll do. Which honestly, I think is just everybody's opinion of like British people. Like, I'd prefer if you didn't try. You're just embarrassing us at this point. I was going around Germany saying Nein sprechen die Deutsch, which is no speak die German. Like, everybody's just fucking rolling their eyes at me.
我看说如果跟着自己的队友一起来逼的话，那好像就不能转了。
对，现在想要去抉择的话，就是陆克这个位置吧。他的一把蟒侠在前期。
What's the best country you've been to? That's a question.
但是现在EDG是比较稳，持续的续单上烟，包括中路的。
I really like the Netherlands. I like Amsterdam. That makes it sound like I'm just some like massive pothead. I'm not. It's just, it's nice to just cycle everywhere. Kung Kung is still, he's done so much damage. He managed to get off of the angle, but he's got Howdog to worry about. Go on, Nick. Oh, nice try. It's Chi Chi that wins this one. To be fair, it wasn't cycling in Amsterdam. It's like cycling just through the Netherlands. Like we went to I forgot what it's called.
追雷阵他得绕一圈，这个很尴尬。他召唤追雷阵的位置正好是在那个柱子右边一点。
刚刚 Nova 点那个位置也很关键哦，他是
Public transport as well, like in the Netherlands, was great.
右上骑的这个剑影，今天这张地图已经很多次了。正常来说，幽影会传到这个柱子后嘛？
是的。
但可能因为当时视野受控。
Yeah, Hug, yeah. We cycled around there from like basically the train station to like the miniature model world and then to the beach. The Hague, yeah. Like, that was amazing. That was so much fun. Up until I got like tree pollen in my eye and I'm like cycling along like, I can't see. Do you understand Chinese? No. I don't even know what no is in Mandarin. That's how bad it is.
B 点是有幽影在的，所以 Smoke 能拖延的时间也很长。现在 EDG 的重防点位是在 A 区，这个霹雳之虎看到了1万个人，提前备闪。
他是一把判官，后面有队友帮忙架枪，今年位置给他。
Oh my god, there's no way. Oh my god, the judge from ramp.
太远了，枪也不太好，完
全
没得打。
最后一个人也是知道了，在铁板的位置，两个人的双拉没有太大的机会。
All right, EDG are clawing this one back.
我觉得是所有比较
判官玩家的梦想时刻。对，但刚才那一分判官的多杀也是。
About to get my teeth cleaned. Thank you for the stream, Ryan. Hope the rest of your day goes well. Same for you, Zalifa. Thank you very much again for the sub. Is Zalifa just it? Yeah. Why is it always a judge 3K?
这下真的是爽刷。
It's a good point.
后面的队友给的压力也是非常的大，然后他在正面有一个非常好的输出空间。
连续的追分让。
If you want to say no, but like a soft no, you say mini boo.
没办法接受啊，所以赶快叫一个暂停。
That would be so funny if it was true. If you see Heretics go to Shanghai, you've got no and now.
真的很好。
Is this Pulse Viper nerf? No, this is 2 Molly Viper.
他们不管是在优势局还是劣势局的一个情况下，其实我们可以看到。
Why is it only 3Ks as well? Because it's not why is he using it.
表情都还算是比较轻松的，对，所以我觉得他们队内的氛围也是比较好的那一种。
Come on, DRG, I'd love to see a third map.
都有位可知。
听说你想给我留残局？
对，这个表情包也是刚刚之前非常经典的霓虹钉1v2残局啊。
Almost 1K viewers. I think the most we've had was 1.8, I think, during play-ins. Yeah, 1K on days like this is crazy. Thank you, guys. I mean, usually I stream to about, like, what would probably be the average, Lexi, would you say? Like, 50, 60 people? He's the best judge player in the world. Probably Wisey still.
但是从这个站位上面来看的话 ，B 点是
200, 300 with Sliggy's offline. That's true.
站位，这个单线第一时间其实给的有点有 timing 的。今年已经过人了，
又补一个。康康跟 Smoky 的协同做的其实还不错。
真的，他们永远是一个双架，你打一个，我立马会有人补枪。
对。
隔离解除。
其实这个互换并没有占到便宜，而且还是主角的位掉了。本来其实。 第二届的进攻方是比较依赖于 Luke 去进点，现在没有 Luke， 那他们整体的节奏会非常慢。
没有 Luke， 没有。
These guys getting grouped in Shanghai now. Well, like EDG or DRG?
对。
EDG? I don't know. Oh, it depends on the format. We don't know what the format is. It could be another RMR, but I don't know if it would be. Not an RMR, Swiss stage.
有人踩半线了，但是因为有神经曲系，没有人敢中路前压。
是。
I made it for the first time because Shanks is a watch part in this. I'll make you feel more at home then. There you go. That should make you feel a bit better. Less homesick. My voice is going so much that it's actually really hard to do that.
也有一个很大的伏笔，B筒也顶出来了，不太有空间了，时间不够了。
广告牌后给到舌吻。
Maybe take your shirt off too. Out of context, that sounds like a Vukashi moment. Speaking of Vukashi, why are we never observing Vukashi when he gets these kills? What is he? It's like the EMEA observers with Shin. Well, he ain't dodging that. And Nick doesn't know what day it is. All right, 9-0. I guess it's the 4 playoff winners go straight into playoffs and then the 2 go into 2 groups. Yeah, I mean, like a Swiss stage for those like 8 teams would be sick.
第二季没有任何的枪线能够去施展。
对。
I'm bored of groups. I like the you don't know who you're playing up against. Is it Vukash or It's the second one. It's got to be like, imagine if like, I don't know if the China audience would be aware of like, can you imagine like the Billy channels they're spamming Prius and stuff like that? Like the man's fuck up was so global. Even the China audience are referring to it. Like it's literally united the globe. Behind the moment, it wasn't even technically his fault. It wasn't even him, yeah. Alright, Vukashi 1 versus 4. Easy. Yeah, somebody flanking all the way around. I mean, they're full running. Can I get context on Prius? He missed a 1 versus 2. Probably one of the best 1 versus 2 play moments from Simple. Because he was observing the other 2 players.
真的在某些时候突然起一下，能有意想不到的效果。
对，就是你得去算一下对手的一个经济情况。哇，
这2发。
What do you mean it wasn't him? There's a video on it, I'm pretty sure.
是打了1个半，残了1个。
Prius is the worst observer of VCT ever. That's not very fair.
是。
Even as like a joke, you know that people are gonna like. Obviously, we're joking about it with Prius because he's one of the best observers like in Valorant for sure. But I know when you say jokes like that, people are gonna think that like people are like serious. You know? Sorry, Prius. Yeah. And also, Prius has been helping the observers here, which don't make the obvious joke, don't make the low-hanging fruit, especially when we've seen so many moments that we're calling Prius like.
Nobody 随时准备打反闪、直架烟雾。
赛博穹隆开起来了，有毗邻之火，先找人。
I think it's like I love Zilv and stuff like that, but I think when you have Sapphire and Prius like every event, like that makes sense really. I mean, it's just a melting them at this point.
哇 ，Nobody 这个灵性的换位啊，还换了1把枪，第一时间。
Also Yeti as well. Like the work that I've seen Yeti put in from like working international events where he's there. Like the man is tracking all of the little set plays that teams have, so he knows that when he sees them, he can like make sure that we're on the secondary observer seeing everything. But like, just have Zilv work an international event. The best part is you can put him on anything and he'd do a good job with it. Man is a production workhorse.
现在让第二季很难受的一个点就是，EDG 不让他们打控图，前点的位置根本不给你控，哪怕是。
Genuinely, I just think you just put Zilv in there because Zilv can secondary observe, he can first person, he can
不会让给第二季
creative direct.
进攻方屡屡受挫。 没有办法去打一些控图的运营。
And people are saying like, what talent I'd like to see at international events. Let's start with that. Let's put Zilv at an international event.
需要在这10几秒剩余的时间内，考虑出一个解决现在 EDG 前点防守、高压防守的一个应对措施。
Zilv the goat, Zilv in my if I speak.
比较现实的一点就是，刚才 Luke 打掉了1个之后，他又倒地，他有大了。这一分的晚宴火将会成为。
Do you think EDG can get over being in Shanghai, assuming they win here, of course? Well, they're in Shanghai, so they've done it. They've got over it. They're there. But
被 EDG 连续追分的一个情况下，现在在进攻方是迟迟拿不下自己的1分。
是的。
Do we have any new info on when, like, this month is all we know? I got told by Alan that, like, there's an announcement soon. They didn't say it was about this. It was like, oh, we got some, like, exciting news soon. So I'd imagine that they will probably announce the classics, like, on the grand finals of this. So Sunday. That would be my guess, but it's not official. But I've just been told, like, because I asked, like, what are the dates for stage 2? Because I'm, like, casting tier 2. I don't want to miss doing China because I'm working. And he's like, don't know yet, but we should have some news soon, including some exciting stuff. And it's like, it's probably going to be the classics, isn't it? There's a gap in the wall.
这个地方我能打，
这能站能补枪，
这就很尴尬。
他还很聪明，他不想暴露这里能看。
Either the observers stay on one person too long like this, or just when it's more chaotic they just switch around.
没空，中路也没做太多的控制。
More money to spend on VCT Classics. Yippee! I can't do it. My voice is so gone I can't do high pitch stuff. I can do a pretty good Elmo, but I don't think I could do it now.
交叉枪线，
中路这个半点说实话不太好打，要 low 很大的。
I can't do it. I'm literally just sound like fucking singer from Aerosmith then.
来喽，被穿残了。
I need to clear
但
my
现在我
throat
觉
and
得
do
对于
it.
球球来说更不能接受啊，这是一个很好的 timing。
剩余30秒。
运气好像不在他这一边。
Elmo! I can't do it. It's just gone. I didn't realize I could even make that noise, but I did. What? This way! It just fucking sound like Brian Johnson from AC/DC doing that.
这一波一定要打提速 T8。
Back in black! I can't do that either. It's gone.
要不那这一分把大招省了吧？
Oh, they're just walking out. Smokes one at a time. 8 seconds. There's no time. This is EDG on 12.
爆能器落在3秒。
What a way for this just map and series to just deflate.
哇，这一分。
What do you think of Master Shanghai going to be played on the new patch? I mean, yeah, amazing. It would be an utter travesty if they were playing on the old patch. I hate watching tournaments that play on a patch behind us. In situations like this, it makes sense. I can live with it. But like, I just think back to the Overwatch League in the first year where they played a full season on old Hanzo when he had Scatter Arrow instead of like the reworked version. Like that's 6 weeks worth of games that were just on a patch that nobody had access to. Like that's horrendous. Oh my god, Luke, sit down. 3 chances. I mean, it doesn't even... I'm not even going to write 3 because it feels like less. Xion again, just TPing into silly situations. Yeah, but Pacific aren't playing on the new patch for the end of this week. It's all on the old patch.
2打5的状态，像一座大山。
Scatter Arrow aware.
这个时候福卡数能不能站出来？ 但 EDG 真的会给 DRG 一些操作的机会吗？他们现在是两协同的补枪，中路的康康已经压出来了，先打第一个经济反能送自己回来，第2手的操作。
1 kill, 5 HP aware.
现在是孤掌难鸣，四面。
That's EDG. Quell surprise. EDG, the second team to be attending Master Shanghai. It's going to be Trace versus DRG for that 3rd spot tomorrow. So, nice work. I mean, the first map was crazy good from EDG. And the crowd goes wild. Wow, EDG going to Shanghai? Who knew? Yeah. Is our translator still awake? I think Sprite's here.
是的，同样我们要把掌声献给 DRG， 今天他们的发挥同样出色。
You think the new map after Shanghai will be played at Champions? Yeah. With any luck, we have a Champions that doesn't have a Breeze or an Icebox, but we'll see. Yeah. It's just genuinely, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's some good moments from DRG, but DRG are just so, like, fight horny that they just go and take duels against EDG, and then EDG... In fights EDG shouldn't win, you see DRG overpeak, and then it just lets this EDG squad, like, snowball.
相信此时此刻所有的观众也非常的开心。那咱们也一起
I'm leaving this with you.
聊2句，和大家一起庆贺一下今天比赛的胜利。首先是我的 Marco 教练，因为今天拿到了通往上海大师赛的门票，此时此刻心情是什么样的？最想和大家说些什么呢？
希望这次能更进一步吧。
更进一步，有一个更好的成绩。是，那其实，在整个 Stage 1阶段，我们可以看到 EDG 也一直在不断的改变和进化。其实我们可以说，每一个阶段都可以看到 EDG 一直在调整，一直在进步。那你认为这个阶段，这一个 Stage 1，你们学会了什么东西呢？
我觉得更多的是在场外的一些东西去调整我们整个队伍，就是
场外的东西。
可能比赛上面很难看出来具体发生了什么，但是不太好说这个东西。
不太好说，这个东西需要议会，需要大家私下讨论一下，是吗？明白。那接下来 After 教练， 其实各赛区的名额战是非常精彩的，同时也是充满悬念的。但是可以说 EDG 每一次都没有让我们失望过。你认为 EDG 能够一直保持竞争力的原因是什么呢？
不断的追求进步吧，对。
不断的追求进步，不断的去改变，在每一个阶段都会有自己想要调整的方向。那你认为目前队伍还有什么需要再去精进调整的？
更多的是临场吧，还有我们的心态吧，就保持在享受比赛，然后保持在享受舞台，我觉得我们就会打得比较出彩一点，对。
心态其实还是最重要的。每次无论是面对国内的比赛还是国际的比赛，都是需要调整到一个好的心态。那接下来康康，因为赛前的时候咱们就聊到，面对新的 DRG， 这是第一次和他们交手。那今天的比赛打下来，其实你们应对是非常出色的。那你认为表现还符合你的预期吗？
我觉得 Luke 第2把有点厉害。
有点厉害。对，一开始 DRG 确实有一个比较好的攻势。
是的，然后感觉第2季，怎么说呢？就是我感觉 VCT CN 能出现这么多有竞争力的队伍，其实是一件好事情。然后我也希望有更多的队伍，就像我今天说的，我第一次跟一个以前没怎么打过的一个全新的队伍去在赛场的时候，特别激动。所以说，我希望以后有更多的人来跟我们对打。对。
是希望更多的队伍和选手都在不断的进步，而且可以让大家看到，所有人看到我们 VCT CN 的潜力，确实是。那今天拿到了门票，有什么想要跟大家说的话吗？
怎么说呢？就是希望不会辜负大家一直以来对我们的期望吧。然后怎么说呢？就
加油加油！
不负众望就行了。对。
对。所有的话都在这一句不负众望里，一定不会让大家失望的。接下来
，Yeah, that's true.
因为在这个阶段，我们还是可以看到你们在不断的调整和变化。那你认为目前的变阵效果如何？
Look at Muggle, just an intent focus.
目前的变阵的话，我觉得还是就打起来稍微流畅，比以前流畅一点了。但是具体的强度的话，我觉得还是得到世界赛上去验证一下的。
对，说到流畅，其实有很多观众也会认为说，现在你们每个人都到了自己最舒服的一个位置、一个发挥上，你是怎么看待这个说法的？
我觉得，确实是这样的，确实是这样的。
确实这样，打得越来越舒服了。像 After 教练说的，打得舒服，心态好才是最重要的。那接下来球球，在比较紧张的一个情况下，目前有没有关注到外赛区的一些比赛呢？没听到是吗？不好意思啊，咱们赛程确实比较紧张嘛。那目前你有没有关注到外赛区的比赛？我们这个确实离得比较远，每一次。
我有看，我知道Liquid的没进。
见不到 Nuts 了。
是的。
那除了 Team Liquid 以外，还有没有哪些队伍你会比较期待和他们交手呢？
有啊，我们的 Lace。
可以，非常想和他们再一次交手，再一次碰面，是吧？
是的。
明白。那接下来 Smoky 选手。拿到了通往上海大师赛的门票。刚才大家也都在说很期待和一些队伍、一些选手交手，你自己有没有特别期待的呢？可以听到吗？
可以。我也想跟 FPX 再交个手，就是因为静不是也回来了嘛，然后我们也想再跟他们交一次手。
对，上次交手其实是一个没有静的 FPX 赢下了他们，那这回静重新回来了之后，是不是想要在赛场上再一次击败他们？
是的。
明白。那有没有什么想要和粉丝们说的话呢？
感谢大伙儿来看比赛吧。然后我们这次也不是很轻松拿到这次上海大师赛门票吧。然后我们也会在世界赛上保持好心态，然后争取更进一步。谢谢。
谢谢大家。而且就像康康说的，其实有的时候没有那么轻松，反而说明了所有人、所有队伍都在进步。这对于每一支队伍、每个选手来说都是好事。那最后浩东。因为明天的比赛又一次要和 FunPlus 交手了，可能刚才 Smoky 在说的时候也提到说这一路可能没有那么轻松。那面对这个 FunPlus， 对于这场比赛你有什么想法和期待吗？
想让他们就是小心点我们空岛吧。
小心，你们这回要做什么新的准备给他们吗？
上次空岛输给他们之后，回去复了3个小时的盘。
复了3个小时的盘，那这回的亚海选手一定会给我们带来一些新的惊喜喽。
是的。
是的。 好的，那刚才大家也都说了，比较想和哪支队伍选手交手，那你自己呢？最想和哪个交手？
我肯定跟大家想法是一样的嘛，那就必然就是 Paper X 嘛。
必然就是 Paper X， 我们宿命的羁绊。好的，也非常期待到时候你们可以在
Yeah, they've qualified.
后面再给我们带来一场精彩的比赛。接下来呢，还是要由我们的工作人员为我们所有 EDG 的选手
Maybe just on Ascent. God,
大
that's
师赛的晋级门票。
sounds miserable. There's their bus ticket. Here it is. I say this because last time for Madrid, they got given a massive like fucking plane ticket to Madrid. But obviously, because it's in Shanghai, here's the bus ticket. Fucking Oyster card.
感谢各位选手，也感谢所有人给我们呈现了今天非常精彩的2场比赛。目前2张上海大师赛的门票已经决定了，还有一场非常关键的门票战在明天等着大家。那接下来让我们把镜头交给解说席，拜拜。
Did you guys see the video of like EDG like a couple of weeks ago where they're like escorted literally? Oh, I need to find it before we end. Like EDG, Valorant, guard escort, I guess it would be. It was something ridiculous. I stick this here. I wonder if I have it in my likes on Twitter. And I don't want to show my likes on Twitter because that's just going to make like... It's just like clips of Michael Shannon that I'm liking.
经过比赛的一些磨合和沉沦，我们 CN 战队一定会有越来越多更多厉害。
And something talking about how shit Gavin and Stacey is. That's my likes. Here it is. God, this is crazy. This is crazy. So let's mute this. We don't need to watch anything else more of the show. We got the interviews. But look at this.
我们是他们站灯下面，我们要走吗？我不用走，不用走啊。来，我们选手站到灯下面，好吗？来。他是手机清楚。来，选手，我们站到灯下面来，这边再往前走。可以帮我。你蹲下也可以。不行。不用。辛苦啦。王哥，任康打得真好。很牛逼！球球这边，球这里，球比心，球比个心可以吗？我的截锋不如航航。谢谢。
Can you imagine saying anything and having that many women just giggle? And then look at this! Literally running like a full 18 tournament with this amount of security. It's just crazy. I don't like... What I don't get is why have they got this much security to help them just get out of a situation where they're meeting fans out in the open, yet they have the players walk out the side with everybody sticking their arms out like it's some out the fucking gladiators. Like, why did they not have these security guards like separating everybody else as they walk out? Like, it's mental for me. I mean, that crowd's going to be so much bigger if it's Vukashi, though. That's the thing. But yeah. So for today, we have 2 of our teams from China qualifying, which is exciting. I need to go at like 3, so I can't stick around anyhow for EMEA. But yeah, tomorrow we have FPX versus EDG. Both teams are qualified for Shanghai, but this is a rematch that we've seen of the grand final. These 2 played recently. We've seen a lot of EDG winning, but FPX won the last series, and it was a fantastic series at that. So, you know, this is the big one, the second series of tomorrow for who's going to be qualifying for that 3rd and final spot in Shanghai. But for here, I still think this is going to be a good series to watch. I don't think there's any Pacific on tomorrow. I think it's just Saturday, Sunday for Pacific. 11th and 12th. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday. So there's no other Valorant that's going to be on at that point. We would have seen who's qualified for EMEA and Americas. It's just that 3rd and final spot. Faker was swarmed by fans in China. I imagine he'd be swarmed by fans anywhere. The man is immensely popular, and rightfully so. He is just esports for me. But you know, because we have a lot of people watching, I don't really have many people like worth hosting, so let's find like a sub 50 viewer Andy to host, because that's usually me. I'm trying to see. There's Sarah. Sarah might be a good shout. I'm just going down. Anybody got any time to start stream, y'all? I mean, a good shout, but I don't really know, because I was thinking like there's some other people I might recognize the names of, but nobody that I recognize other than Sarah, who's British. Nukie, is he streaming? Acre's on, but Acre's got a good amount of viewers. Ollie's on. Nukie is 100. I've hosted Nukie before, but let's do Sarah. I don't know them very well, but I know that they're like seem alright. But yeah, EMEA starts in how long? An hour and a half. So like in about an hour, go watch Sliggy as well. And also the VOD should be on his channel fairly soon. But yeah, K-Day is a 50 sub viewer streamer. Somehow I don't think they ever have been. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Tomorrow, we still have games, 10 a.m. the same start time as we had today. We do have this upper bracket game who's getting into the grand final, which is still worth watching because both these teams are like in some crazy form. And this is the El Clasico of the region at the moment. And then Trace versus DRG. Qualifying spot for Shanghai. Surprise loss last time for Trace against DRG. Going to be a fantastic series. And one of these teams is going to their first ever international event. So that's cool. Thanks. 50 sub streamer raid. Don't call it that. Just say hello smile. Hello smile Ryan raid. I don't know. I'm not very good at these. But don't be an ass, is what I say. Alright, bye everybody. See you tomorrow, same time. Bye. Bye.